Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound. A dimension of sight. A dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
This stream's brought to you by you. People just like you. This stream is brought to you by you. What up, Rita Poo? We gotta play some Grounded 2. Grounded 2 is on the horizon. Wow, I have not seen this screen in a while. What's up, folks? HeadshotH4rry here. It is still in the AM. It's an early stream today, but that's how it be sometimes. Before we get started, please hit that thumbs up for me. Thank you. And another thing, stay gorgeous. Oh, I forgot I updated this. I gotta fix the size. I can't find where it's at. Here, I'm gonna run that again. There we go. Aha! We're doing it! We got all kinds of cool little things. Rocket League. I think there's a UFO somewhere around here. Which is what this stream is about. Today's stream is brought to you by... we're going to be listening to a lot of different podcasts today. I'll be putting them up on screen. It's kind of a grab bag. I haven't heard most of this, so we're going to be playing some Minecraft, listening to some podcasts, and that's what we're going to be doing for a while. A little bit later, we're going to be... What are we going to be doing? We're going to be playing League a little bit later with Craft. What up, Craft? Right on cue. Bro just shows up right as I talk about him. Hey, Craft, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up. I'm getting up chat right now. I apologize. This is kind of off the cuff stream. But it's fun.
Party time! Excellent!
Rest in peace, 2025. Why Tom Hanks, though? Hey, guys. HeadshotH4rry, welcome to the stream. Yeah, pretty simple, pretty straightforward stream. We're going to listen to some podcasts. I'm going to be working on my Minecraft world. And, yeah, Craft, I feel like you are a Pike player. It doesn't surprise me. Actually, it's more surprising that you haven't played Pike. He seems like right up your alley. But there's a downside to Pike. And that he's a kill-stealing whore. So if you can get the kills that the AD carry can't get, then you'll be a pro Pike player. But if you just keep stealing from your carry, it defeats the whole purpose of being a carry. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, man, you're making me want to play League. I might just switch this whole stream up. I was working on something here. I was working on this side of the map. But today's stream is more about the podcasts. So it doesn't really matter what I'm doing. But I was working on this area. I found all my lanterns. Yeah, we're just going to be working on the park. I'm going to be starting up the podcast right now. Real professional stream we got here today. Hey, Kraft. You just brought up an amazing point. You're right. The R shares gold. You're right. And that gold does come in handy. If you want to run some games later, stick around, man. We'll do it for sure. I'm going to start this podcast up. The first one is from the Soul Foundation on YouTube. That is Soul, S-O-L. This one is featuring Karl, Nell. The title of this is Karl, Nell and the History and Future of UAP Disclosure. Let's give it a listen.
The 2025 Soul Foundation Symposium.
Let's go. Let's build. I gotta figure out a really...
It's obviously humbling and gratifying to be back to talk at the third Soul Symposium. Soul's really moved the bar on this topic, as you can see from the first presentation, as well as what's going to come later today. I thought it would be interesting, since we're all here in Italy, to maybe just do a comparison between the modern era of sort of UFO, UAP investigation and the period that's called the five good Roman emperors, from the death of Domitian to the rise of Commodus, which Gibbon kind of talked about as, in some sense, maybe somewhat facetiously, is the sort of the best period in all of human history, at least from the perspective of 1788. So I thought we'd talk a little bit about that and relate that actually back to some of the things that were happening in Congress as well. So we'll kind of follow this outline, if we can go to that. So I'll talk a little bit about the nature of knowledge, get into lines of evidence and how we can know or not know what truth is, this comparison that I talked about, and then this idea of the congressional briefing book that was put together, that was some of the things that were going on behind the scenes that might be interesting. So we'll talk about the nature of knowledge first. So epistemology, obviously, is the philosophy that examines the nature, origin, and limits of knowledge. If we go back to Plato and 400 BC, he talks about knowledge being justified true belief, and then you get into this idea of, well, how do you sort of justify belief? And so there's this thing called the Munchausen trilemma that the German philosopher Hans Albrecht kind of proposed back in 1968, that highlights sort of the threefold problem of justified true belief, called after Munchausen. And you can see in the photo there this sort of fictional kind of comedic figure that's trying to pull himself out of the muck with his horse by the roots of his hair. Like, in other words, this sort of circular problem of knowledge. And so we've got sort of the idea of knowledge based on foundational facts, which I would relate to sort of the UAP first principles evidence. Beatrice talked a little bit about this, but basically life evolved here pretty quickly. There's maybe 20 billion sun-like stars in the galaxy. Amino acids are present in interstellar material. Every planet, every sun star we've looked at has planets. We've got life that can live in geothermal vents and in oil under the crust. We've got microbes that can live in space. This idea that faster than light travel probably is possible, since Alcubierre sort of solved Einstein's equations for at least a theoretical way of doing that. Dark energy exists that could equate to negative energy, which is sort of the means that might be applied to do that. So sort of a lot of first principles evidence that would suggest that there's really a higher bar to argue that life isn't common, and a higher bar to argue maybe that life and intelligent life don't exist. So you've got the sort of foundational facts sort of argument, and you've got then this idea of beliefs justified by other beliefs. So you've got whistleblowers that have come forward, and you've got this testimonial evidence. We've had 3 hearings. You've had the Leslie Klein 2017 article, the New York Times. So like a lot of people coming out and basically saying this, including presidents, including senators, etc. And then, of course, you've got what would essentially be sort of self-supported evidence. And again, obviously, Beatrice talked about this, probably the most compelling of the self-supported evidence, the sensor data, the transients. But also you've got documentary evidence. And I've kind of talked about some of these in previous talks. And maybe we'll talk a little bit more about the documentary part in this particular talk. But the trouble is with each of these lines of evidence, let's see if we're going to get this to work. Okay, here we go. Is this sort of problem of justifying true belief, right? So foundational facts can be argued as being essentially dogmatic, or essentially, assuming the premise in the argument. And, so the way around that is sort of foundationalism that suggests that if I base my argument on foundational principles, then I should assume that's valid. But the counter-argument is it's like essentially circular. You're creating a sort of a dogmatism. Your axioms sort of imply the conclusion. And so that's the problem. Justified by other beliefs, you create this sort of regression. Well, if your assertion's based on somebody else's assertion, then you can question that assertion, and ultimately you've got to trace that back. And so the argument is, well, if that chain of reasoning is sort of infinite, then we're good. But obviously there's not an infinite chain of people that are going to kind of assert that, right? So infinitism is sort of countered by this regressive problem. And then self-supported, the idea is if I get a coherent set of facts, like all these things interconnect, then I should have sort of more confidence in that than just like sort of a linear chain. But again, you can take that back and says into being somewhat circular. So this is the problem of justified true belief. And so relating this now back to the, the 5 Roman emperors, Marcus Aurelius basically said, everything we hear is opinion, not fact. Everything we see is perspective, not truth. And that's something I think we've got to kind of take into account as we're trying to convince the folks that are sort of naysayers. And so what standards of evidence are reasonable to sort of justify belief and move belief from a status of uncertainty into a status of knowledge. And so that kind of gets to this next slide, which is the standards of evidence. And Gary's talked about this. I think he talked about this at the first Soul Conference. And it's been I think, a perennial theme of the Soul Foundation to try to figure out like what standards of evidence are appropriate, how do we define that, and then how can we measure our progress against those standards. And so using some sort of legal terms here, there's maybe sort of 5 standards, not necessarily scientific, but sort of in the legal realm. And I would use that term because you've got whistleblower testimony, you've got sensor data, you've got documents, you've got, science is a big piece of this, but you've got like a larger context as well. So reasonable suspicion, the standard sort of used in the United States for a law enforcement officer to sort of stop and question somebody. You got to have some suspicion to do that. Probable cause in the United States, you can arrest somebody for that, right? Preponderance of the evidence, you've got like 51%, or greater than 50% leans one way or another, then I can like ascribe to that, right? And I don't think necessarily science would sort of kind of follow along with that, right? And then you've got clear and convincing, which is basically like, let's weight the evidence, right? Like some evidence is really more compelling by its nature, so it's not just a summation of, greater than 50%, but, what is more compelling. And then finally, the ultimate standard, at least in the United States, is to convict somebody, sufficient evidence to send somebody to prison for life or perhaps even give them the death penalty, which would be beyond reasonable doubt. Right, and so this is where the conversation usually ends and say, okay, well, if I can meet one or more of these standards, then, there's sort of reason to accept this, certainly in a legal sense. But like the definition here almost sort of implies the converse, right? So if there's reasonable doubt, then there must be a thing that's like an unreasonable doubt, right? And I think that's kind of the problem with this particular topic. There's an unreasonable person standard that I would argue, and evidence suggests, has sort of been helped along, let's say created by the stigma that's applied to this topic, and also essentially an organized disinfo campaign that's documented, in the Condon Committee report and the Robinson panel and some of the stuff we'll get into here. So in some sense, what we maybe need to do is convince people to unlearn what they think they know, and get to a state of atroxia that like the classical Greeks would sort of said, or Peronius would say, is essentially a state of withholding judgment before all the evidence is in. And if we can kind of just get the vast majority of people into this atroxia state, or reverse this unreasonable person standard, then we can maybe have a mature conversation about the topic. And in some sense, I think that's what Soul's trying to do here, as well as many other folks. So just to kind of tie this back into the theme, Epictetus, famous Stoic philosopher, lived during the time of the 5 great Roman emperors, basically said it's impossible for a person to learn what he thinks he already knows. And so that's the problem with this topic. Everybody thinks they already know the answer, and they don't even consider the data. The problem that Beatrice talked about of submitting her papers and getting like an automatic rejection in 5 minutes before they could even read it. That's the standard that we have to sort of overcome to get into this place where we can have a serious conversation. And obviously, she's achieved that, and I think Soul is moving the ball forward to achieve that. So that's maybe the context for the 5 Roman emperors. Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antonius Pius, Marcus Aurelius, as I said, kind of that interesting period. So maybe we don't take this too seriously, but I think the comparison might be somewhat interesting. So on the left, we've got what my take is on the sort of canonical description of this period in time. And on the right, let's compare it to the modern era, right? So from AD 96 to AD 180, that's the period of the 5 great Roman emperors. 84 years, right? So the period from 1941, the beginning of World War II, to now, 84 years. So like they're comparable in time. So the period of the 5 Roman emperors, basically the political rules established by Augustus and sanctioned by his successors was basically followed. In other words, they had sort of a standard way of operating that successive emperors sort of corresponded to. In the case of, let's say, the modern UFO era, oversight has slipped out of elected official control. In other words, like the standard procedures of our government institutions, at least in the U.S., maybe haven't pertained with this topic because, authority has sort of slipped out of our normal process. So going back on the left there, the elite, as embodied by the Senate, was treated with respect. These emperors held deference to the Senate. And so obviously Congress, as we can imagine from what's been stated by Rounds and Schumer and Rubio, the people that signed up to the Disclosure Act, as well as the 3 hearings in the House, Congress recognizes that they've not been informed. So the 5 Roman emperors waged war, sure, but they were considered justified and successful. I think we can argue, and it's been stated, and Leslie Keene even captured this in one of her pieces, that there is a sub-rosa arms race going on to reverse engineer these technologies. David Grush has talked about that, as well as other folks, and so that's apparently the case. So there's not levying of onerous tax. There was certainly taxation during that period, but not onerous taxation. On the other hand, trillions of dollars of taxpayer funds in the U.S. have sort of been lost track of, right? This idea of the black budget. And then finally, they did good by the citizens of Rome, beautifying the city of Rome in particular, And we've actually probably made some progress, but an unknown amount of progress. And they kept the plebes from starving, which is sort of the standard kind of common denominator, and we've prevented ontological shock. So I think what we're seeing here is basically they failed on every account except maybe the last, and even the last is somewhat condescending. So anyway, that's part of the comparison, but the timelines might be interesting too, right? So NERVA really followed a period of grave miscarriage of justice and implemented a lot of reforms that were considered ethical and appropriate. Trajan had the largest military campaigns during the period. Hadrian dialed that in with military reforms. Antonius Pius had a period of peace and stability that Marcus Aurelius inherited. And these periods can kind of map to that lower timeline. So the lower timeline is what I'm suggesting, how one might divide the modern UFO period. So and some of this is kind of derived from Dolan, but not necessarily strictly adherent to Dolan. So, you know, the period from the beginning of World War I, 1941, from the U.S. perspective, through the wave that sort of Beatrice talked about, the UFO flap in 52 that precipitated Project Blue Book. That's the managing the problem era, where the U.S. government was trying to get a handle on this. The crisis and containment, that's the 52 to 69 period. That's your Blue Book period, essentially. The global strangeness period followed that with incursions in the northern tier, and I would argue sort of kind of continued through Whitney Strieber's publication of Communion. Like I've kind of put that as like a watershed moment. And then you get into this sort of what I call the, you know, into Dreamland and beyond. Some of these are Dolan's terminology, through just prior to the Leslie Kean article and the videos, and then we're in this modern period, the final piece,
that is
what I call the Great Expectations. So if we're going to kind of compare these two periods just for kind of fun.
Real quick, holy crap. So I never fixed these doors. This was always supposed to be like a little shop like this. We're going to fix it up, but for this whole time, for like 14, 15 years, I never fixed these doors. Holy shit. But this is all I wanted from this whole thing. Was just a little shop up here. Inspired by Zelda. Just where you would have an old man here selling you wares. That's it. But oh my gosh. I think this was one of the first like redstone things.
Here.
Anyway, so I'm going to continue the podcast.
So NERVA set the precedent for establishing just rule that followed through to all five just emperors. And so let's bounce back and forth from the upper to the lower, right? So this period 41 to 51 set the precedent essentially for establishing how the U.S. would confront the UFO problem post-World War II, particularly Truman. If we jump back to the top, NERVA initiated beneficent agrarian welfare and legal programs, and obviously this is the period that initiated this UFO management structure that happened in the U.S. NERVA created a mechanism to expand citizenship to people in the provinces, and during this management period, access to this data, and this is quoted out of some of the documents that we'll show here, was the most highly classified subject in the U.S. government. In other words, like preventing really enfranchisement. And going back to NERVA, he ensured stability and peaceful transition of power through this idea of adoptive succession. You know, all five Roman emperors, interestingly, adopted their successors. They didn't have natural-born children. And so that sounds a lot like nepotism, but what it ended up actually being was meritocracy, because they selected people that were actually competent, as demonstrated historically. And so contrasting that, stability and effective transition of control was implemented through a non-disclosure process, which I would argue is essentially a nepotism process. If you're in the club, you stay in the club. So we'll walk through this, and there's some interesting parallels that, we don't necessarily need to take too seriously, but I think it's sort of instructive to highlight maybe some of the things that are going right, some of the things that kind of went wrong. So going back to Trajan, very aggressive military expansion of the empire to its greatest possible extent. So you could argue, conversely, 52 to 69, this was the Blue Book era, very aggressive government debunking of UFO reports, even more than the previous era. The previous era, and we'll see some documents to this effect, that was much more open about the reality of the topic. Trajan championed philanthropic endeavors, subsidizing, the poor and orphans, as anybody that sort of studied these periods knows, and, contrast that with the accountability of this sort of legacy program that slipped out of this control that I talked about, more than likely during the Eisenhower administration. Trajan granted quite a deal of the Treasury to public works and infrastructure projects, and as I said before, the idea of public-facing disclosure was very much discredited with Blue Book, but also less well known is there was maybe the first attempt, the first non-disclosure attempt to engage through Walt Disney in 55, 56, which was very abortive. So what we're trying to say here is that there's this sort of non-disclosure initiative is not new, and Jacques will undoubtedly, I imagine, reference some of this. This has sort of been cyclic. This most recent post-2017 period is noteworthy for the progress that's been made, but by no means is it unique, and this is actually every couple of decades to sort of kind of come up again. And then each of these sort of emperors and each of these sort of phases is sort of the same. Adoptive succession on the one hand, which is essentially meritocracy, and non-disclosure, which is essentially nepotism happening. So Antonius Pius, just to kind of continue the analogy, increased the relevance and attention to the provinces, whereas this sort of global strangeness period started to at least impact the U.S. in a very global nature. There was military reforms during this period of the great Roman emperors. This is the Reagan era, right? Goldwater Nichols, space defense, Star Wars. So, somewhat sort of analogous. Antonius Pius patronized the arts to a very extensive degree. This was the second abortive attempt that a lot of people are familiar with the Robert Emmenegger, James Sandler film, where they were going to get the Holloman Air Force Base footage, and they ultimately the government was sort of like seeding that to create this sort of soft disclosure campaign. UFOs Past, Present, and Future was a documentary that Emmenegger directed, and featured Rod Serling, and people can go see this documentary, but that footage that the government promised was sort of withheld, so it became sort of a inflated expectation. But it was another instance of this sort of cycle happening. And then, like Antonius Pius, this period was marked by a lack of internal revolt or foreign conflict, where conversely, this into dreamland period was marked by provocative and almost typically false disclosures, a lot of conflict with how to assess the abduction reports in this sort of UAP UFO community, the Jamie Shandera and Bill Moore sowing of disinformation, coming relevant, that the UAP community has been penetrated to some extent by IC elements. So like, in other words, very different. Like Antonius Pius was very stable, and that period was very disruptive. And then Marcus Aurelius, sort of the Stoic emperor, based a lot of his philosophy on the principle of Stoicism. He successfully navigated numerous crises. He had plagues, he had wars, he had famine. So the period that we're in now, this what I call this sort of great expectation period, is somewhat analogous, right? We've got wars, we've got climate, we've got AI, we've got UAP. It's not clear necessarily if we're going to be successful navigating that, but maybe the takeaway there is, that we ought to sort of exercise more of a Stoic philosophy in terms of how we go about kind of navigating this. So anyway, I thought it'd be kind of interesting to kind of lay out that and see this sequence. So I'm going to talk briefly about sort of UAP in Italy, since we're here, and I'm going to jump into this briefing book that will tie back to that timeline that I just gave. So this phenomenon obviously isn't a recent phenomenon. Livy talked about it, Pliny the Elder talked about it, Plutarch talked about it. The Romans had this idea of a prodigy, which was something that was so important that it had to be recorded for posterity, and it would influence their understanding of their current affairs. You know, it would sort of be like a prediction in some sense. And so Livy documented a lot of this. Some of this came down to Pliny in his natural history, and ultimately to Plutarch. Plutarch obviously writing during the period of the 5 great Roman emperors. But you could see the sort of the timeline there. 2016 BC, a spectacle of ships gleamed in the sky. In 2017, round shields were seen in the sky. 2012 BC, a huge stone was seen flying about. Do these sound sort of like transients, perhaps? In 173 BC, a spectacle of great fleet was said to have been seen in the sky. In 154, at Compassia, weapons like arrowheads, spears, swords appeared flying in the sky, and so on and so on. Back all the way up to 43 BC, a spectacle of defensive and offensive weapons was seen to rise from the earth to fly in the sky with clashing noise. So, and Jacques has talked about this, obviously, in Wonders in the Sky, and Beatrice has sort of talked about this. So this phenomenon goes back to ancient times that predate the sort of the period of time I was talking about, but came down to that period in Pliny the Elder's natural history, in the recording of the prodigies. And it's important to note that, you know, the Romans took great pains to like validate this sort of this idea of justified true belief. Like these things weren't sort of haphazardly recorded. There was a significant administrative process and a vetting process that the Romans used to assert that a prodigy was actually a prodigy, or an event equated to a prodigy. So it gets back to this idea of standards of evidence almost in a legal sense, which we've sort of dispensed with, as I alluded earlier. This is an interesting event too, the 1933 Magenta event that people have talked about. This is obviously, as we're going into World War II, several classified telegrams talk about, you know, this crash in 1933. Not far from where we are here today. So there's documentary evidence that's been out there for quite a while that suggests this phenomenon is real, and it ties back even to substantiating some of the things that David Grush has said, even in an international sense. And we've got 3 of the 4 telegrams that were sent contemporaneous with this event that basically said, you know, that Mussolini was clamping down on the information associated with this very anomalous phenomenon, and it's really starting what you might call the sort of the non-disclosure kind of paradigm. So let's talk about this congressional briefing book and tie these 2 pieces together. So as this legislation that everybody's familiar with, the Disclosure Amendment and the other amendments that have happened, have moved through the system, there was a briefing book of documentation that was put together to brief congressional members. So not just like whistleblower testimony, but official, declassified, and FOIA released government documents over many years that once assembled sort of in a coherent way makes a very strong case, even in the U.S. government's own words, that the topic is real. And so this sort of package was put together to kind of jumpstart the process of informing senators, informing Congress people that the topic ought to be taken seriously as these whistleblowers were coming in. So there was essentially 21 documents, 3 videos, and now, you know, 2 whistleblower transcripts at the time, now 3 whistleblower transcripts that were kind of put together for this. And we had a prominent researcher like create exsums, you know, like executive summaries. So some of these documents are quite lengthy. And so this whole thing was packaged up to incentivize the ultimately the passage of the Disclosure Amendment, which is to really recreate the control group that had slipped out of elected official control back in the Eisenhower administration, and maybe bring this back under you know, proper accountability, you know, hearkening back again to what we were saying under the period that Nerva started, where we're kind of conforming to the rule of law now. And so this Right to Know hashtag and UAPDA.org are a series of organizations, including Soul Foundation, but and Ocean X, who is here, and UAP Sweden, NPI, UAP Disclosure Fund, Galileo Project. 14 organizations have banded together with varying political beliefs, varying emphasis areas, probably varying sort of focus of sort of their understanding of the topic from a scientific or New Age or even like legal and aerospace perspective, saying like we need this amendment to sort of restore that oversight. So this congressional briefing book was a component in getting us to this stage. And in fact, this petition, I'd invite people to go take a look at that. That petition is still in force and hopefully will be a mechanism to document the public will in continuing this cycle of disclosure. Now, so let's tie now this briefing book of essentially 24 items into this sort of timeline. So we've got memos and declassified documents that pertain to each of these phases: the managing the problem phase, the crisis containment, like the blue book phase, the global strangeness where this expansion is happening, understanding this is not just a U.S. phenomenon, it's more of a global phenomenon, this sort of dreamland stage, and then this great expectation stage. And so maybe I'll walk through some of these documents and maybe highlight what has basically already been established as far as official opinion on the topic. So the first period, right, and we relate this to the NERVA period. So NERVA quote, "I've done nothing which should prevent me from laying down my power and living in safety as a private man." So he's essentially saying, nobody's going to assassinate me for doing wrong. So let's maybe keep that in mind as we look at some of the documents here that explain kind of where the U.S. government's thinking was in this early period. So the first memo from 47, and a lot of people are going to be familiar with these memos, so I'm maybe not saying stuff that anybody is not familiar with, but once you aggregate all this, it's somewhat interesting. So Milton Ladd is the number 3 guy at the FBI. He's writing, he's getting a memo from, an internal memo from one of their agents, and it's an extensive discussion of the flying disc problem. The Army Air Corps has been actively investigating these sightings, and they list through possible explanations: celestial phenomena, foreign technology, hoaxes. And this guy, the Brigadier General Shugan, the head of the Requirements Division for Army Air Corps, is requesting FBI assistance in interviewing witnesses. So essentially, the Army's basically saying this is becoming a domestic problem, not just a military problem, and we need the FBI with their investigative authorities to sort of help us get after this. So it's like an admission that not only it's real, but it's sort of beyond the scope of what the military can actually handle themselves. It's a domestic problem also. And so very tellingly, Hoover says, I'll go along with this, and that's J. Edgar Hoover, I'll go along with this as long as I get access to discs recovered. So they're already talking about like a recovery in July of 1947. And now we can think back to the Magenta case in 1933, where there's a purported crash right before, or as World War II was kicking off, and obviously the liberation of Italy by U.S. forces, and some discussions that have happened about, what may have happened through the Vatican with that material. So an interesting, connective point, right? Connective tissue there. So we'll go through a number of these documents. So the Twining Memorandum, very famous memorandum, General Nathan Twining, the head of Air Materiel Command, ultimately became Chief of Staff of the Air Force. So this memorandum says the UAP phenomenon is something real, not visionary or fictitious. It represents objects about the size of an aircraft that are circular in shape, metallic, and highly reflective, and they appear to be under intelligent control. This is official, obviously, memorandum. That's the assessment of Air Materiel Command in September 1947. Extremely explicit. Lack of physical evidence in the form of crashed materials. The memorandum was classified secret at the time, but not a top secret memo. So people kind of use that as a counter argument, but it is possibly explained by the classification level. All these documents are publicly available, and they've been declassified formally. So this is completely 100% vetted government information that's publicly available. second FBI memorandum. This is in 49. So special agent in charge of the San Antonio field office is writing to J. Edgar Hoover directly, and they're talking about the protection of vital installations. This is the topic of the memo. So unidentified aerial phenomenon, otherwise known as flying discs, flying saucers, balls of fire, is considered top secret by both Army and Air Force. This is like a quote from the memo. The shape of the objects reported is round and a point of light with a definite area to the light source. Los Alamos is considered the target of these incursions. However, the incursions are occurring over numerous nuclear sites, including Oak Ridge, including Hanford. So they go through 9 scientific reasons that exist which indicate that the phenomena observed are not meteorites. In other words, there's no prosaic explanation. And obviously, it's a highly important matter, and the FBI is being requested to look into this. So we're going to have to go through some of these a little bit faster here. Sarbacher-Smith document. So Robert Sarbacher was a consultant of the Defense Research and Development Board. He had a correspondence with Wilbur Smith, a Canadian radio engineer. And he basically asserted that there is a legacy program. Dr. Vannevar Bush, the head of the Defense Research and Development Board, was the head of the program. Oppenheimer was involved. This is the most highly classified matter in the United States government, rating even higher than the H-bomb, right? And that's been out there for quite a while. Intelligence reports about one of the first pilot encounters talking about the reality of the topic. This teletype, they were testing out new radar systems in Fort Monmouth in 51, picked up objects traveling 20,000 feet, going thousands of miles per hour, right? Some feats that were impossible at the time based on the technology. All right, let's just go into the second period here. Anonymous denunciations do not conform to the spirit of our time. Another interesting topic when you think about the sort of disinfo, discrediting campaigns that have been going on. 1952, the Belgian press is talking about UFOs over uranium mines, another very early connection with nuclear sites from foreign press, documented by CIA. The Chadwell memo, this one's extremely important, the 52 Chadwell memo. So Marshall Chadwell is the assistant director for scientific intelligence at the CIA. He's writing a memo that asserts, reports of incidents convince us there is something going on that must have immediate attention. Sightings of unexplained objects at great altitudes traveling at high speeds in the vicinity of major U.S. defense installations are of such a nature that they are not attributable to natural phenomenon or known types of aerial vehicles. He was requesting like a national program to investigate this. Official CIA memo by the Deputy Assistant Director for Science and Technology. Maxwell Air Force Base emergency report, incursions over the nuclear tier in 1954. Jets were scrambled to take care of that. Intrusions over Minot, again, with nuclear missiles and UFOs. The famous Maelstrom incidents from 67, where another correlation with missiles and objects, and missiles being taken offline and missiles being brought online in the Soviet Union, documenting that. We're having to go fast here because they're telling me I don't have a lot of time. The Bollinger memo. So the Bollinger memo is interesting because Blue Book had been canceled. This is in 69. So Blue Book this is ending this, Blue Book period. And so Bollinger, and people are protesting, like we're not going to have an official investigation of UFOs if Blue Book goes away. And the Bollinger memo basically says, don't worry, like all the important reports didn't go to Blue Book anyway. Like they weren't really part of the Blue Book system anyway. So you don't have to worry about it. That's essentially the Bollinger memo. And we're going to continue to handle them with processes that already exist that are not public. So that's the Bollinger memo. So the global strangeness, so like a little bit from Hadrian. I knew that good like bad becomes a routine, that temporary tends to endure, that what is external permeates to the inside, and that the mask, given time, comes to be the face itself. Right? So maybe a little insight into what's been happening here. The Australian Defence Minute Paper. This is really interesting. People can go onto the Australian National Archives and pull up this document, but it basically says, and maybe I'll quote it here, this is an official Australian assessment of the state of affairs of the UFO subject in the United States as of 1971. So it's like an official government report on an ally retrospective to 1971. Analyses of UFO reports by U.S. Air Force intelligence indicated that real phenomena were being reported, which had flight characteristics so far in advance of U.S. aircraft that only an extraterrestrial origin could be envisaged, quote unquote. A U.S. government agency studied UFO reports with the intention of determining the UFO propulsion methods, persuaded the U.S. Air Force to use Project Blue Book as a means to debunk them, and at a later stage to allocate funds for launching a crash program into anti-gravity power. Such an intensive onslaught on the gravity enigma can only be rationalized within the context of a firm belief that UFOs were real and that the intelligence behind them knew how to control gravity. So that's like an official Australian assessment of what's going on in the United States in 1971. Let's go maybe quicker through these. These are the incursions over the nuclear bases in the 70s, documented. The encounter over Tehran, an Iranian F-4 Phantom engaged UAP over Iran. Leslie Keene talks about this in her book. There's an official DIA assessment of that. Had great interest. We'll skip this one in the interest of time, because that will be too long to talk about. The Halt Memorandum, Charles Halt, the Rendlesham Forest incident with the landing and the lights and the incursions. People are very familiar with that, 1981. So essentially, the reality, this is not just a domestic U.S. problem from a domestic U.S. audience perspective, but it's really an international problem. This final period, the Lake Erie UFO incident. The Ben Rich statements are interesting, right? So this memo, many of our man-made UFOs were unfunded opportunities, so very much intimating that he's been involved in some reverse engineering efforts at Skunk Works. Ben Rich being the successor to Kelly Johnson running the Lockheed Martin Skunk Works. So how are we doing? Okay, so we got to pick it up. All right, we got to end it. So let me just, the Wilson Davis notes, we talked about that, George Bush, videos, Disclosure Act, right? Gross testimony. Like everybody's familiar with these anyway, right? So you're not really missing anything there. So let me just go to sort of the conclusion. So this idea of this campaign plan that we're trying to happen, right? So this sort of public initiative, is maybe stalled with the stalling of the amendment, but you've got these other lines of effort, right, that Gary alluded to, the philosophical humanities investigation, the scientific research, the private sector efforts, the medical area. We've talked about this idea of the Hilbert problems that were pertained to some of these areas, the indirect approach in purple. I would still argue that the quickest path to success is getting this sort of direct approach, government incentivization to happen, but that doesn't mean we can't do the purple stuff first. And then the final slide here is maybe like an alignment of the legislative agenda. The UAP Disclosure Act was going to be followed by a UAP Whistleblower Protection Act, which was going to be followed by a UAP Truth and Reconciliation Act. And several of these are already written. They're ready to go, right? And so, this program probably still needs to continue. And this idea of eminent domain that a lot of people are kind of concerned about is a phase in a bigger plan that goes into a consortia phase and into a regulated market phase. So there's quite a lot that sort of went into this idea of this current area of disclosure. And so maybe I'll just end with that, and if we have a Q&A, we can maybe talk more about that. So apology for running a little bit long there.
That was amazing. That was Karl Nell on the history and future of UAP disclosure. You can see that video on the Soul Foundation on YouTube. I almost want to throw another one of those on. Right up my alley. All right, guys. We're going to put on another one here. see what this lady has to say.
It is not just the abduction aspect that I'm talking about. As both an abductee and a researcher into other people's experiences, I feel that I have a somewhat expanded context or knowledge of this phenomenon. My own experiences have taught me many things about the nature of alien activity, but that insight has been greatly expanded by the context of so many other reports I've been able to study, and it has helped me to see well beyond the limits of the individual experience. If we judge the entire phenomenon only by our personal experiences, we're going to get a very distorted view. The context, the patterns, the unique elements as well as the similar elements are all very important for us to have a chance of a glimmer of understanding what may be behind this phenomenon. Yet even having been through these things, lived with people who've been through these things, and studied literally hundreds of personal and first-hand reports about these activities, I know very little about the alien agenda behind this activity. Stanton mentioned the need to hold ourselves to facts in this field, and I think that is extremely important. We should repeat that 10 times a day as we go through the work in this area. The problem, of course, with the abduction phenomena, as with a lot of ufology, is that the nature of the alien activity is designed deliberately to keep us from having much in the way of concrete evidence. Designed that way. It is not an accident. So it is difficult to feel confident of many facts. The dictionary defines facts as things and ideas which are demonstrably existent, objectively verified, and known to be certain. And at this point, given everything I've learned internally and from external evidence, there are so very few things I'm willing to call facts. The list is very short. So today, instead of regaling or educating or entertaining you with abduction case reports and photos of the body markings and the drawings of the spacecraft and aliens, which I have done and could do, I would prefer to take this opportunity of perspective, which is, of course, the theme of this MUFON symposium, to share with you my list of facts, and then try to take you beyond the fringe of this phenomenon and into the heart of the abduction scenario. Now, I'm going to begin by discussing my list of facts before I go on to two other issues, propaganda and fantasy, because I think it's on the basis of the facts that I have been able to discern what I can about the data in the other two categories. So this will be a very short list. I hope you'll follow along with me. Facts. Fact number 1. We do not know with any certainty exactly what these entities may be. Extraterrestrial, interdimensional, terrestrial in origin, some combination of all of the above, something we have yet to even dream of. I'm going to use the term alien merely for convenience, and I am not implying that I believe they are from another planet. Now, certainly they may well be. We just don't know, and that's a fact. The aliens themselves have identified a number of different origins to various abductees and contactees throughout the years, but of course we humans have absolutely no way to check out any of the statements that they've made. Therefore, we cannot know these things, as the dictionary says about facts, to be certain, to be objectively verifiable. Fact number 2, and I'm stating this with all of the tact and diplomacy and self-control that I can, and those of you who know me know I have very little. At least some of the aliens are liars. Through the past decades, the aliens have made, and you all know this if you're familiar with your ufology history, have made various predictions and promises and given a number of very specific warnings about impending events. And we have these documented at least since the early 1950s. And you and I all know, when we look at the record of what's happened since then, that very few of these things, and none of great consequence, have come to pass. This is not a reliable source. I would like to illustrate, just from personal experience, one such scenario that should make us question the things we are told by these creatures. In Into the Fringe, I recount the story of a young man that I had known since he was 11 years old. He and my son grew up together. His family and I were close friends, and I have a great deal of confidence in who this person is and his personal integrity. He went through an intense series of encounters and abductions, as we all were doing in this particular group during 1987 and 88 and 89. And one of the entities with whom he had repeated, almost regular contact was an entity who described itself as an interdimensional being, stating that its group was 10th dimensional and knew about the 11th the way we know about the 4th dimension. This entity would appear in various physical guises during its encounters with James. Sometimes it would be a nebulous form, sometimes it would be a human-looking woman, but sometimes only her head, sometimes her head and her hands if there was something she wanted to show him. So it varied. At one point in an extraordinary weekend of events, which are recorded in detail in Fringe, James was compelled to go out of state to a particular area. He was at his grandparents' house and was abducted in the middle of the night and taken to a hill a few miles from there where this woman materialized in full form this time. All the body parts were there. At that time, she told him that within 5 years of that date, he and a few other people, including us and several others in the area, would be activated to perform our jobs, our tasks. That it didn't matter where we would be at that time, it didn't matter what we were doing or what we wanted, we would do our jobs. The woman told him he would know this was true because she was going to give him a series of predictions of events that would come to pass from this date through the 5-year period. And she began by telling him about a situation that was occurring right that moment several states away with people he knew, so he could check this out to see if it was true. He certainly did. We all checked it out, and it was exactly true. What the woman had told him going on in the other states actually had happened, was verifiable. Of course, this made of James a believer. James was a valedictorian in a private, prestigious school. He had a career ahead of him where the sky literally could have been the limit. But the woman had told him, in 5 years, you will be turned on to do your job. It doesn't matter what you're doing or where you are. And you will know this is true by the things that occur. The first thing made such an impression that she was telling the truth that James's life was put completely on hold. He dropped out of college, he gave up his plans for a career, his personal relationships became irrelevant, and he thought, I've only got 5 years, I should party, I'll make enough delivering pizza on a part-time basis that I can do the things I need to do before they take me over. Of course, none of the rest of the events occurred, but his life was effectively altered to his detriment by the lies that he had been led to believe. And you know, the best way to get someone to believe a lie is to sandwich it between a few truths, which is what, of course, the woman did. The 5 years, by the way, ended in August of 1993, and we're all still doing what we want, where we want, and we're not doing our alien jobs. The aliens have given a number of stories to people throughout the years about who they are, where they're from. And we have a list, if you compile this, and at one point I think I tried to, a list of planet origins for these beings that include everything from the planet Lanacane to Banlon. They also have given us a variety of explanations as to why they're here and why they perform certain procedures. Often, however, these explanations are contradictory. And without going into a great deal of detail, I will point out just one example. I report on this in the book Taken. Several people, abductees that I have personally worked with, have been shown cloned bodies aboard craft or in facilities. And we'll talk a little bit more about the details of these in a moment. Just for purposes of the deception and the lying capability, I will use this little story. Pat, who's one of the cases in my book, was shown a copy of her body that was in storage with a number of other human bodies. She was told it was for the resurrection. And if you know your Bibles, you know when the resurrection comes, we will all get new bodies. Pat was raised in a very simple Christian fundamentalist background. The aliens, throughout their encounters with Pat and her family, had used the religious symbolism to bond with the family and to instill confidence in them. They'd even had Jesus beam into the room at one point when the Greys were abducting the grandmother and say, "It's okay, they're with me." Pat was told that this body, this cloned copy, would be her new body for the resurrection, and this was extremely moving and religious for this woman. However, another woman, also reported on in the book, was shown a copy of her new body in an entirely different scenario, of course, and was told, in fact, if she didn't cooperate with the agenda the aliens had picked out for her, she could be replaced with that body and nobody'd ever notice the difference. And in a third case, we actually had that occur on a temporary basis. A woman was abducted on her way to work and shown on a viewing screen her clone going to work in her place, and nobody knew the difference. So, are these bodies for the resurrection, blessed by God Himself, or are they threatened potential replacements? Aliens didn't get their stories quite straight in those cases. Fact number 3. In encounters, the human's perceptions are controlled, as are the human's conscious memories. Now, you're already very familiar, probably from the work of Hopkins and Jacobs and others, with the concept of screen memories, especially at the onset or at the conclusion of an abduction event, right? Someone may see a strange owl instead of the ET, or a little gray rabbit by the side of the car instead of an ET, or a beautiful deer, whatever. We're familiar with these screen events. What we may not be familiar with is the fact that the screen techniques go well beyond such temporary uses in the phenomenon. And we'll talk about that a little more later also. We're talking about control in fact number 3. It's also a fact that the perception of pain can be controlled and is controlled during these encounters with the particular abductees, as are feelings of physical pleasure, often sexual pleasure. And, of course, the human's emotions are also controlled during these encounters. The fact is, you are in control of these creatures during every encounter, to some degree, more or less, normally more. Fact number 4, false memories can overlay and disguise the actual events of an encounter. And even with regressive hypnosis, the abductee may recall false scenarios. I'm not talking false memory syndrome as so much has been ballyhooed lately in the press. That's not what I'm talking about. The abductee can recall false scenarios, even under regressive hypnosis, unless some effective method is used in the hypnotic process to help the abductee bypass implanted illusions. Some of you have heard me talk before. Remember an illustration of this concerning a woman named Joy, who in the 1970s had an encounter, a missing time and relocation episode in California. Was driving in one town, 2 hours later, she's in another town, has no idea how she's gotten there. She's crying, she's in hysterics, and she feels totally abandoned and betrayed. 20 years later, when additional incidents occurred and finally compelled Joy to seek out some help to find out what was going on in her life, one of the events that she looked at under hypnosis was this 2 hours of missing time in the early 70s. She recalled in the initial stage that she was taken aboard a craft and brought by a regal and awe-inspiring figure who looked like the king and had on the robe and was very much in charge, into a room much like this, stood before a podium much like this, gazed out into an audience of wonderful smiling little grays, not at all like this, thank God, and was given a book and told to read this book to the audience. She looked at the book, and it had blue symbols or figures on it that she had never seen. And she said, I can't read this. I don't know what these symbols mean. And she was told, just put your hand over each symbol. You'll receive the impression and then recite what you received to the audience. So Joy did this, and she would touch each symbol. And as she did, she would mentally receive a very warm, uplifting, wonderful spiritual message, which she would then recite to her audience. And she went through doing this, said the response she got was one of such love, such overwhelming acceptance. She was really awestruck by the experience. When the hypnotist asked her to move forward, there was a jump, a gap in her story, and suddenly she's back in the car, crying, hysterical, and feeling very abandoned and betrayed. Now, as you know, that doesn't match up. There's a discrepancy between the emotional state she was in the car and this wonderful, awe-inspiring spiritual experience she had recalled. I think you'll agree they don't match up. The hypnotist noticed this, noticed the gap, and asked Joy to first program her mental computer to perceive only the truth. And second, to back up to maybe 5 or 10 minutes before she was in the car. When she did, Joy found herself in an extraordinarily different situation. She wasn't reading a book to a loving and warm audience. She was naked, suspended in a beam or tube of light, being poked and prodded by a group of aliens who were using her much as a biological chart to explain, as we might to students, this is what this part does, this is what that is. And then she was put on a table, tilted at an angle, and was forced to endure some sexual intrusions. At this point, Joy, who could not move or talk, was mentally screaming to God and to Jesus, with whom she had very great faith, to help her, to save her, to make this stop. And when it didn't, and when she went through this for an extended period of time before being returned to her car, Joy came back a changed person. Abandoned and betrayed, she felt by her God. Although she had no conscious memory of this event immediately upon her return, it changed everything in her life for 20 years. Her religion, her sexual orientation, everything about the woman. But without having the programming and help under hypnosis to see past illusion and perceive only the truth, Joy would have been one of those persons telling you how wonderful it was to be with the great alien brothers. She would have never known why the trauma and the after effects she carried for 20 years existed. Fact number 4 on my list is fact number 5. Given all that I've said so far, it is effectively a fact that abductees like myself and so many of you, while we report our experiences honestly and sincerely, we are really reporting alien-controlled information to the research community. As abductees, our situation is this. We can see the aliens, but we can't believe them. And we can't believe what we see them do. And I know this from personal experience as well as from a number of other investigated situations with very honest, very sincere people who are telling you, just as I have told and others have told you, what we honestly perceived as happening. We're being honest, but the illusions and false memories and distortions and controlled perceptions and emotions and responses that we had do not accurately reflect always what we really went through. Fact number 6, there's a serious element of human involvement in the abduction phenomenon, in addition, of course, to the very real alien participation. You all know, of course, about many abductees' reports of being monitored, harassed by human agents of some sort, cases of phone intervention, mail intervention, helicopter surveillance, etc. And I wish I had an hour just to talk about the human side of this phenomenon, which of course I don't. Now, in Into the Fringe, for instance, I did report about my husband's abduction and interrogation and threats by the military group in 1988. Similarly, at the time, I had never heard of such a thing, and I found it even more disturbing than the alien encounters. Similar reports, though, have been made by a number of other abductees, some of whom I'm sure you're familiar with, such as Leah Haley's case, Alicia Davison in California, and some of you may be surprised to know Debbie Jordan. And part of her experiences reported a very similar human abduction and interrogation. It just never quite made it into print for some reason. In Taken, there are 4 more accounts of women whose lives have been intruded upon by what seems to be military human forces. And although I'm not at liberty, as so many of us aren't in this field where confidentiality is everything, to present to you the hard evidence that we have been able to gather in some of these cases, I am convinced by the evidence that we do have in a number of these cases, it's not an alien illusion of military. We've got names, dates, places, bases. It's real. Fact number 7. Whatever else it may be, the abduction agenda involves quite physical aims and procedures that tend to belie the idea of a primarily spiritual motivation on the alien's part. And much of what we see in these procedures goes well beyond the alleged aim of a crossbreeding program. If you think the aliens are only interested in making hybrid babies, then I invite you to figure out what these following procedures have to do with the process. First, you're aware of the various types of implants into numerous areas of the body, into the brain, through the ear, into the neck, into the spine, into the legs, the hips, and even in one man's fairly notable case, into the penis. Some of these implants have been seen on X-ray, CAT scan, and MRI. Some of them never show up. Some have been physically recovered. But so far as I'm aware today, and I do invite those who may know better to please correct me on this, whatever analysis has been performed on these objects has not given us any sensational new information. We still don't have any proof of what these things do in our bodies. What about the insertion of wires and tubes into abductees in the chest, in the kidneys, the ovaries, the wrists, the knees, and the feet, as well as the taking of human body fluids and the injection of unknown substances into the body in various locations? What about the brain operations, which in the statistics that I've been able to look at in a very general way without running them through the computer, seem to turn up as often, almost as often at least, as the reported taking of sperm and ova? In the cases reported, the individuals who've undergone or think they've undergone, because you always have to have that in the back of your mind, give an illusion, who have undergone these experiences use almost identical terms in reporting what has happened to them. I felt like my head was opened up and my brain was taken out. What about the deliberate pain experiments meant to produce levels of pain in the abductees, apparently for the measurement, study, or pleasure of the aliens who are observing them? I reported on one of these with James in Into the Fringe. He was put through an extraordinarily torturous and traumatic experience, having holes drilled in a row through the top of his head. He received an apology for this. Sorry, but we had to do it. But no explanation for why he had to do it. And most people are not given an explanation. What about the other bizarre tests and procedures that are reported time and time again? Abductees immersed in water or some liquid in which they're then forced to breathe the liquid. I think Hopkins and Jacobs have made this fairly well known to you. They now include it as one of the standard procedures. What does this have to do with crossbreeding? Are being forced to eat or drink unknown substances that then produce a variety of after effects on the abductees. Angie, reported on and taken, was given a bitter red liquid to drink, passed out immediately, and came to in a very passive, hypnotic state in which she then went through an interrogation with a number of people. Ted Rice, another case that I've been working on for a couple of years, as a child was given a pill to eat or swallow that then produced on the 10-year-old boy the effects of an aphrodisiac. What about being forced to engage in a variety of sexual, not reproductive, but sexual situations with alien beings, with human-looking figures, and with other abductees? Frequently, the alien sexual activities are reported to be carried out by reptoid-looking beings, but not always. We've got reports of gray sex, hybrid sex, and Nordic sex, among others. And as just as in one of Hopkins' recently reported scenarios, I think it was on television last year on sightings, I described and taken how Lisa, one of the abductees reported on here, was forced to have sex with another abductee in one of her encounters. It was an extremely poignant situation after the fact. The man told her, apologized to her, told her how sorry he was that he was being forced to do this to her. He said, "They've been taking me since childhood. I don't know how to stop it." And he gave her his full name. That's all he had in his control to do. What about the cloning? I mentioned this earlier. And I'm not talking about just the potential and I think very evidentially supported idea that the little gray workers you're also familiar with, like the little guy down here on the floor, are cloned, produced, manufactured like, we do Fords, Chevys. Not just this kind of cloning of the same sort of creatures to go out and do the work, but also the cloning of human bodies, which, as I said, have been shown to abductees. Sometimes they match and are identical to the human in the situation. Sometimes they're just a bunch of identical bodies, inert adult bodies. In one case, a man was taken to a facility in which he saw a room in which there were about 40 inert human bodies, 20 male, 20 female. The males were all identical to each other. The females were identical to each other, and they were beautiful, blonde, healthy specimens. What do these things have to do, is what I've asked you to think about, with the crossbreeding agenda? Fact number 8. All of the things that I've described to you so far are part of the aliens' physical aims and procedures. But that isn't all there is to their motivations. The agenda also involves the long-term psychological programming of the abductee. It targets, among other concepts, our social and personal relationships, our sexuality, our political ideas, and our religious and spiritual concerns. For instance, many of us, through our experiences, and I think I could get a show of hands on this, are made to be highly suspicious of our government, now perhaps with good reason. And in general, we become less trusting and intimate with people outside of this field, and very paranoid often of people within this field. As one of the women in the book, Jane, in Taken, has said, the aliens had fostered in her mind a mistrust of the government. Certainly it has changed most abductees' spiritual concerns and social agenda. With Pat, also reported on in Taken, the aliens, as I mentioned earlier, used a religious approach in their contacts with her, telling her very early on that they were angels, but, as they said, not as you've been taught. And they even had Jesus, as I said, appear in her bedroom to give us okay for a subsequent multiple family abduction event that occurred that night. Pat told me about this as her brother and sister, who also remembered the event, and said that Jesus had blonde hair and blue eyes and was very beautiful and wonderful. And I pointed out that, this is physically inconsistent with the historical Jesus that we know about from the Bible. He certainly probably didn't have blonde hair and blue eyes. And Pat could only say, well, this one did. On socio-political terms, abductees often find themselves obsessively interested in ecology, animal rights, globalism. But I've yet to see the really hard evidence, other than the ecological side of this, that this is a result of alien programming or a response, a human response to our own experiences, which tend, when one goes through trauma, to make one much more empathetic to others going through trauma. On more personal terms, abductees often go through specifically sexual obsessions, dysfunction, and compulsions. Now, because of the personal nature of sexual situations, I'm sure that so many of these reports I wish we had available to us are not well known in the abduction data body, such as other things like sperm gathering, ova gathering, fetal extractions, baby presentations, and so on. Now, I know those two are very intimate and very personal scenarios, but it seems that we humans are even more sensitive about our sexuality. And if you've ever known someone who's had a sexual assault, no matter how traumatic, unwelcome, intrusive, and criminal the event may have been, the person tends to carry, without a lot of help to get over it, a sense of shame and responsibility. This is also true for abductees. In private, although these reports are not often made public, in private, abductees have reported not only straightforward sexual encounters during abductions, as I mentioned earlier, but also the aftermath of such encounters on their lives. You might be surprised, and again you might not be, to know how many abductees report obsessions or compulsive masturbation after their experiences that they do not have control over. Overwhelming sexual appetites. Conversely, the loss of all sexual appetite or the fear of sex, as well as sexual obsessions with people the abductees normally would never be attracted to. Fact number 9. With their advanced technology, the aliens can create virtual reality scenarios that are usually absolutely real to the perceptions of the targeted abductee. Now, such capabilities have often been theorized and hypothesized and discussed in this field, but for me, they were confirmed in an extraordinary case, multiple case, that I have helped research for the last couple of years, involving an abductee named Ted Rice. This is the one story I do intend to tell in detail before going on. In the early 1990s, Ted was in Florida visiting an old friend named Marie, and she had also invited a third friend, a woman named Frances, as a house guest. Ted was in one room. Marie and Frances went to bed in twin beds in the other room. Shortly after going to bed, Ted heard his hostess, Marie, screaming, "Ted, come here quick." And he hopped up out of bed, ran down the hallway, and as he approached the other bedroom, he could see a blue glow coming through the open bedroom doorway. When he walked inside, he saw a very strange situation. His host, Marie, was pinned as far away, up against the wall, as far away from the bed area as she could, staring fixed at one of the twin beds in which Frances was still lying. The bed was surrounded by a large, spherical, blue energy field of some sort through which little lights seemed to dart and move. Frances was raised in a slightly raised position just as she had been starting to sit up in the bed and had been paralyzed in that position. Ted and Marie yelled at her, "Are you in pain? Can we help you? What's wrong?" She could barely hear them, and when she did answer them, they could barely hear her, and this is in a small bedroom. She, for several minutes, they observed, was carrying on a conversation with the ceiling. And then a few minutes later, she was carrying on a conversation with the foot of her bed. A few more minutes passed, and the sphere of electrical energy disappeared, and Frances was able to move again. When she sat up, she told them what she had been experiencing. It had begun, she said, hearing the sound of a helicopter low over the house. And in fact, she had turned to her hostess, Marie, and said, "What's a helicopter doing over the house this low, this time of night?" Marie said, "What helicopter? I don't hear anything. You're dreaming. Go back to sleep." Frances said, "No, don't you hear that helicopter?" At that point, she had started to sit up. That's when the blue sphere of energy had coalesced around the bed. Frances told them after this was over that it had seemed as if the ceiling dissolved or disappeared, and I've heard this over and over and over again, and she could see through the ceiling up to the trees above the house where there was a strange craft. She had thought it was a copter when she heard the sound, but as she looked up, it was not like any copter she had ever seen. And within this were two alien creatures, which she described in physical detail, with which she carried on a conversation for several minutes. And then she said they came out of the craft and beamed down to the foot of the bed. "Didn't you see them?" And where she carried on another few minutes of conversation. When the sphere disappeared, so did the aliens, so did the invisible ceiling, and so did the strange craft. Frances had not been able to see the blue sphere of light around the bed. All she had seen was a craft, heard noises, had a conversation with two alien entities. Marie and Ted, who were outside of this field watching this, saw and heard only the blue sphere. If they had not been in the room to observe this, Frances would have believed with all sincerity that she had had exactly the encounter she thought she had, but she didn't. Fact number 10, and this is the last on my short list of facts. It is a fact that the aliens show a mysterious interest in the human soul. And I say mysterious because of the kinds of things they do and say concerning it. Now, this part of the phenomenon is so rarely discussed in public that I don't think we really have a good pool of data to proceed on a serious discussion, but I'd like to bring it up because it is a fact that the interest is there and mysterious, and we should be concerned about it. There are a number of intriguing reports that we could start with. For instance, a young girl who the aliens asked if they could borrow her soul. Two different abductees, totally different, totally isolated from each other. It happened to both come from the St. Louis area, both shown at the age of 5, a gigantic metallic spherical object somewhere in space, and we're told in essence it was the Soul Recycling Center. Reports of abductees who recall apparent past lives in which they've inhabited alien bodies with their souls. And even in one case, a man who watched as his young body was killed and his soul energy released, captured in a container, and taken to a new replacement body where it was reintroduced into the body through the technology of the little black box you might have heard about in some of these cases. For me, that's the end of my list of facts. So I'd like to move on to the other two categories, beginning with propaganda. Propaganda is defined as any association, system, or concerted movement for the propagation of a particular doctrine or belief. With me on that. What I've learned from my own experiences and the research into this field with others shows me that the aliens are clearly practicing such programming. And they are propagating a number of beliefs within abductees and through their reports to the UFO community specifically, and then to the population in general. They shape our beliefs in part, at least our beliefs about them in part, by the physical appearances they appear to us, for one thing. And through the virtual reality capabilities that I just described to you, they can and do give us any illusion they choose during abduction scenarios. One young man, a young boy abducted with his grandmother in a situation I don't need to go into at this time, had brought into the room the grandfather. It just happened the grandfather had been dead for 6 years. Another case in which, many cases in which celebrities or well-known figures are used to, in a scenario, to persuade an abductee to participate in this or that other procedure. Jesus turns up very, very often, and he's always blue-eyed and blonde hair, and I'm sure that doesn't, maybe if we were in India we'd get Krishna, I'm not sure. Masking entities when the illusions have been seen through, and they often are. And one I think particularly important, although I've cited it before, I think it's worth repeating and tell the entire account and into the fringe. A young man who was compelled to go out of his house in the middle of the night. As we, under control, you go where you're supposed to go, and there is some evidence. We get up and take ourselves out to be abducted, whether we know it or not. Compelled to go outside for an encounter, and there, waiting for him, was a Nordic, a beautiful blonde woman. Probably the spitting image of Semyazi, who was waiting with open arms and a loving look, a little bit attractive, alluring look, in fact, for him to come into her arms. And she reached out for him and drew him towards her, and being under control, as we always are, he went for it. Expecting to get an embrace and a kiss, as the arms wrapped around him, the image of Semyazi disappeared. And what was holding him was not blonde, beautiful, or human. And what he got was not a kiss, but being thrown to the ground, pinned down, with claw marks the next day around his neck where this had been held down, while a 2-foot rod of some sort was rammed down his mouth, down his throat, and into his stomach, where the extraction of juices then took place, leaving him with the external claw marks, the scraped throat, and the taste of bile for quite a while afterwards. The aliens foster a belief, I think, in their beauty and their compassion with us through such means as showing us pretty people. I think they realize we're not as smart as we think we are, and that we often equate beauty with goodness, and you and I both know that's not always the case. They also foster a belief in the alien-human crossbreeding scenario through such repeated procedures as fetal implants and extractions, sperm and ova gathering, baby presentations, and so on. But I think, as Stanton warned us early on, we should remember that without external confirming evidence, we cannot accept this as proof. If we believe the aliens in our race can interbreed, however, it serves a lot of propaganda purposes. It makes us think we have some shared commonality, which makes us more receptive to their presence and activities. If we think we share offspring with them, this belief binds us to them even more so, just as royal marriages used to try to bind competing political parties when one wanted control over the other. The crossbreeding scenario also can lead us to see ourselves as subordinate to the aliens and dependent upon them when they tell us this is the only way your race is going to be able to survive. And they reinforce our dependence on them by warning us of the impending disasters from which only they can save us. I wish I had time to discuss what they may really be doing with the sperm and ova and fetal material they take from us, but I have yet to see confirmed proof that it has anything to do with hybridizing either their species or ours. Through the manipulation of what we think they're doing and what they tell us, they also propagate the belief that their intrusions are ultimately beneficial in purpose, in spite of the fact that so much of specific abduction events are painful, traumatic, and debasing to the person involved. We have many well-known accounts, abduction accounts, or should I say contact accounts, in which a person has been given a very positive, spiritual experience, sometimes with physical healing or expanded intelligence, psychic abilities, and these abductees feel very compelled to go out and tell you about their situations and proclaim that the spiritual benevolence of the aliens is all there is to it. And such reports can almost make you forget about the numerous other reports in which abductees experience great pain, suffering during their abductions, as well as severe, sometimes even fatal physical after effects and emotional distress afterwards. Some apologists for the aliens call such problems unfortunate but unavoidable, as if they were privy to the do's and don'ts of the alien conduct. But if inflicting pain or permanent damage can be controlled and avoided in certain cases, we can have and do have the right to ask, why is it not extended to all abductees, which it certainly is not. Just real quickly, one case I reported in Taken, Beth, a Puerto Rican woman, abducted in the late 1970s along with some of her children and her husband, went through a series of very strange physical and spiritual events during this abduction. Afterwards, suffered with a persistent, weeks-long rash that no one could explain, severe nausea for days afterwards, headaches, blinding headaches, severe hair loss, and such damage to her eyes that she developed cataracts, and she was a very young woman. This called for surgery, of course, to remove the cataracts, and the surgeon found evidence that she had had previous eye surgery, which she, of course, had never had. We have reports over and over of diseases, distress, sometimes fatal situations following immediately upon abductions, as well as the wonderful healing cases that are out there. They do exist. But if they exist for one, why do they not exist for all? And I think we need to ask that. Propaganda techniques also include perpetrating good cop, bad cop situations, or good alien, bad alien situations. You know how many accounts tell of painful, traumatic events taking place during an abduction, and then they stop when the good alien enters, the friendly one, the protector who makes it all better and takes away the pain. Binds us to them. We've got a helper. Reminds me of what goes on in some of the abduction and hostage situations we've been familiar with over the years. These things tend to instill in the abductee a sense of awe, a sense of fear, a sense of vulnerability, and in a very, very strange way, a sense of bonding and identification through that protector alien figure, making us subordinate and vulnerable in our relations with them. The aliens start early in the abductee's life to instill notions that the abductee somehow belongs to the aliens, is alien property, sometimes telling children, as they told me, that they are their parents, that the human parents are not the real parents, that we are their possession. Aliens say they have the right to do the things they do to us. They never show us, however, the warrant for that right. They foster our belief in the crossbreeding agenda. And if all we had to go on was the data related to this, that would be a very acceptable theory. But I hope I've made clear to you by what I've presented heretofore, that's certainly not all there is to the phenomenon. In a handful of cases, well, I don't have time, we're coming to a limit here. Abductees have even seen these wonderful hybrid fetuses that are supposedly going to either save their race or our race, depending on which alien you're talking to at the time, deliberately destroyed. In one case, blended up as we would do a milkshake, and when the woman, in great distress, protested this, was told in effect by the alien, "Don't get so excited, it wasn't really alive anyway, and don't worry, we won't waste any of the physical material." I wish I could go into a series of other reports along this line that bring block after block of evidence upon which to build the idea that we should not accept hybridizing and crossbreeding as the agenda. But again, time is of the essence. Programming also occurs with the sexual scenarios that are carried out, and again, without getting into the details, they are mostly reported by abductees to be invasive, unwelcome, and traumatic, having after effects on the sexuality of that person, sometimes for years afterwards. There are a lot of details we could discuss, maybe during question and answers we can. In general, alien propaganda seems designed to promote the superiority, the proprietary nature, and the benevolent status of the aliens, and the subordinate dependent position of humanity. To close, I'd like to talk very quickly about the issue of fantasy. Fantasy refers in some of its definitions to suppositions resting on no solid ground. And I think you can see already we've had alien fantasy perpetrated upon us in scenarios. I think more disturbing sometimes is the fact that there's come to be such a strong element of fantasy or fantastic thinking in the abduction research community, so that we've made the mistake of basing our theories and ideas and responses upon what is essentially alien-controlled reports from abductees that cannot be taken at face value, even by those of us who go through them. These have led to fantastic theories, those with no basis on solid evidence. And you and I have heard many, many of these statements made to the point where it's divided the community into a point where we now refer to camps of opinions, as if the soldiers on one side of the field are getting ready to take on the soldiers on the other. And this is not the way it should be. We base our theories on fantasy, and we're never going to find the truth. I wish I could end with this reply to one of the statements I consider fantasy-oriented. The aliens must be benevolent because they have the ability to conquer us, and they haven't invaded us. If they wanted to conquer us, they could. Therefore, they must be our friends. And my reply first is, every time a person is abducted, there is an invasion. Also, please remember, there are many more sophisticated ways to invade than to use weapons of mass destruction. If they can control and manipulate the way we think, the things we see, and how we emotionally respond, they don't need those weapons. I have to bring this to a close, and I would like to say that we must, I think, get rid of the fantasy element in our thinking in this field. We have our own human needs and desires that also help shape our thinking, not just the alien control data that abductees report. We do not want this to be a bad situation, therefore we don't let ourselves think it could be. We do not want to think our government is involved in any way in this because it's too frightening. The implications are far too frightening, so we ignore them or deny them or rationalize them. We feel so helpless sometimes to affect any change in the abduction scenario that we forego focusing on the big questions and resign ourselves in effect to abductee therapy, which of course is necessary, but it's not abduction research. The point is not so much learning how to live with the situation as it is finding answers to the questions of who in truth these beings are, why they're here, what technology they possess that allows them to implant and control us, to clone our bodies, to harvest our energy and our physical material, and to find out what our government knows about this agenda and what it may be trying to do about it, and why part of that involves intimidating, surveilling, and even abducting abductees. And I think these are the ideas now on 25th year anniversary of MUFON, when we have to look forward to where ufology should go. In the field of abduction research, these are the areas that I would advocate we concentrate our energies. In spite of whatever wishes, fears, and prejudices we bring into this, there is no room for fantasy in our thinking about the potential consequences of the alien presence. Thank you.
Hot damn. That was amazing. That was Karla Turner. That was from 1995. Smart woman. We're going to keep going with the podcast. We're steamrolling, because I feel like there's just a lot going on. Give me a second. Hopefully I don't get blown up or something. I'm going to switch the pods, but we're going to say what's up. Yeah, this stream is made possible by viewers like you. Yo, what up, Kraft? You making stuff? That's cool, man. That's what I like to hear. Guys, if you are enjoying the stream, why don't you throw a subscribe my way? We do plenty of stuff like this and a whole lot more. Thanks for tuning in. Happy Monday. We're going to continue with some more Minecraft and UFOs right here at HeadshotH4rry. Hey guys, we're gonna get started in just a second. I'm switching over.
for Out of the Blue back in the...
I don't care what people think about this documentary if they don't watch it. Watch it. That's all I care about, is that you watch it.
Na cabeça. Algum óleo no corpo. Tinha pé grande, uns olhos super regalados, vermelho.
I don't think there's a better, more well-documented recent case in the world. They captured one.
Criatura, cabelinho no cantinho, acoada, com medo.
Like a alien. Only this moment because had
witness in studio 22nd. Hi, my name's Alex, and I'm February 22nd, 2022.
All right, folks, I'm switching over. We got Area 52 that is on YouTube. This is featuring James Fox. All right.
I was working as a crew member on a TV show at Austin Studios in Austin, Texas. And in the early afternoon hours, we witnessed a craft that was spinning in a clockwise direction about 3,000 to 6,000 feet above the studio. It was horseshoe or crescent-shaped, white in color, and had a light corona around it. We watched this craft for about 5 minutes and noticed a white orb shoot southbound across the parking lot at a height of about 1,000 feet. While we tracked the orb, the craft disappeared. Never saw it again that day. 5 weeks later, on March 31st, 2022, I witnessed the craft in the same location at the same studio at a height of about 1,000 feet, and it was massive. It was about the size of a coach bus, spinning in the same clockwise direction with no decals, no windows, no visible signs of propulsion, moving in the same clockwise direction towards the horizon. I also witnessed this with 2 other crew members at the time and have had no explanation as to what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get into today's video, I want to introduce an exclusive clip that we've been given courtesy of James Fox. This clip features Dr. Italo Venturelli, who was the neurosurgeon who actually telepathically communicated with this being as it was lying in the hospital bed. I also want to say that this was not abundantly clear in James's documentary, but many people have addressed this online afterwards, that Italo had in fact kind of changed his story, where initially he said he'd seen a video of the being, and now he says that he was in the room with the being. The reason for that, from what I understand, is that he did not want to thrust himself into the limelight. Many people working at that same hospital obviously felt the same by keeping their privacy and anonymity. They would remove themselves from any potential harm to their career or to their lives. After suffering a near-fatal heart attack and also losing his partner, earlier, Italo had a change of heart in that moment and decided to come clean on what exactly he saw. Now, he puts his reputation on the line as a neurosurgeon. He is someone you would trust to operate on your brain for 13 hours straight. And as we find out later in our interview, was actually fired due to his earlier comments prior to the release of this documentary. And they have since reinstated his position because the hospital couldn't function to its fullest capacity without him. So if you're thinking that he is not fit to be a doctor because of these claims, you are sorely mistaken. He is still a practicing brain surgeon. I will let the video play for itself in its original language to convey both his emphasis, his cadence, and his genuine message. After which the podcast will begin. Please enjoy this message from Dr. Italo Venturelli.
Meu nome é Italo Venturelli. Eu juro que o que eu vou dizer para vocês é verdade, nada mais do que a verdade. Sou médico há 46 anos e em 1996, no dia 20 de janeiro, eu fui chamado para ver um paciente, né? E quando eu fui ver, não era um ser do nosso planeta, né? que fui chamado eventualmente para dar minha opinião sobre o caso, e eu vi o caso sob o ponto de vista médico. Consciente, sem dor, sem sangramento, respirando bem, muito calmo, muito tranquilo, parecia uma criança de uns 7 anos, branquinho, não tinha mau cheiro, a cabecinha grande, mas em forma de gota, né? Boca pequenininha, uma das mãos estava dentro de um campo e outra para fora. O olho não era vermelho, estava lilás, também em forma de gota, e me olhou de uma maneira muito tranquila, não estava agitado, não estava agressivo, não estava com dor, e na minha opinião não estava com medo também. Na minha opinião, estava entendendo o que estava acontecendo ali. E um olhar muito bonito de ver, um olhar assim sem julgamento, né? 2 vezes ele olhou para mim, olhou para a janela, olhou para mim outra vez. Eu senti assim, eu fiquei próximo dele, né? 1,5 metro, assim, não toquei nele, mas eu fiquei próximo. E a maneira de olhar é uma maneira assim que ele parece que era uma inteligência maior do que a nossa, do que a humana, né? Que ele estava entendendo, apesar de ele estar assim numa situação de defesa, ele não estava com medo, ele estava entendendo o que estava acontecendo, né? Possivelmente deveria ter algum propósito, alguma coisa para estar fazendo o que ele estava fazendo. E a verdade é que eu sou testemunha ocular, eu vi o ser sim. Pode falar o que for, brincam, zombam, fala uma porção de coisas, mas eu vi ali, deitado na minha frente. É importante as pessoas saberem que não estamos falando de dinheiro, estamos falando de uma coisa que muda o conceito da humanidade, né? Que é um ser de um outro local. Eu fui lá, não fui procurar, eu fui lá por um chamado, num acaso, ver um outro paciente e eu vi. Eu acho importante as pessoas saberem que sim, quem fala que viu, quem viu espaçonave, viu, nós vimos mesmo. E não é fácil ficar aqui na frente da câmera falando sobre isso. Que perguntam, parece que a gente está mentindo, você tem que insistir. Já jurei que vi mesmo e vi, né? Que os seres mais novos acreditem que existe sim.
Boom, this feels familiar.
It does.
It's almost a year. It's been almost exactly, actually, a year. Actually, January would make it a year since you graced us with your presence here in the skiff. James Fox, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me on. Before we start, I have to say one thing. This will be a first. Un chasseur sachant chasser sans son chien faisait sécher ses chaussettes sur une sous sèche. Doom.
Okay. How long have you been rehearsing this, and how long have you been holding it from me?
Oh, 20 years.
That's crazy. Crazy French tongue twister for all of you that thought your the video was glitching. Yeah, I didn't actually. We went out to dinner last night, and I didn't realize how good your French is.
Oh, thank you.
Very good. Very Parisian.
Very Parisian, yes.
Yeah, you spent a lot of time in...
I lived in Paris, yeah.
Yeah, how long?
2 years.
Wow, and you picked all that up in 2 years. Pretty good.
Well, I really immersed myself, and I had a roommate who didn't speak a stitch of English, which was incredibly frustrating. His name was André Lavieck. And first 3 to 5 months, particularly when we were arguing over something, I was so frustrated because I was like, I couldn't communicate with this guy, and English wasn't on the table at all.
Whoa.
But after 5-6 months, it really, plus I was going to school.
Yeah.
And so that really helped. And I wanted to learn it.
I like that you folded and he didn't. He's like, this is Paris. I will not speak English.
We got into an argument. Okay, I like chocolate. I'm a huge chocolate fan. As you noticed last night, I got the chocolate cake. I love chocolate. And he's like, il faut mettre un peu de sel au-dessous et ça fait sortir le vrai goût.
Yeah.
So you have to put salt on your chocolate.
With dark chocolate, maybe, yeah.
It brings out, but I didn't want salt. This is like years ago. Nobody put salt on their chocolate. I was like, no, I don't want salt on it. He goes, well, then you cannot have, So we got this argument. So every time I see chocolate with salt on top, I think of this guy, André Lavieck, and he's like, well, fine, you're not, and he take his...
So stupid.
So stupid.
Amazing.
Anyway.
Speaking of chocolate, let's segue to aliens.
Yes, sir.
You, sir, have just released the next phase of Moment of Contact by the time this airs.
Yes.
And which is, for me... possibly the most convincing case of not only crash retrieval, but of being interaction that I've ever heard. It is, I will say with confidence, I'm not one to sling around I believe or I don't believe. I am at as near 100% conviction that this is true as I can possibly be, especially after this latest iteration, and it is an update to the previous moment of contact. What's the full title?
It's Moment of Contact, and then : New Revelations of Alien Encounters.
Yeah. Unbelievable, unprecedented interviews with, for anyone out there thinking, it's just some townsfolk and a farmer and no. And by the way, I believe farmers too.
Yeah, of course.
No slight to farmers. Exactly. I actually believe them a lot more than most people.
Yeah.
But we're talking pathologists. We're talking neurosurgeons who are head of multiple hospitals. We're talking police chiefs. We're talking really the most credible people that a community could produce.
Absolutely.
And all of this happened almost exactly 30 years ago.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, I kind of like to just back up a moment here because,
sure.
I think it's important for people to realize, I didn't just believe it because I heard a UFO crash and aliens. In fact, it was quite the opposite. When I heard about this case, I was working on my second UFO documentary. It turned out to be Out of the Blue. And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. I heard about it through my partner that we were producing Out of the Blue with. And he's like, oh, mate, we got to look into this crash case in Brazil, and these live aliens walking through the town. And I just...
Sounds absurd.
I couldn't have dismissed it faster. I mean, it was like, yeah, you're nuts. I'm not going to spend 1 second looking into that absolute garbage of a case.
Yeah.
And I remember probably... I made Out of the Blue, okay? Didn't look into it. Refused to read one thing about it. That Out of the Blue came out. Then I made another documentary, I Know What I Saw, which took me probably 3 or 4 years. And that was a 2-hour special for the History Channel. And at the end of that, I got invited to give a presentation in Brazil on the film I'd done, I Know What I Saw. And a really good friend of mine who's been very influential behind the scenes and helping me get... distribution and stuff like that. He never wanted credit, never wanted a penny. His name was Jeff Sagansky, and I had a lot of respect for him, very high up on the entertainment industry food chain. And he's like, oh, James, you're going to Brazil. This is years later.
Yeah.
You're going to Brazil. Oh, you got to look into that UFO crash case with live aliens in Virginia. And I thought,
he was persistent.
God, no, this is another guy.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So my other partner was
this is your second sign.
This is a second. So he tells me, and I was like, God, not this case. But I had so much respect for him, and he was so helpful and influential that I just said, yeah, Jeff, sure, yeah, I'll definitely look into that for you. Absolutely, yeah, for sure. All right, you take care. Goodbye. Click. Yeah, I'm not going to waste 1 second on that ridiculous case.
Jeff changed your life.
I just really want people to understand how opposed to this case I was. And I was making UFO documentaries. I totally, completely respect any skepticism. All I ask is that the people suspend judgment.
Absolutely.
And just listen to the firsthand eyewitness testimony because it's riveting.
In your defense, somebody saying crash saucer, crash craft, beings running around town, most people would have the same reaction. You weren't confronted with the amount of evidence that you've compiled.
Yeah.
When, this was brought to your attention. Nobody came up to you and said, well, there's a head neurosurgeon that actually will testify that he looked at the live being in the eyes for several minutes and had telepathic communication with him. You weren't told, oh, there's a pathologist that once they did the test on the bacteria determined that this is nothing like they've seen in their entire careers. And these guys have been working for 45 years as professional pathologists and have done 1 million, biological tests and have never seen anything. You weren't confronted with a police chief saying, yeah, there was aliens. This was all prior to that. So I think you're forgiven, and I think most people would have felt the same way. But things have changed. You've been to Brazil over 15 times. Well, how many times?
By the time this airs, I would have been there 3 times this year alone.
3 times this year. So you've been going for 15 years, what I meant to say.
Yes, 15, 16 years. Yeah, and I'm going back and forth. And going there, not believing it.
Yeah.
In fact, quite the contrary. I reluctantly, after meeting with Stanton Friedman, who just so happened to be in the same place I was, invited to the same conference I was on my first time. And I was like,
he was high conviction on it too.
He's like, oh, James, because somehow it came up at the conference, and we were in a place called Peruíbe to the south of Sao Paulo. I think it was on the coast. In fact, I know it was on the coast. And he's like, oh, yeah, you heard about the case? I was like, oh, God. I started rolling my eyes, and I was like, yeah, I've heard about it, but, come on, live aliens walking. And then Stanton's like, no, man, you should look into that. And Stanton is the reason why him and a handful of others, that Kevin Randall and Don Schmidt.
I mean, John Mack.
Well, that we know about.
Case, yeah.
Well, of course, yeah. But I was just saying that I had so much respect for him because of him. We're talking about Roswell, right?
Absolutely.
Kevin Randall and Don Schmidt.
Oh, right.
A handful of others. So I was like, okay, I'll take a look. I'll take a look. And I hooked up with a guy, Marco Leal, who deserves colossal amount of credit. And he was kind of into it early on. I think maybe he'd been at it for 6 years when we met. And there was other researchers that came before me, Claudio Covo, A.J. Javard, Ubarajada Rodriguez, Paccaccini, Marco Petit. Those guys deserve credit, really. But there was, I think it was only one article when it happened in, I think it was the Wall Street Journal, written by one guy, and it was like basically stinky aliens get the attention of the town in a place in Brazil, and it was somewhat dismissive, but that was it. It was the only news coverage it got in America. That one little article in the Wall Street Journal in 1996.
Yeah,
that was it. So Americans didn't hear about it, even though the Americans and I didn't realize the Americans were involved with the case until like over a decade.
Yeah, they kept a really tight lid.
They almost got away with it.
They almost got away with it.
They did.
That's so crazy. So today, what I'd like to go through with you, thank you for that, for bringing us all up to date. There are several new pieces of information, testimony, and not just anecdotal evidence, but actual evidence of this being completely an anomalous event.
Yeah.
That features many, anomalies within it.
Yes.
And so what we're going to do today is I'd like to go through, basically, I watched the documentary and I took all my notes, and I'd like to go through certain parts for you to maybe go into a little bit more detail, and because of cutting, we couldn't get into those in the film. But also, I want to spend a large part of this time going through the case of Marco Cerisi and his autopsy report, which I've been provided.
Yeah.
I have a copy of the autopsy report, which we've had translated. And for those of you who do not know, Mr. Cerisi was in the military, and he was the person who took this being in his arms and brought him into the hospital, and then developed a severe bacteriological viral illness that killed him within weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a complete mystery.
Yep.
Until now. Now we kind of have a lot more evidence about that. So I think it's just a really important case.
Yeah, and thank you, Dr. Giannini, the founder of IPD, who did the analysis back in 1996. And thank you, Dr. Armando, for having the courage to come forward on camera for this latest cut and put your necks out for the rest of us, because these people have everything to lose, nothing to gain, lifelong reputations in their field. And essentially, particularly Dr. Giannini is coming forward and saying, I've never seen anything like it before.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like it since. And I've done thousands and thousands of analysis, forensic pathologists for decades.
And I want to get to that because there's also Dr. Furtado.
Yes.
The cardiologist.
Oh, yeah. Well, that
who Marco went to go see right at the beginning because he had problems. This was like this was mentioned that Marco came clean to this doctor because he's like,
oh yeah. So sorry. Yes,
I need you to save my life, because essentially he was ill and he spilled the beans in hopes that it would help him find some type of cure with his illness and what was going on with him.
So Are we talking specifically about Marco Cherise right now? Because okay, I was going to say what led us to the other guy, but yeah, we can laser-like focus on that.
Let's start a little bit before that.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I want to start with Carlos de Souza.
Okay.
Carlos, who was the original crash witness that you featured in the first moment of contact.
Yes.
Has an incredible emotional reaction to the crash site where he literally falls to his knees and cries.
Yeah.
Just a startling piece of footage watching that.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm so glad you guys caught that on video. That was just such a powerful moment. And Carlos is a geography professor.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's not
and an ultralight pilot.
And yeah, absolutely. So, you know, he's got a keen eye. He's a credible witness. And, you know, you were able to talk to him and bring him to the crash site. Can you tell me what it was like watching him just start running and being, you know, telling you it's here, aquí. He's like, it's here. That was just such an emotional piece.
Well, it was really initially quite frustrating because Marco Leal had found, because, okay, so I'm going to back up for a minute. I did a film called The Phenomenon, and in The Phenomenon, I worked for 5 or 6 years, maybe a little longer, on the Virginia case, you know, and I was introducing Rua. I did a bunch of cases around the world, one in Australia, one in Africa, you know, just cases scattered across the world, and one of the cases I was going to cover in the film was Virginia. But at the end of the day, I got towards the end of The Phenomenon, and I just thought, you know, this really doesn't fit, and I'm missing critical witnesses. We're missing the guy, the crash witness. It came forward one time and then vanished for 26 years. There was just other aspects of the story, and I decided to delete it out of the film, which was a very painful day. I call it killing your darlings. And I remember the very day when in the timeline and all the work I'd done and all the, you know, transcribe, you know, the subtitle, everything, just click, boom, gone. And Marco was devastated. He's like, we've been working on this for so long. I can't believe you did that. I was like, Marco, there's more witnesses we got to find. I was like, I can't squeeze it in here. It's not going to work. We're going to make a film on this case, but we got to go and find these witnesses. We got to find the crash witness. We got to find, you know, Carlos de Souza and many others. And so I said, we're gonna put a laser-like focus on this case, and we're gonna make a movie just about this case because it warrants it. Marco, with the help of other Brazilian researchers, and they found Carlos de Souza and managed to get him to consider coming forward. And then we met with him. We flew there, I think it was in 2021, with a camera crew. We were going to be there for a month. And he agreed to come meet with us in Sao Paulo, which he did. And then we had FaceTime with him and, hey, man, can we take you back for the first time in 26, 27 years, whatever it's been, to the crash site?
Whoa.
You hadn't been there since 96. Would you do, you know, and he agrees to do it. So we go off to the site, and we're driving around aimlessly and you know, Mailini Farm, just outside Virginia. And he can't find the bloody crash site. And we were looking all over. In the movie, it's condensed to just a few minutes. I don't know, could have been an hour, could have been 2 hours. And I'm thinking to myself, how does this guy not know where the bloody crash site is? Like, I mean, oh yeah, it's been over a quarter of a century. And I'm thinking, this movie's not off to a good start. You know, we hadn't gotten like military acts and these other people. Because you find a witness, and just because you find the witnesses, getting them to come forward on camera, even anonymously, is nearly impossible. Like, I can't even tell you, Marco Leal deserves so much credit. He would massage contacts with us for 5 years, 6, 7, 8 years. Souza gets out there, he can't find it. Like, he doesn't recognize anything. The topography had changed, you know? So I'm thinking to myself, like, man, Jesus, this is terrible. So then I had a drone, and he kept saying there's a white house. And I said, how you know? I know there's one aspect of this. There was a small white house. I took the drone up in the sky, and I remember seeing this tiny little roof off in the distance. Some trees had grown. I guess you couldn't see it from where we were. And I was like, okay, this could be it. And we were running down to that spot. And I remember my cameraman, he was an older guy, Dave West. He's amazing. But he was like, slow down, like you got to slow down. I can't be. I said, Dave, if you can't this is happening. This is unraveling as it's unraveling, and you're going to have to capture the moment or not. And so we're all running, and we're just chasing after him because
he's like, stop the car. You see it like panic in his eyes. He's like, stop driving now.
Yes.
It's here.
And he's running down to the spot, and you can just see like it's all happening.
It's connecting.
He's reliving everything. He's looking around. I mean, you could just see in his face and tears flowing down his face, and it's a very dramatic moment in the movie. And I was extremely grateful that it wasn't a reenactment, man. We captured it as it unraveled, and it was just amazing. But I tell you, 2 hours prior, I was thinking the whole time, like, shit, this is not going well.
Yeah. So I'm glad you caught that.
Yeah.
It was amazing, even to see him have a branch, because the craft that crashed there was like a tube-like structure, was like some cigar-like, and with a breach in the hull, and it was like it was going down, and he kind of did this, and then he went like this, and I'm like, because when you're explaining with your hand, the UFO was here, and then it went here, you don't really visualize it, but when he had the stick and he went like this, and I was like, whoa, that must be so wild to witness.
I have that stick in my office,
really,
in my edit room. I look at it every day.
Yeah,
I do. And it even had like a torn bit at the backside, which is exactly what the craft he described. Everyone who saw the craft, either struggling in the sky, said that it had a tear in the back of it, and they had like a white vapor smoke coming out.
The farmers that live nearby.
Yeah, Enrico and Oralini.
Yeah,
the Fretas.
They also said there was a breach in the back.
Yes, and they said that they wouldn't have heard it or seen it had it not been for the animals on their farm going crazy.
The cows, right? Yeah.
Yeah, all the animals were going crazy. And so they came up, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, and they came out there and they saw this cigar-shaped submarine or the size of a big school bus, all like aluminum cigar, aluminum with a gash in the back with white vapor, not like a smoke from a fire. They described it as a white vapor coming out the back. And she was like, I was just waiting for it to hit the ground. Like it was struggling to stay in the air.
Unbelievable.
Then we have a new witness. And for the first time in this case, we got maps, Google Maps. And we did, graphics of like, okay, this is where this person, this is Furtado, this is Orlina, this is where the actual thing crashed according to Carlos. And it all made perfect sense.
Yeah, of course.
It was right there. It's like,
what a beautiful visualization for anyone trying to piece that together, because if you've not been, you have no idea.
No, and you don't know if they're going to all align. You don't know at the time. It's like we got the map. It's like, oh my God.
You guys did that in the first one with the sort of suburb of, the town.
Encounter.
Yeah, the encounter, where we had the different blockades, and we had, where the girls saw the being. And but yeah, to see it all map out like that, you're like, wow, that's exactly where the witnesses would be at that angle. And so, yeah, that was great.
And we don't have to get into this now, but we also make the connection for the first time. We had featured, which in my opinion is one of the better night shots of a disc cracked.
I want to get to that.
Sorry,
for me, I mean, I was like, the UFO nerd in me is like, dude, that's authentic. It lines up with, all the stories you hear from, was it Chuck Clark?
Chuck Clark talked about, he had a copy of a disc, but...
Yeah, but it lines up with what the stories that you hear about what he saw, which is like this orange glowing thing. If you look at also, there's the guy in Mexico who, Carlos Diaz.
Yeah, Carlos Diaz, yeah.
His photos line up with that. And there's several others that really... I think Bob Lazar's case, when they went out to S4 on those few nights, it's kind of the same thing, this glowing molten thing, right?
It's like the skin is alive.
Yeah, like it's roiling, dynamic.
Yes, like phosphorus on a beach. The whole thing is just glowing like it's all energy source or something.
So, we have Carlos de Souza, is it pronounced, or de Souza? Could be
Carlos
either.
de Souza. I've heard it pronounced.
Okay.
Carlos de Souza.
All right. We have him then after that going to a gas station for coffee and being accosted by gentlemen who told him basically, you're not to talk about this and you're to shut up, which is par for the course when it comes to the UFO stuff, but exactly what happened to like absolutely everybody you've talked to in that movie as well. They all say the exact same thing, whether it was from the Americans or whether it was from, the Brazilian military.
Yeah.
So that happens. Now...
But before, so when Carlos was driving on the freeway early in the morning to go ultralight flying, he saw in the sky, it was early in the morning, 4:35 a.m., something like this. He saw that cigar-shaped craft exactly like the other witnesses described, and he was like, what? And he was thinking like maybe some sort of experimental craft or some secret military thing. He didn't know what it was, but he was like, clearly those guys
are in trouble.
They're in trouble and it's going down.
Pilot to pilot, he was like...
Yeah, so he got off the freeway and he saw it just crash into the ground, and he came up there and he was thinking, I'm going to help the pilot. He never once thought extraterrestrial. He never thought UFO. He was just like, I got to help. And he arrived at the scene, and he said there was a half a piece of the cigar-shaped craft, about half the size of a large school bus, intact. And then the other half was scattered over a very large area, bigger than a football field, of small sort of like aluminum pieces of different shapes, torn. And he said he got out of the car and the smell was so overwhelming, like of ammonia and sulfur. Like he said, he grabbed his shirt and put it over his face. He just couldn't believe how strong his eyes were watering. There was some sort of weird chemical acid on the grass. It was burning the grass. And he picked up one of these little pieces. He's just scratching his head. He's so baffled. And he said he held it in his hands. And he said it was like so light that he couldn't really feel it in his hands. And he could crumple it up. And then when he let it go, it would reform into the shape that it was in when he picked it up. And this was happening. And he's just he's baffled of this. So what is this? And that's when military trucks from the base EZA had come in from the opposite direction that he arrived. And they threatened him at gunpoint to leave. And that, at which point, he got in his car, he left, and then 10, 15 minutes later, while he stopped just to gather himself at a gas station cafe, and he was having a coffee, and that's when these men rolled up in suits and threatened him. Yeah.
I had forgotten that he had touched the craft, that he had a piece in his hand.
Yes.
And resembles a lot of, the Roswell lore as well, about the memory metal or whatever.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And then the smell, obviously, the tying, the string that ties this all together is this overwhelming smell of ammonia and sulfur, which is also comically the only thing that made it to this article in the United States about the stinky aliens. So.
I'm going to say one more thing, and this is something that I've been doing recently, is I'm asking all the witnesses, the first-hand witnesses, people like Carlos and Dr. Italo, which we'll get to later, if they're willing to take a public lie detector test, and they're all immediately, without a moment's hesitation, yes.
Yeah.
Put my right hand on a Bible, I will, yes.
And if there's anybody else watching this that, obviously this might be translated into many different languages on YouTube, they do that automatically now. And so if there's anyone out there in Virginia who has any more information about any of this, I think it's good to put it at the top of the episode.
Can I give you my Proton, text it to you, and you can put it across the screen?
Absolutely.
To reach out to us? Oh,
yep.
Okay.
Yep. Feel free to reach out to James if you have any information on this that you think could aid in his research and into the investigation of what happened.
Particularly on the American side.
Ooh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, if you're over here and you have any information about it, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be interesting. We'll get to that.
Really want to hear from you.
Yeah, because that ties everything together.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that FOIA request as well. So then after this happens, this military blockade starts happening around town. Yeah. And this is a town that's not familiar with this type of activity.
It's about a week later.
Yeah. And is it a week later?
Several days later, yeah. Uh-huh.
Wow. Okay, so the crash retrieval happened.
Yeah.
Whoa. I didn't realize it was that long after. I thought it was immediately.
No, not immediately. It was several days. Yeah. And I know it's a head scratcher because
does that mean these aliens were running around for a few days?
There's all this speculation as to how they got from that location to town. And there's some waterways. When we looked at overhead, there's some waterways, so possibility of waterways that would lead to where they were spotted in town. But again, this is speculation.
Sure, so, yeah, of course, but all you can do is...
Some people say there was a pod, an escape pod. That's one, theory. Nobody really knows. And I talked to some of the most leading researchers in Brazil that have been scratching their heads on this case. Were there other crashes during that time? I don't think anyone has a definitive answer to that.
Yeah.
But The most plausible, according to everyone that I've talked to, is that they managed to get their way, and they were hiding out
by the water, through
the waterways. Yeah.
Yeah, and
but that's speculation.
It is speculation, obviously, but also, because later on we'll encounter this family, an entire family, by the way, who's got nothing to gain, everything to lose, that came out and said, there was this disc that was spinning.
Didn't want to go on camera.
No, they were so excited to talk about it finally. Yeah. And then other people in town who also admitted to the same thing, that there was this reconnaissance effort that everybody said the same thing. It looked like it was looking for something. And that's just like something that I suppose you'd have to experience to understand. Because I'm like, how could you determine? But if you look at the pattern something's doing, you're like, it's looking for something. And
not only that, but this is something else that just like, I got goosebumps just thinking about it. Because when we were at their house, I had flown the drone up prior to that really high to get a really good, I put the camera straight down. I really want to get a lay of the land. I want to see where the creature was allegedly captured by Eric Lopes and Marco Schweezy. I want to see where the girls encountered the creature, like, in proximity to where it was captured. And in one shot, let's just say, okay, for several block area, you got like this. So the girls see it here, captured here, just a few blocks away, and then 5 blocks away is the family that we interviewed. The entire family, the mother, the husband, the daughter, they were right here. And that craft was flying exactly over the area where all this went down. So that was like...
So whatever your drone was seeing was what the craft was seeing, essentially.
Well, yeah, and not only that, but it was like, oh my God, it makes perfectly good sense. If there was a search and rescue effort, I know it sounds crazy, but if there was an extraterrestrial or whatever search and rescue effort, that's exactly where it would have been.
Yep. And I think at this point, with the amount of evidence you brought forward, it's safe to assume that is a possibility.
Extreme possibility. Yep. And that's getting into that video footage that you and I could talk about a little later.
Yes, sir.
But that's impressive.
It really is. So this military blockade happens a week later, which is wild. This town smells. The smell is being carried out. It's probably being talked about by everyone. So at which point everyone's pretty on board that something weird is happening. In fact, the news crew then gets alerted about, hey, maybe we should investigate this blockade.
First time that we have all 3 reporters that were there going on camera for me. Yeah. I'd heard about, I'd gotten one, Nay, but not the 2 others. And they went on camera for the first time basically saying that they were making inquiries. They were stopped at the military blockade, but their other 2 had gone to as a military base and were questioning. And they said to the news reporters, you ask one more question and you're going to jail.
Yeah. What if you ask one more question?
Their
that's
reporters
right.
are doing their job.
Yep.
And they went on camera and said, they said one more question, you're going to jail.
And that's like you said, it's never happened before. It's never happened after.
No.
It was serious. And they kept saying, national security, and he's trying to ask just one question, and they were threatened to be
weather balloons are not national security.
Yeah.
And neither is the Gene. There was some effort to like write off what the girls had seen at some gentleman in town, which I've seen him multiple times. He's got a birth defect, and they're like, "Oh, it's my gene or something like this." And I was like, "Oh my God, that's so absurd that everyone's seen him, everyone knows him, And they just try to, they were just throwing whatever they could against the wall to see what would stick, and of course nothing. And here we are, almost 30 years later.
Yeah, the skeptics of this case, after watching and reading through the autopsy report and hearing the witness testimonies, the skeptics of this case look more insane to me than any testimony I've ever heard about any alien being. This is by far one-sided here. Like, I mean, if anybody's skeptical, I'm skeptical of them and their motives now.
Yeah.
Because if you're coming up to me after watching this, reading through the documents and looking at all of the evidence that you've brought forward over the last 15 years, if you're going to sit here and tell me that this didn't happen, I'm skeptical that you're probably part of the cover-up. That's where I'm at with this case now. And I don't say that lightly.
You'd have to be like...
No, you'd have to be absolutely in on a cover-up.
Chief of police, 2 forensic pathologists, head neurosurgeon, guy that ran 3 different hospitals in the area, the head neurosurgeon
who's still
working there today.
Yeah. He's risking everything.
He has everything to lose and nothing to gain by coming forward. It's like, plus the chief of police, plus the military actually drove it, plus the 3 girls that came face to face with it in broad daylight, 10 feet away.
It's overwhelming.
The guy that took the X-rays. I mean, there's so much evidence, so much compelling firsthand eyewitness testimony. Then you got the video of a craft matching the description in and around. Oh yeah, it's a little to the south, but at the same year. It's just, oh my gosh. Yeah.
I mean,
incredibly.
How many millions did everybody get paid to be on camera for this documentary, James? That's what we all really want to know.
I know, right?
Especially the neurosurgeon. Can you imagine?
I tell people
he's a neurosurgeon. He makes enough money.
I could give you an hour-long story behind every interview and how it came about and how difficult it was to obtain. And people are terrified all these years later still, you know. But there are power in numbers, and I encourage people to come forward and join this movement.
Let's talk about Valkyria, Liliane, and Katya.
Yes.
The 3 girls who witnessed this being.
Yes.
You covered this in the first one. We revisit in the second one, probably some of the most compelling eyewitness testimony to a non-human alien being, we can say. You know, you spent a lot of time with them. Mm-hmm. You spent time with their mother as well.
Marta?
Yeah, Marta, who, you know, firmly...
there was anyway, come to me a second. Marta was the sister of the deceased military officer.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Her name will come to me. I love her very much. I was just with her just a few months ago.
But she, you know, firmly refused to...
accept a bribe.
Accept a bribe from American gentlemen that said, hey, look, we can give you this money and you can just go live a life. All we ask is that you just go without asking questions. And she's like, not if it means calling my daughters here liars.
Yeah. So she said that there were, I think it was 3 guys, 2 in suits that remained silent. The third one that spoke Portuguese with a heavy accent, called them foreigners, offered American dollars, a briefcase filled that they could leave the country, live out their life. All she had to do was get her daughter to say they were lying. It was some kind of deranged animal or dog or something like that, and she refused to accept. And Louisa is her name, and she's to this day, you know, struggles financially, and she was like, there's no amount of money you're gonna give me that's gonna make me call my own daughters liars. Leave my house or I'm calling the police.
Yep.
In fact, she was one of the first people, after decades of hearing these so-called men in black, and I would touch on it maybe lightly, a little here and a little there. I went all in on her. I was like, I looked her in the eye. This woman's telling the truth.
And there's so many others that had those encounters. In fact, a lot of people in town up and left.
Oh, I mean, Paccaccini disappeared for the better part of 20 years.
Yeah.
Paccaccini was one of the lead researchers.
Yeah.
And if his accountant, he's willing to take a lie detector test with his right hand on a Bible. He's seen the video of the creature. So Paccaccini was one of the lead researchers. Claudio Covo, Paccaccini, Uberajada Rodriguez, Marco Betti, AJ Javard, but primarily Paccaccini and Uberajada. They were really deep in it. And Uberajada Rodriguez, who was a very well-known lawyer in the state, I think it's Minas Gerais, the state of Minas Gerais in Virginia. But in any case, Paccaccini, according to, you know, I just spoke to him. He's working with us now. He said that he was fired at. He was under a lot of pressure. Uberajara kind of just went quiet. Claudio Covo died. AJ Javard died. Marco Petit still talks about it, but and of course Marco Leal is working nonstop. But according to Paccaccini, he was shot at, he was threatened, and he disappeared for the bet. He was like, I just need to let everything cool off. He went and lived with his mother for I think 20 years.
Yeah.
And now he's getting back involved with the case again.
But even a lot of civilians were just like up and moved, who've lived there their whole lives. Like you mentioned in the first documentary, there was like their neighbors were like, yeah, he just up and left. And there was people
just went quiet.
Yeah, people just went quiet, and I'm sure people accepted some bribes. And
we had something really weird happen to us while we were there as well, which I can go into detail if you want. But,
well, let's go.
Well, so one thing that I've learned in this field is that when you sometimes when you really you obviously want to get a witness on camera, don't talk about going on camera at first. Just say, hey, you know what? Can we just meet? Can I get you a coffee? Can we have dinner? meet with them, look them in the eyes, get to know each other. There's nothing like FaceTime, right? And get to know each other a little bit. And then if that individual decides or is contemplating on going on camera, maybe under the right conditions, or maybe you hide their face, whatever. Don't wait. Don't wait one day. Don't wait 1 hour. Like, if they're willing to do it, go. And I'll tell you, with Military X, it was like, he literally said to me early on, there's all the money in the world, I'm never going to come forward. So, hey, I understand. Look, can we just get together? We got together, FaceTime, had an incredible time. We talked about family relationships. I talked about my father with his struggle with multiple sclerosis, just kind of getting to know each other. He talked about his wife and becoming a dad and all these, things, kind of get to know each other a little bit. And then we kind of got into his involvement in an official capacity for the military, driving the creature, blah, blah, blah,
Mm-hmm.
Seen it in the hospital, all this stuff.
Yeah, seeing the feet.
Right, exactly. And yeah, maybe more. But he started to waver, like maybe he would meet with us and maybe under the right circumstance he would go on camera. And let's just say it was a Sunday. And I said to Marco, and he was like, well, maybe Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. And I said, how about right now? Well, I don't know, Marco and I didn't even shave, I don't even think I brushed my teeth. I said, we're getting in the car and we're going right now, because I know I've been here before.
Yeah, this is gone.
So we go. Anyway, we ended up getting him on camera from the back, disguised as a voice, and I think it was like the next day or maybe the day after, we were going to meet with a gentleman that was also involved in the transportation. Or he went out from military base. He went to one of the hospitals, allegedly had shot some video, and we were going to make an introduction to that individual. I think it was the next day or the day after. And Marco was going to pose as the cousin of Military X. I was not going to be invited, but hey, whatever. We'll take what we can get. They got a phone call. So Military X got a phone call, and it was from the base. And they said, hey, how you doing, so-and-so? And, yeah, family doing good? Oh, good. You still living at this address? Excellent. Okay, good. Hey, there's an American filmmaker poking around. And we had just gotten him on camera. There's an American filmmaker poking around. By chance meet with him? Okay, good. Yeah, excellent. Well, listen, you take care, and glad the family's doing well. Happy to hear you're still living at the same address. You take care now.
Wow.
And then summoned the individual that we were going to meet into the base. So that individual that we were going to meet with the next day. My point is this: had I waited till Tuesday or Wednesday, we would have never got that interview.
No, you guys were chasing the same leads.
We were chasing, and had I had 24 more hours, we probably would have seen the footage. Dude, you have no idea. Like, it's like a bar of soap in the bathtub. You grab it. And I say to anybody out there who's feeling frustrated because they want to see the footage, there's nobody on the planet Earth that wants that more than I do. And there's nothing that I'm not trying to get my hands on it. And I just feel like at this point, if anybody's out there in possession of this footage, post it anonymously, put it out there for free. I don't care who it comes from, where it comes from. Of course I don't want it to be fake, but
yeah. Speaking of which, there is a video circulating that claims to be
everything I've seen.
The
is
real
fake.
being, that's completely fake. Do not send James that footage.
Yeah, I will. What I would do is, if I get the video for free, I'm going to give it away for free. I'm not going to charge anything for it. If I have to purchase the video to recoup, to pay whoever back, I would figure that out. But I would give it away for free. Okay, I'm not trying to make money on this video.
Yeah,
I'd like the world to see it. I think the world should see it.
Yep.
I would have all the firsthand eyewitnesses take a look at it first. Hey, is this what you saw? Does this look real? Do we know the provenance of this? Like, that would do the best one can, right?
Yeah, and it's out there.
And there are multiple videos
and
out
photos.
there. And the reason why I know that is because I've talked to people that have seen it, the photographs. I actually talked to the chief of police, Marco Leal, and I went and doorstepped him not too long ago. And he admits on camera, he's like, oh yeah, there are multiple photos. Because, the fire department is also part of the military. The police department is also part of the military.
Yeah.
My understanding is they took photos.
They captured one.
Took photos. They captured one. The doctors in both hospitals, Humanitas and Regional Hospital, took video. They had cameras. For instance, there was specific surgery that they would do, brain surgery, and they would videotape these procedures.
Yeah.
So the doctors had cameras readily available at the hospitals to record various procedures. They also had resources to have that. Then the military shot video. People in, so the military got video. I'm sure the Americans got video. The fire department, the police department, and the doctors all got photos and/or videos. How do I know that? Because I've talked to people that have seen it, multiple different sources, civilians, doctors, military that have seen the videos. So we know there's at least 5 different sources of video and photographic evidence of this. It's just a matter of us getting our sticky little fingers on it.
Can you imagine this happening in today's day and age?
Oh, yeah. I know.
That's disclosure.
Yeah, I know.
You thought about that?
Of course.
If this happened since the iPhone came out, this is disclosure.
I know. Believe me, I know.
But the further we get into technology, there's this one pocket, because now we're getting into AI stuff. And so, if another one does happen, obviously the biggest argument is going to be it's all AI generated, right?
Of course.
Okay.
But but what can you do?
Yeah. But this is on film.
Yeah. Well,
this would be on video and
photograph,
digital or photograph would be film.
Yeah.
So the fire brigade ends up capturing the first being,
yes,
allegedly, right, with this net, and there was even a witness to this, and he kind of saw it from afar, and they had something, and they told him it's nothing to worry about, it's just an animal. They've captured a small animal, and he says that animal screamed like a child.
Like a little baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's interesting because and even Marco Schrizzi was involved in the capture. Nobody knew what this creature was. Like, nobody was like calling it, alien in the sense that it was foreign, right?
Yeah, it was a creature.
A creature. Like, people were even throwing rocks at it. Like, they were scared of it. Like, what is this thing? Some people thought it was a devil, because it had these red eyes. But people didn't think, like, as far as I could tell, no one was like, oh, yeah, this was an extraterrestrial. Nope, nobody said that.
Yeah, or ultra-terrestrial. It's an ultra-terrestrial.
Yeah. Nobody said that. They didn't know what the hell it was.
Yeah.
And I'd heard stories of people throwing rocks at it on the outskirts of town and going into this forest. They were scared of it and throwing rocks at it. And that's when the earlier that day is when the fire department captured it with a net.
Yeah.
And that's according to some of the witnesses that went on camera back in 96, said that it cried like a little baby when it was in captivity. Yeah.
So sad.
But there are up to, and I don't know for sure because we only focused on 2 because we only had really good, compelling eyewitnesses on that, but there are possibly up to 5.
Yeah. Yeah, up to 5 beings. But for in this documentary, we addressed, I think, 3 of them, right? 1 alive, 1 dead, then the third one kind of missing at one point,
That's
right?
what the police
chief.
He saw a creature under a net or under a blanket or a canvas of sorts. And then he talked about the military activity that was going on. As he said, he saw more brass than he's ever seen in his career there. And he said rumor had it that 1 alive captured, stayed alive, 1 dead, and then 1 got away.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And that was Pedro Luis Aguiar, the retired police chief.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we doorstepped him. We were trying to get to him for years.
He did not want to talk prior to that.
He would be like, talk a little bit, and then we'll do a meeting, maybe I'll go on camera. And then he kept like disappearing and not returning our calls. And we'd show up at his house, knock on his door. This went on for years. And we almost got to him on the first round. And then he was like, because he was like, okay, you can come by my house, give us the address. And then he would just stop returning our calls. And this went on for several years. And then finally, just recently, a few months ago, we went, it's funny, actually. We were going from Sao Paulo up to Varginha, which is about a 6-hour drive, depending on how many times you stop or whatever. And on the way there, we took a slight deviation. We were going to stop off at his house. And I think it was maybe like 5:30 or something. We were a little bit hungry, and we had a mission. Our mission was to go to his house and then get to Varginha But for some reason, I was like, hey, let's stop. There's this little pizza joint. And we stopped there. I was going to get a quick slice of pizza. And I ended up meeting, the owner was like, oh, where are you guys from? And start talking. He was speaking Portuguese, but yeah, translator. And he was like, well, I'm going to order a big pizza. Come on, you guys are having a glass of wine. You're going to stick around, And so reluctantly, we had dinner there, and it took about, at least 60, possibly 90 minutes. So now we're arriving later than we anticipated. And there were half the crew were like, oh gosh, we had a mission. We shouldn't have signed. As it turned out, it was perfect because when we arrived, he had just gotten home with his family, his wife and his kid.
You would have missed him.
We would have missed him. Yeah, we would have missed him. So we got the only on-camera interview, with him talking about the incident. And we asked him, like, why you... And it was a slow process, too, because we just got our foot in the door in the house. We had a mic, and we went in there, and then, why are you coming forward? It's like, you're investigating something that, and taking it seriously, that I participated in.
Yeah, and he said it was real.
Yeah. It was, no historia is reality, or it's not a story.
Yeah, it's not history. It's not a story, it's history.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Not a story, it's history.
And I don't know if you feel comfortable mentioning what happened to him now that he's since...
I don't know the details, but we just found out yesterday that he died.
That he passed. Do you think that might have been part of the reason why he felt it was important to come forward? Maybe he had some type of inkling, even subtle or overt?
God, it's hard to say. You know? One thing is there was a couple of very indelible moments in the filming of Moment of Contact, both before and now. And one of them was... his wife, and I think his wife, can you see his wife in there at all?
I don't remember.
Okay, I should remember, but I was there. And at one point, because we got, his son and him answered the door. His son was like 12 or 13. And we got foot in the door, started talking to him, and then I think I had a mic on me, and then they had the sound guy in the car outside. And then I said, hey, at some point, do you mind if we bring a camera in here a little, just ease our way in? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Then the camera guy came in, and then we just started to slowly get an interview with him on camera. It was all unfolding very organically and happening. And I was like, this is former chief of police. Wasn't sure exactly what he was going to say. But at one point, more than one point, several points, I looked over at his wife. And his son was sitting kind of close to him. But his wife was sitting at the table, and he was sitting on the couch. And I swear to you, I'm not making this up. Her eyeballs were like her eyes were so open, her eyes, and she's looking at her husband, and she's not blinking. And I'm looking at Dave going, Dave, are you getting the wife? Like, are you getting the wife? Yeah, I'm getting the wife. I was like, she was like looking at him nonstop. Like,
what do you think? Why do you think she was?
Don't know.
Was she like, what are you doing? Yeah, exactly.
Because I was talking about the photograph that I heard he had.
Oh.
And I was pressuring him very hard. Like, I wouldn't stop.
Do you think he has it?
Well, he did have it, and he had actually admitted to at one point having it. And then I said, and I kept hammering him, and he would change the topic, and I would go right back to that photograph. I was like, this person said they saw it, and this person saw it, and this is what it's in it. There's one alive, one cat, blah, blah, blah. There's a military and maybe a fireman in the background, And the wife was just looking at her husband like this. I swear on my fucking life.
Trying to say, friends, you better not say.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what, but she was like this.
Well, I mean, that.
Looking at him.
For me, that's the look of someone who's also seen the photo.
And I was looking at her like this, and I was like, God, this is crazy.
Wow.
Is she telling him to shut his mouth? Is she shocked that we're there? Like, what's going on with this? And then he said, when I kept hammering him on the phone, I have this all on video. He said, there are some things within the police department or the military or police department or something that will remain secret. Will remain. We won't disclose. So, something like this.
Why?
Something like this.
Why?
I mean, it's the Holy Grail, right?
It is the Holy Grail. It's the Holy Grail of humanity.
Yeah, it's the Holy Grail. And so, so that was, and then I found out he died. I don't know the circumstances. I don't know how he died, but he was pretty healthy. He had definitely had some, what looked like what's that?
Arthritis.
Yeah, really bad arthritis. And his fingers, his hands were, really kind of deformed, and but he was energetic, and he was alert, and he was coherent, and I didn't think he was going to die like within months of that interview, but he's gone. But by the time your audience sees this, I would have been back with a team again to Brazil. We're meeting with a bunch more doctors.
Go through the shoebox of photos that they have in their closet.
Whatever we got to do. We're meeting with the mayor. We're having like screenings. Like, this is, in my humble opinion, and I could always be wrong, and I've been wrong in the past, but I feel like this is the beginning of the beginning, in the sense that we might reach critical mass and more people, because I'm trying to find out doctors at Humanitas Hospital, because that's what we're missing right now. And I'm in the inner circle with the doctors, with the forensic pathologists, with the neurosurgeons, right? And we're meeting their wives. We're going into their homes. We're having dinner with them. We're having glasses of wine together. We're listening to
it's going to come out
music. We're getting to know each other. We're spending time at their local restaurants, meeting the communities, you know what I mean? Like, really getting that trust and that camaraderie and friendship, laughing together, singing together, playing music together. And this is all happening and starting to feel comfortable. Last time, one of the first times I'd met with the forensic pathologist, he was extremely guarded. And he runs, I don't know, like there are even times when we were communicating back and forth, and he's like, "Oh, your communication is too fast. I need a video that's you, that it's really you." Like, paranoid. So I took a video immediately in the States, and I sent it to him, like, "This is me. I'm here in my car. This is me. This is not somebody else posing as me." So, that trust and that friendship is happening, and again, power in numbers, right?
Absolutely. All right, we're going to go now to Marco Chirizi and Eric Lopes. These two gentlemen were working for the military, and they were essentially patrolling the area. And that evening of this barricade happening, and that evening where the first creature was apprehended by what seems to be like a fire department or something.
That was in the morning. And then
that was in the morning, correct.
Earlier that day.
Yeah, and then later in the evening, they drive and come across this creature just kind of crossing the road.
Yep.
And, as brave as he is, Marco Chirizi gets out and apprehends this being with his bare hands.
Okay, so we'll back up just a moment.
Sure.
Here. So we have testimony from, like, the local newsmen. We have testimony from residents in the area that came upon that blockade, that military blockade at gunpoint, threatened with national security, like, not messing around. You are not going beyond this point. And if you look at where the blockade is, which we did, it's right in the area where the girls came and encountered this creature, this crazy creature, which we go into detail with, in broad daylight, 10 feet away, up against that cinder block wall. And then just 2 blocks away, a couple of hours later, same blockade around that area is where the capture occurred. Now, there were 2 military officers. One was on duty that night. His name was Eric Lopes. I think it was P2, but in any case, military police. And my understanding is that he was given orders that to go out and find something unusual, some sort of creature, a wild animal, something didn't say, "Hey, there's a live alien walking around, and go grab it." It wasn't like that.
And that was the reason for the blockade, essentially.
That was the reason for the blockade. And so Eric calls his really good buddy, Marco Chirizi, who's also a military police, but he was off duty that night. But he was like, "Hey, I got this crazy assignment. Thought you'd want to join me. We can go out together." And so he jumps in the car, and off the 2 of them went. And lo and behold, right at dusk, this creature ran across the road right in front of him, just a couple blocks away from where the girls are, just a few hours later. And Marco Chirizi, 23-year-old, super fit, military guy, without a moment's hesitation, without any concern for his own safety, just leaps out the back of the car, the passenger seat of the car, and grabs the creature. And my understanding is that he put it on his lap in the back seat, and in the process of grabbing it,
we'll get to that. Yeah.
Okay, I won't. Okay, so and then they take it to a clinic, and one of the doctors apparently came out to greet them in the car. and took one look at that creature and was like, get that thing out of here. I don't know what that is, but it ain't coming in my clinic.
And it smells.
Yeah, and so they take it to regional hospital, and that's where, and funny enough, I was just at regional hospital, okay, just a few weeks ago. They have a plaque out front to this is the hospital where a live alien was brought to.
Whoa.
It's all right there, all official from the town.
On the hospital.
In plain sight. I can share the picture with you.
That's crazy. Please do.
I will. So, and it describes the whole thing. So I go in to the reception where the people go in the front, and I asked them, all the people working there were 3. Hey, the 1996. Oh yeah, this is where the alien was brought. And they said, I swear to you, I'm not making this up. They said, oh yeah, the alien was brought in around the back. They didn't bring it through the front because it was scary. It was brought in the back. I was like, you got to be kidding. They said, no, in fact, there's a nurse practitioner or something still working here that was there that night. And we said, oh, can we talk to that individual? And the other doctor that we were dealing with, the neurosurgeon, was working there that night, but he was busy. But so we got their contact information, but we were only there for like 48 more hours. But now we have another contact of somebody who was there that night.
Another witness.
But no one's denying it.
No one.
And they have a big plaque right out in front. It's like in plain sight.
Yeah, they're leaning into it. It's so cool because, I'm reminded of like the Aztec crash, 1948 in Aztec, New Mexico, which got covered up as a hoax almost immediately. If you Google it, it's the hoax at Aztec. And I know better.
The military authorities were like, this is how we do it.
Yeah, exactly. The FBI covered it up. There was a smear campaign. If you go read anything about it, I know there's a lot of skeptics out there that'll be like, Chris, you're an idiot. Read the article. It tells you what happened. Look, I spent enough time with people who've researched it for 35 years to know that actually happened. There's something that happened there. But they were so quick on covering it up. And that town, if you go to Aztec now, you can't, like, we went to all sorts of spots in that town just to ask locals. And they're like, oh, no, that hoax, totally different mentality once the FBI got involved. But anyways, I digress. At this hospital, Marco Teresi gets to this hospital where they, bring the being, and Marco then goes home. And he's starting to develop this sickness.
He's got this smelly, greasy, oily stuff on his skin.
That's right.
And apparently he took rubbing alcohol and he was trying to wipe this stuff off. And within a couple weeks, he started to get sick.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was admitted into one of the hospitals, regional or Humanitas. I think it was maybe both. Excuse me. We talked to 2 different doctors that worked on him. One just recently, but Dr. Cesario. And Dr. Cesario worked on him for a while and until he went into the ICU and then died. But, and it's funny actually, because Dr. Cesario was like, you told us this happened, that we captured this thing because this, that, and the other thing. And he wanted us to know because he was concerned for his life. And then he goes, I mean, according to his sister, he was basically like, I looked at him
Dr. Cesario Furtado is a cardiologist for 45 years.
Yeah.
He's basically on camera saying that Marco came to him almost pleading him to help him.
Yeah.
It seemed like. And the only way that Marco could help himself was to say the truth because his life depended on it.
Yeah,
he wasn't going to hold a national security secret and take it to the grave. He's like, I want to get better.
Of course.
So he, in confidence, tells this doctor,
but then what happened. So Cesario admits that on camera, but then he goes, according to his sister, like, we looked at him like, yeah, sure, anybody knows. But he said that he threw the kitchen sink at him.
Yeah,
that bacterial infection didn't respond.
Well, we'll get
anything. Yeah.
I want to get there as well. So, here we have the autopsy report because unfortunately Marco Teresi ended up passing away, and
23 years old,
perfectly healthy, no immune, no autoimmune disease, no deficiency immune wise, and his sister, was obviously demanding.
And his wife.
Yeah.
Who was pregnant.
That's right. And they were demanding, and she's only done one interview, the wife, right?
Yeah, we're trying to track her down again, but she did an interview with Dr. Roger Lear in 2002.
That's right. And
hell of a time fighting to get the autopsy report, the reason for
could
death.
not get it. Could not get and even the reason for death was general infection, cause unknown. It wasn't.
Yeah, and they had, apparently, according to them, there were pages missing, and there was like all this blockage, and then they wanted to charge them money, and it was like, the sister was going after it, the wife was going after it. They ultimately did get an autopsy report but it was missing stuff.
But now we have the autopsy report.
Yes.
Where did you get this?
With the comments directly from the guy who owned the company, IPD. And that's Dr. Giannini.
Yeah.
Dr. Giannini founded IPD, and you should look up the acronym for that.
João Baptista Macuco Giannini.
Yes.
The pathologist who's done, folks, get this, over 50,000 autopsies.
Yeah, in his company.
They've done over 50,000
since the 60s
autopsies. And in quotes, I've never seen a case like this. Let that sink in for a second. This is unique. This is one of a kind. This has never happened. And it just so happens to be from an alleged encounter. You understand?
Yeah. We ask him on camera.
Yeah. And
give me an assessment. Give me your bottom line here. And if, and he says, from all I can gather, that bacteria came from under the nail of the ET, scratched him under the armpit right here, and it killed him.
Essentially. So here is, we're going to go through the autopsy comments a little bit here. So we had we had the necropsy report, the considerations, the conclusions, and everything, and we had it translated. And it says, based on the medical findings and background information, this is a consolidated, and this is from that doctor, a consolidated English translation that maintains factual accuracy while making the content accessible. So, the medical findings summary: multifocal pneumonia, multiple pneumonia.
Yeah.
Multiple areas of both lungs showed inflammation with fluid filling the air sacs, making breathing difficult. Septic pulmonary thromboembolism, which are blood clots containing bacteria, were found in lung blood vessels, indicating the infection had entered the bloodstream. Early stage heart inflammation or myocarditis. Initial signs of heart muscle swelling were present, suggesting the infection was beginning to affect cardiac function. Acute liver congestion. The liver showed blood vessel enlargement and fluid buildup, typical in severe systemic infections like an autoimmune, some type of massive systemic, highly virulent attack. Armpit abscess infection. Testing of fluid in the armpit abscess revealed abundant growth of Staphylococcus scleropheri bacteria, so like a staph infection essentially. And here are the key points about this infection, what make it so strange. So the Staphylococcus scleropheri typically causes skin and ear infections in dogs and cats. Human infections are extremely rare and normally only occur after surgery or in people with medical devices, which Marco had either of these. So doesn't happen, essentially.
And let me just say that we just got this full report with his endorsement, with his stamp and his signature on camera just a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
A month ago, whatever. Sorry, carry on.
This is brand new.
This is
breaking.
He's putting his full endorsement down on this right now on camera, not anonymously, his entire career in the twilight years of his life, because he feels like this is very,
absolutely
very important.
No small deal here.
Sorry, carry on, because you're doing a great job, by the way. Thank you.
No problem. But in this case here, the things that really stand out: one, no prior surgery occurred. There was none of that. There is no way that this infection should have happened. Two, no immune deficiency was detected. So normally with something spreading so fast across the immune system, you would expect some type of immunocompromised disease to be happening. None of that. He was 23, like you said, incredibly healthy military guy. The bacteria showed unusual antibiotic resistance. And this is the one thing that ended up baffling both
Dr. Armando.
Giannini and Armando, that's right, Fortunato, the forensic pathologist and former municipal health minister as well. So both of these gentlemen were completely baffled by the fact that they couldn't give him antibodies. None of the antibiotics that they gave him worked at all. They had zero effect on whatever was attacking his body. Nothing. Can you imagine being a professional pathologist who has all the latest technology, all the answers, and how not only frustrating, but how disheartening it must be to throw your best medical capabilities at this thing and with to no avail. Like that sticks with you. You lose a patient, not for lack of trying. You gave it everything. It just doesn't make sense. It spread rapidly through his bloodstream, and it produced toxins that affected multiple organs. Now, in the sort of synopsis or conclusions and comments that these doctors give, or this doctor here particularly, Dr. Giannini, the infection likely entered through a minor skin break, as you said, small abrasion, due to possibly, he says, the nail of the being, so it has nails.
Yeah.
And displayed unusually aggressive behavior with high virulence and antibiotic resistance. Here's a notable consideration. Given the extreme rarity in humans and the unusual aggressive nature of this infection, some have suggested the possibility of a deliberate biological manipulation of this bacteria, similar to how Komodo dragons use bacteria-laden saliva to weaken prey. It's the only thing that this doctor can sort of pin.
Yeah.
Is the Komodo dragon, when it bites you, it weakens you due to the bacteria that it has in there. But also, as researchers, we might also be familiar that this secretion that the being had might have been like excretory, might have been excrement.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how they get rid of their waste, is through these pores, and it happens when they're sweating and when they're running. Right?
And I need to make this abundantly clear. This creature, this entity, this being was not aggressive. It was not combative. It wasn't trying to kill people. I think that inadvertently and by accident, when Marco Schirisi, military police officer, grabbed this thing, he got a scratch from the nail under his arm. And that was, so I don't want people to feel like, oh, these ETs are out to get us and they're going to kill us. That's not the case at all. That's one of the reasons why we're so cautious anytime we do, because exposure to a type of bacteria, and the way he described it to me, because I'm a complete neophyte. I mean, what do I know? I'm just a filmmaker. But he said to me, he goes, it was an advanced bacteria unlike anything he's seen on Earth. In other words, it did things that no bacteria on Earth would do.
Yeah.
Even though it was a strain of a bacteria that they've seen, but not the way this was evolved, and the way it was nothing could stop it.
Yeah, and if that is the case, it's also just a case of self-defense that the body produces naturally. It's not some...
Yeah, I mean, this ET wasn't trying to kill people.
No, exactly. It was...
The benign encounter. I really want people to hear that, because...
And if this was the being's excrement, what do you think happens if a being from another planet takes some of our excrement and injects it into its bloodstream? You might have a similar response.
Exactly.
The one thing that I found really interesting here is the wording at the near the end here of the comments. He says, "Thus we consider," this is a translation again, but pretty accurate. "Thus we consider that Soldier Marco must have suffered some type of superficial skin lesion that antibiotic development of infection of Staphylococcus aureus, which showed high virulence, antibiotic resistance, and prolonged course leading to severe septicemia. In the hypothesis considered by many, this is the official autopsy, involving an encounter with a strange being, we may suppose that such a being could use this bacteriological weapon." So this is him just trying to piece it together. Now, we're not saying that this is an evil being, but what I find interesting is that we have a doctor here who's got a reputation, and even immediately after, without giving it any afterthought, wrote down that he might have had an encounter with a strange being, and that's the only explanation he has. Like, that is incredible.
He said it on camera, too.
Yeah.
And he's like, look, he's not saying with 100% certainty. He's saying the highest probability from all the information he can gather is that he got scratched from the nail, and the bacteria came from under the nail of the ET under his arm, and that killed him.
So this is the first time that we have access to this autopsy report, and I think that is...
You did a great job reading it, by the way.
Well, thank you. I mean, I'm grateful that you sent it to me, and I was mind blown looking through it, although, I had to Google most of what I was reading, but I learned a lot, and it's, I think it's one of those things that when you put out this movie the first time, like when you put out the first iteration of this movie, it stuck with a lot of people. That's one of the few things that movie just stuck with you, was someone dying due to infection because they came in contact with a being. And I'm glad to know that it was because of some scratch, that it wasn't just...
Yeah, some ray beam or something.
Yeah, or even just touching the being.
Yes.
That it was bacteria related, and possibly just because of, different immune systems and from...
Because everybody, according to the first-hand eyewitness testimony that I've talked to that came in contact with this creature, that it was not hostile, it was not aggressive, it was suffering, it was scared, it wanted help, and all the communication occurred through the eyes.
Okay. No antibodies could phase this thing, by the way. Again, I want to bring that home.
Well, Dr. Cesario said he threw the kitchen sink.
Yeah, and it destroyed
He'd never
everything
He'd never seen anything like it.
Within a week.
Yeah.
Within a week.
He was, I think he died 2 to 3 weeks after he handled the creature, something like that. Weeks.
Yeah, within a week after, coming to the hospital, he was gone. Okay, we're going to move forward to the next part of the documentary, and this is where we talk about the flying disc and the family that you met with, who, quote unquote, says when they saw this disc spinning, glowing in the air, they said it was looking for something.
Mm-hmm. And I was highly dubious at the time, and they didn't want to go on camera. It's funny because we were renting a house on the outskirts. And it was great because it had, we have a lot of equipment with us and, camera crew, and just for an extra layer of security. It was a really nice house owned by these doctors, and it had security gate going in and out. And just for a little, little comfort. I mean, we're poking around where we shouldn't be poking around, and we're a little paranoid. And so we're staying there. Oh, what are you guys filming? And of course, we told the doctors, we're filming this. Oh, well, our fellow friends, are also doctors, and they actually saw, they're witnesses. So we're like, well, hey, we'd love to talk with him. We, assuming they were going to go on camera, that was the whole point. We're making a doc. We'll make it happen. Then we kept scheduling it, and then it was like, oh, maybe tomorrow, and then finally I said, hey, let them know we're coming. Let's get the address. Let's go meet with them. We showed up, cameras rolling, and they're like, whoa, no, we never wanted to go on camera. We were just happy to share what we know. And it was really funny actually in the film because I got out of the car, cameras rolling, and they're saying, and I wasn't really tuning in because I'm in film mode, I'm in production mode, and they were like, oh, we're not going on camera, and I said, okay, look, tell them this. And this is an ongoing joke in production because I was like, okay, we can either film them from the front side, we can blur their faces, or we can film them from the back side. Never was there an option not to film them at all. Yeah. And everyone was laughing. It was like, he's like, no, we're not going on camera. Okay, we're going to put you on camera like this, or we'll put you on camera like this.
So funny.
So funny.
It's something a magician would do.
You watch it in the film. It's like, no.
I heard that.
You know what I'm talking about? I was like, we'll film you like this, or we'll film you like that. This is an ongoing joke.
We don't have the pre-context of them saying we don't want to be filmed.
There's no option for no filming, okay? So anyway, then they start talking. I was just kind of trying to process this potential crash recovery, I call it ET, whatever. Whatever.
Well, because this is also completely left field to what everybody else witnessed. So you're thinking
I was thinking it was part of, I don't know. I couldn't process at the time. I was just like, I mean, hey, don't get me wrong. I was like, okay. But then I started piecing it together. And then, the drone footage and proximity to the capture, proximity to where the girl's seen it was right there, man. It was blocks away. Their home was blocks away. Still living in the same home. All three witnesses, the mother, the wife, the daughter. And they all watched it for 20 minutes, 30 minutes. It wasn't a quick sighting. And they were slow and methodical. The way they described this thing moving around, I'm going, how do you know it was looking for something? I kept asking them, how do you know it was looking for something? Are you kidding me? They were like, it was flying real low, coming back, real low, coming back, stopping, back, this, like a grid search.
How long did they witness it for?
I think it was like 30 minutes. He says on camera, it was 20 or 30 minutes.
Yep.
And he got angry when I said, is there a prosaic explanation to what you saw? Could have been a helicopter, could have been this. And you could see how he was like, look, man, I don't even want to go on camera for this. Like, I'm doing this, like, at great risk. I'm telling you right now, we watched it. That was it. It happened. I was here. We were witnesses. It's like, okay. And I slowly came to the realization, like, shit, this might be a crash retrieval recovery operation. E.T. Like, what else could it be? Right? And then we're talking to other people in town. We go down in the town square. We're getting other witnesses saying the same damn thing. They don't even know each other. They've never gone forward. No one's ever gotten that aspect of this case on camera. And then when we recut the movie and we had featured, like I've done with this latest cut, crash retrieval cases, Magenta, Roswell, very briefly. We're not getting involved at Kecksburg, Kingman, the landing at Bentwaters. And just to give an example, like this is not, completely unprecedented, right? And the same thing, like in the old version of Moment of Contact, which is all done, it's all gone now, that the opening, we talked about, Ubatuba, we talked about, UFO, Colares, UFOs over Brazil 1986. And then, of course, we lead our way into, and then we show some photographic evidence over the years. So I'm like deleting that whole first part of the movie to make space for this entirely new cut of Moment of Contact, New Revelations of Alien Encounters, just to make the distinction. And I'm looking at that footage, some of the best disc footage at night I've ever seen. I was like,
yeah,
how did I not pick up on this before? Like, this is taken, so I look up the location just to the south, like by the crow flies. Could be minutes, could be, no time at all. Just to the south of Varginha, Brazil. Same year, just a couple months later. Same year. We happen to have a disc in the night sky, exactly like all these witnesses were describing, flying around in a neighborhood. Like, holy smokes.
Where'd you find that footage? Just online?
Marco Leal, when we were researching, because I said to Marco, I was like, let's sprinkle in some of the best, like, orb footage.
Oh, so he had this footage.
He found it. Marco found it. Other fellow researchers found it. But no one had ever been like, hey, this is, by the way.
It's great footage.
Like, it's great footage. And it's like, wait a minute. I Googled the location. I'm like, wow, that's just to the south of Varginha. Not that far. Like, wow. And it's the same year, just a few months later. Holy smokes. Could there be a connection? Why wouldn't there be?
Yeah.
I don't know. But it's pretty impressive.
And it looks like, all the descriptions, like I said, of
over residential area at night. Whoa.
Glowing, orange, roiling. It's clearly a flying saucer.
1996.
Yep.
Really good footage.
Looks like Bob Lazar's craft.
Same
type of shape.
One thing that we should definitely consider doing is that I should give you the best copy I have of that.
Yeah.
And see if we can do some digital enhancement.
Sure.
Put it through AI. I don't know, whatever they can do. Whatever technology software.
I wouldn't put it through AI, but I would definitely clean it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's methods to clean it up because AI can take some liberties that might be misleading.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know the process, but like whatever one can do to enhance it, because I would love to do a deep dive. I'd like to see it. I mean, it's pretty damn good as it is.
Oh, it's fantastic. I actually love the film grain, and I like the digital. Of
course, and it's original.
Yeah, those type of sightings, I'm very high conviction when I see something like that.
Yeah.
There are, other sightings that are more clear, other ones that are more like orbs and this and that. And it's like, to both of those, I get a little bit more skeptical. But as soon as I see this sort of glowing shape and the shape of what it is.
You hear the little boy go, "It's a disc, Mom."
I know. It's so, it is, for me, that's, I'm pretty convinced. Yeah.
Really good, right?
Yeah, right there too.
I know.
So, but then they get visited by NASA, essentially.
Oh, the family. Yeah. Well, it's funny, actually, because the wife's like, NASA. And husband goes, maybe NASA. We don't really know.
Yeah, maybe NASA. They're American.
Yes.
And then Ubijara
Rodriguez was there, and he probably hated the fact that they exposed him on that, but he was there with American.
That's what I'm saying. So that's where I went, hold on a second. What are we saying? Are we saying that this UFO researcher was
the guy that did a 180 years later too? Now he won't even talk about it. He won't. Yeah.
Because he was the original researcher.
Yes.
He was the lawyer that came out right at the beginning.
He was the one annihilating everybody else's arguments. He was super smart, super educated, super aware of the case.
Pro case.
And he's meeting with Americans, interviewing witnesses.
And those Americans are telling him what? What did they tell the family?
We were never here.
We were never here. This never happened.
Keep your zip.
And this UFO researcher is right there in the trenches.
According to all 3 family members.
As I was taking notes, I was like, hold on, this is this guy? Because he kept saying Ubrijara. And I was like, that's the name of that guy.
Dude, I'm glad you picked up on that. Most people don't. Most people, that goes right over their head. Very significant.
Oh, yeah.
Because Ubrijara
that's part of the cover-up.
Part of the cover-up, meeting with Americans, evidently from NASA. I don't know. But they were like, this never happened. We were never here. Zip.
For all of you thinking out there that you can't be compromised as a UFO researcher, you're going from this guy who's a lawyer, very smart man, and obviously very, very passionate about the Varginha case being real, to now working apparently, allegedly, with the Americans and then just ghosting everybody. Like, I mean, come on. And then turning on it. I mean.
The girls were very, very upset with him. Some of the things he said.
Yeah.
Because the girls have had everything to lose, nothing. Everybody has, really.
Yeah, and they could have accepted a bag of money.
Could have accepted a bag of money, and it's like, this is not exactly, especially then, it wasn't a career-enhancing move. Like, they were laughed at. I mean, they talk about it in the movie. Like, we've been laughed at our whole lives.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, some people take it seriously. A lot of people believe them, but you're getting ridiculed.
Still jokes. Yeah.
Oh, you want the job? Like, oh, aren't you the one that sees E.T.? Like, you know? Like, do you think that's helping them out? Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, yeah, you're the guy. You know, it was just like the police officer, Lonnie Zamora, in 1964. He quit his job as a police officer because people were like, oh, you're the guy that sees E.T., right?
Herbert Schirmer, same thing, 1962.
Yeah,
same thing. He quit his job.
Quit his job, worked at a dump for the rest of his life, was the rest of his career.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens a lot. So, interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah.
Guys, we're at the 3-hour mark. I need to get some water. We're going to continue in just a moment. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, happy Monday, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Links to today's podcast will be posted after the stream down in the comment section below. Thanks for tuning in. Support all these podcasts. And if you're out there, tell me what you think. I want to know. We'll be back in just a moment. We'll be streaming some League of Legends later with Crab. I'm gonna go make a coffee.
One diathlete per mankind. Oh, that looks beautiful.
Party time! Excellent!
Hey folks, welcome back. HeadshotH4rry here. We are playing some Minecraft and listening to some interesting podcasts. Sit back, relax, and let Harry take over. Continuing exactly where we left off, this is... Wait, what were we listening to? Area 52, I believe. Okay. Featuring James Fox.
And then he says that, yeah, this guy also says that multiple people he knows just kind of picked up and left. A lot of people just left town. They just skipped town. People he knew were just like gone.
Certainly disengaged and stopped talking about it.
Yep.
Paccaccini packed up and left for, I think, 20 years. That's
yeah, but even
sure
just witnesses, you know, probably.
Yeah, I mean, look, Carlos de Souza, gone. Unreachable, 26 years gone. Can you imagine? Paccaccini, the lead investigator, gone. Uberajado Rodriguez, 180, won't talk to anybody. Like, really?
That's so wild that that family named him. That is such a. When I was like, that's
you're one of the only people that has pointed that out.
I'm glad you kept it in.
Yeah, of course.
All right, we move on to another anonymous witness who wanted to remain anonymous. Was the radiologist. This is, for me, one of the craziest ones because he's like, they bring in this small body bag, which is so chilling.
Can I tell you how that came about?
Yes, please.
So Marco Leal, who's an exceptional researcher, boots on the ground, is my partner, co-producer. There's also another co-producer, Aline Grass, more recently. She's joined the team. But Marco had met some students of his at some school in Virginia. And somehow the topic of Virginia UFO, case came up. And they were like, oh, yeah, our teacher, who's a radiologist at so-and-so, told us this crazy story, And so Marco was like, whoa, where is he now? So he found him, but he was still working at the time. So years and years of effort to get him to, come forward. No. For years. No. And then finally in 2021, I think it was, he managed to get him to come meet with us, and he agreed reluctantly to go on camera, but as long as we disguised his voice and filmed him from the back. And you know what?
You gave him his two options?
Yeah. Right. I know. We gave him his two options. We'll film you like this, and it's incredible. He talks about the fact that the military came in, they had this something inside a Ziploc, bag.
Body bag.
Body bag.
A child's body bag.
Stank, and it was all done in secrecy, and there was no talking, because I always ask witnesses, can you put me in the room? What was the atmosphere like? And people were looking at each other, but there was no conversation, and we need you to perform this. The only time in the history of his career where he took the x-rays, and they wouldn't even let him process to see if they came out right. They took it all. This never happened. We were never here.
Thank you very much.
Order your silence. Thank you very much.
You've
Goodbye.
done your job.
You've done your job.
And what also I think was interesting is that he told you that there was a guy with a camera there too.
No, that was.
That was in the other room.
Yep, that was
the driver. That was in Military X.
That was in Humanitas Hospital.
I'm mistaken the two.
Yeah, but there were cameras, according to other doctors, both in Humanitas and in regional.
In the regional hospital.
Yes, and we have names of those people too now.
Interesting.
For the first time,
Yeah, because you don't miss a camera back then because they're not they don't fit in your pocket.
Exactly.
These massive stupid looking things.
Yeah. Like cell phones, big brick.
Yeah, exactly. It's like these giant things you got to wear on a strap. It's a whole briefcase.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it's the military man X who ends up seeing the alien in a box when he goes to the hospital, and that was just such an amazing interview at the end of the first part of this. After this is when we hear about in the documentary The USAF, United States Air Force. Yeah.
USAF.
Yeah.
USAF. I kept thinking USAF. What's this guy talking about? USAF.
Yeah.
USAF.
Landing.
Yeah.
That is a big, big deal.
So all the airplanes coming into a particular area, according if they come from outside Brazil, have to have a Brazilian government
clearance.
Authorization to land. And this plane was coming and didn't have that authorization. And according to, I guess you call them like flight control officers, radar? What do you call it? What's the name of the people that monitor all incoming flights?
Yeah.
In a particular country. Radar
operators or
flight
tower.
Flight control.
Sure.
Anyway, apparently, according to him, the plane was coming in and didn't
Radio
have
control towers.
Radio control towers. Plane was coming in, didn't have authorization. Some high-level military official, Brazilian military official, stepped in and said, let the plane land. It diverted. Apparently, it was going to go into Sao Paulo, but it didn't. It went straight to Campinas. And we have testimony from Military X that he drove the trucks from Humanitas Hospital to Eza military base and then from Eza to Campinas. And so, logically, something was loaded up on there. That would have been where the Americans stepped in. And now we have new
metal boxes,
whatever. I don't know how long the creature that was in captivity that was alive. We don't know how long it stayed alive.
Yeah.
Was it alive when the Americans took it? My understanding is it was. How long did it stay alive? We don't know yet. But yeah. And
okay.
more pieces of the puzzle are filling in because now we have testimony from, the military actually drove the creature. Well, we've had that, but now we have testimony from the chief of police.
Yeah.
Not anonymous. Put his face and his name on camera.
It's a big deal.
He was like, yeah, I saw a creature under a tarp, something under a tarp. More brass than I've ever seen in the history of my career as a military base. Helicopters landing, going, whole commotion. And he's like, yeah, the Americans came to Campinas. And that's when they took the stuff.
Which, as we find out a bit later, pissed off a lot of the local military.
Yeah.
You then, which I thought was just the coolest thing ever, you produced a Freedom of Information Act request.
Yeah.
To find a flight log of the CIA, or not of the CIA, of the United States Air Force.
Working with two different people. Basically, there was a gentleman, hey, how can I help? I was like, hey, we want to file a FOIA request. Okay, let me know what information you want. I had this other gentleman anonymously reaching out to me, and he was so knowledgeable. He was like, you got to check here, you got to check that. There's going to be flight logs, And we were going back and forth for a while, and I had a lot of incoming information. And just processing after the Joe Rogan appearance for this case was a full-time job, just trying to, receive all the messages, process all the messages, try to get back to everybody. But there was one person in particular who was really knowledgeable. I mean, I was like, who are you? And he's like, actually, I'm a colonel in the United States Air Force. I was a former fighter pilot, and I had a very dramatic UFO encounter in 1980. I've been following your work. I'm following this case, and I want to help you find that flight. So I was like, oh, cool. So now I'm working with a colonel in the United States Air Force, retired, but still, like, he's amazing. Frederick Clausen, he's okay for me to talk about this. So anyway, he's giving me guidance. There's another gentleman, which I consider one of our team guys, and he's like, hey, let's do this. What do you want me to say? And I was like, okay. All flights coming into the United States, and I don't know what the span of time was. Maybe it was 10 days, maybe it was 2 weeks. I can't remember. But I wanted to make sure it was before the crash and up to 10 days or 8 days or a week after January.
Oh, it's you. I see you haven't subscribed yet. Do I need to remind you what happened to the last guy who didn't subscribe? You monster.
Nice. 20th. So we just covered that whole window, but I don't want to do too much. Nice block. All planes coming in. And so we file that FOIA in 2021, 2022, probably 2022. 2023, 2024, 2025, we get a response from the CIA.
From the CIA?
Yeah.
And what, pray tell, does the CIA tell you, to no surprise?
Well, basically resorting back to some thing that was signed in 1949, national security, I think they said
the National Security Act.
We can neither confirm nor deny.
That's right.
the information according to the 1949 Act, and you could show the document, it's national security or classified. We're not going to tell you.
Yeah, basically stonewalled
flight record
for an entire block.
From the CIA, too. Why would we reach out to the CIA? That's kind of telling.
Yeah, of course it's telling.
I'm not a FOIA guy, right? I mean, I'm not seasoned, but everyone that I've shown that to, including like Chris Mellon, are highly dubious. Like, well, that's really odd.
Of course it's odd.
Yeah, right? Like,
of course it's odd.
Of course it's odd.
Of course, they landed without authorization in Brazil.
Yeah.
They're not going to admit to that.
Yeah.
Even if there was nothing to pick up, they're not going to admit to a random, plane landing unauthorized. Like that's just proof that they weren't supposed to be there. For whatever reason, they're not answering that.
Can't have a flight log?
Yeah, it just so happens
for a couple of weeks?
There was also talk of an alien running around and a ship crashing. Must be coincidental that they also don't want to answer questions about their flight log during that week. You know what you should do? You should FOIA request a month after and a month before.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting.
Just to get them to be like, oh yeah, no, we were not there.
You know what I should do? I should get some of the members of Congress that I'm working with to do that.
Yeah. FOIA request a bunch of random dates that year.
You know what?
Before and after.
If it came from a sitting member of Congress.
Yeah.
That would be a more effective way of doing it.
But even like, yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah, of course.
Not coming from a civilian. This is coming from a sitting member of Congress.
Of course, but I mean, if these are USAPs, they're not going to, or even special access programs, they're not going to allow, anybody access. But
I did find out that where the bodies most likely went was on the East Coast, and that's as much information that I can get.
On the East Coast?
Yeah, the bodies went to the East Coast. East Coast, United States.
Do you think there was where was I looking at?
I found out somebody from the DIA told me that.
DIA?
That's what the individual said.
Ooh, interesting. That actually, that's pretty high conviction.
That it would go to the East Coast. And then the individual was like, that's as far as I'm going. It's like,
probably
Maryland,
DNI, Department of Naval Intelligence, which doesn't exist, somewhere on an island, a floating island is my guess.
I would like to know, and I'd also like to know how long that entity stayed alive.
Yeah.
And what kind of communication there was, because there was communication. And it was all done through the eyes. I'd like to know.
Which
I want to know so bad, Chris. You have no idea.
I understand. It brings us to Dr. Italo Venturelli.
Yes.
A hero.
Oh, my God.
In my eyes, this man deserves a medal.
This guy's not retired, and he's not doing it anonymously.
He's an absolute saint. He's the head surgeon at the Hospital Regional in
and he's still
Virginia. There. Yep. He is still there. He was the head of 3 hospitals, folks, right? This is no...
So let me tell you how we got...
Slouch.
Let me tell you how we got to him.
Mm-hmm.
This is a sort of truncated version. Marco, my partner, Marco Leal, he has... I can't give away too much, but I need to give away just enough.
Sure, yeah.
Still protecting some of our sources.
Keep your sources.
Yes. So there's a couple of different hospitals, and I'm not going to name which one, but we have someone on the inside who's been meeting with us off the record, very discreetly, and saying, you need to go talk to this individual. You need to talk to them. Why is that? Because they were shown some stuff. And so Marco has been like, okay, this is the individual. This is the doctor we need to talk to. We know that this doctor was shown video. We know this other doctor was shown video. So Marco's reaching out to these various doctors. And about a year ago, we had heard through another doctor, through our contact on the inside, working in this hospital, the Dr. Italo was shown the video. Okay. So Marco arranges a time where it was like, a Zoom call a little over a year ago with Dr. Italo, who's a neurosurgeon at Regional, like, hey, did you really see this video? And he admits, I don't even know if this was recorded. It probably was recorded. Knowing Marco, it was recorded. But I was on the other end of it, and he was a translator, and he confesses that there is a video, and he did see it. So that was about a year ago. So this is kind of all ongoing. So then, fast forward about a year later, that individual's still on our target, is still like in our sights, right? But I really wanted to get the 2 forensic pathologists, particularly Dr. Giannini, because he was getting on in years, to talk about the bacteria that we could possibly incorporate in a new cut of moment of contact. And so we're doing these interviews with them at IPD. You can look up the acronym for that, but it's basically the two forensic pathologists. It's the company that did the analysis, the tissue sample analysis on the deceased military officer, as well as the doctor that did the autopsy on the deceased military officer, Marco Struzzi. So we're doing this interview, and it's all amazing. And they're saying some incredible stuff, and we're super excited. And we're like, hey, there's this other doctor. We're really trying to reach him. And that was Dr. Italo and Dr. Armando, who did the autopsy on the deceased military officer. He goes, hey, yeah, hold on a second. Pulls his phone out. Hey, Dr. Italo. And they're speaking in Portuguese. And then he goes, okay. Like, hangs his phone up. Tomorrow morning.
Wow.
Go around to the back gate at Regional Hospital. He's going to meet you there at 10 o'clock. Say 10 o'clock. We're like, okay. So the next morning, we all get in the car, cameras rolling, sound guy, let's roll. We go to the back gate, the back entry point, not the front, the back. And it was like, that's kind of odd. We didn't know exactly what was happening. And that's when he walks out in his full
scrubs.
Yeah, he's working he's working. And he sneaks us in the back. And he's sneaking us down these long corridors, and I'm talking to the camera.
What are you thinking? Like, where are we going? What is he showing us?
I'm totally thinking that.
Because you think this guy's only seen video.
Exactly. So he's with us down there. We don't really know what's happening. Now, unbeknownst to our whole team, since the year before meeting where we confronted him on did he see the video, he had a heart attack. He went into the ICU. He was staring at the ceiling. His partner, that was also a neurosurgeon at Regional Hospital, Marcos Vinicius, he had a heart attack in 2018 and died. And so he was apparently staring at the ceiling in the ICU thinking, shit, I'm going to take this to the grave, just like my partner. Like, then on top of that, so he was like, if I recover, I think I'm going to go public. Then on top of that, he got cancer. I think he got prostate cancer. He's been recovering from that as well. So I think he was just like, still working at the hospital.
I had a wake-up call.
And he was like, for the sake of my grandchildren, future generations, I'm not going to take this to the grave. So he sneaks us in, and I have no idea what's going on. Everything's happening rather quickly, right? So I'm told that I got to put on these scrubs. I got to put on a mask. I got to put on a hat because you can't enter ICU without that. You have to have all that gear on. So I'm putting everything on.
Sterile environment.
What's going on? Like, what's happening? What's I'm just, okay. I'm just doing what I'm told. Sound guy, camera guy, Marco's there, Alini's there, translator, and takes us into the ICU. Then he starts talking about, this is where I saw the video. It was in this bed. And then he was just like, yeah, the ET was right here in this bed, right here in this room. I'm like, wait a minute. The video, the ET, what? And then it all comes out. Like, yeah, I was here that night. Marcos Vinicius is the one that performed the procedure. I was in this room with ET. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Like, this is all unraveling, all on camera. It's happening. Where he was just saying, I don't care what the consequences are. I don't care anymore. I'm old enough, I'm seasoned enough, I'm important enough. Fuck it. You know what I mean? I'm coming forward. And he's doing it. And then we're filming. I'm just shocked. The whole thing is just like, I can't believe this is happening. Like, this development is one of the biggest, if true, it's the biggest, most significant development in the history of the phenomenon, because I challenge anyone out there to show me testimony from anyone, particularly a neurosurgeon.
An active neurosurgeon, not retired.
Not retired, who's putting his entire career on the line to say, I had face-to-face contact, telepathic communication for 3 to 4 minutes with an alien in captivity. Chris, correct me if I'm wrong. I can't think of another case. This is a first.
Yeah,
and I happen to have your first hat on when it happened. But anyway, so we're filming that. I'm just trying to process as best as I can. And I speak French, a little bit of Spanish, studied Spanish for a few years. So, and when I'm in the field, no matter where I'm in China or in Africa, whatever the hell I am, I really want to know what's being said. Like you have no idea. Like I go to another level of communication. I'm on a spiritual level. Like I want to hear. So I'm picking up words. I'm doing everything I can. I'm reading body language. I'm like, when I'm in the field, I need to be able to communicate with people. I need to see. I want to know exactly what's being said. You know what I mean? So I'm picking up on pieces, like what's happening. I'm feeling the energy in the room. Bam! Like all the hospital staff catch us filming in there. And they're pissed off, and they grab the neurosurgeon, and they're like, blah, 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 you know, and I'm like, shit, I probably just got this guy fired. You know what's going to happen? Ultimately, we get kicked out, and he's like, sorry, go ahead.
Before
yes,
you go to this next location, which ends up being, I think, one of the most important interviews I've ever seen.
Yeah.
He's sitting there pointing to the bed.
Yeah.
And saying the being was under blanket, like tucked like a little patient. He said... He looked like he had the body of a 7-year-old.
Yes.
And the skin was white.
Yes.
Pale.
Yes.
And he said the eyes were reddish. He didn't say red.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people thinking these glowing red eyes. That wasn't the case. They were red, maybe even from, you know. And contrary to other reports we had heard about this creature being brown, maybe once, you know, and we can assume... based on other testimony from other cases that this is excrement that they're leaking out of their skin, it could be brown as well. And that might, you know, once wiped off, leave them very pale. Also
or maybe the heat of the hot sun.
Also, and the molecular biologist that allegedly, if you go on Reddit, there's a report of this molecular biologist that allegedly worked on some of these beings that were frozen. They were pale as well, but he'd noticed there were thousands of pores on the skin, and that their whole system would excrete through the skin. So very similar, but...
Are there other animals that excrete through the skin? Is it pigs?
I think chickens.
Oh, chickens?
Yeah, I think chickens.
Okay.
Also.
Okay.
But yeah, so you have this being now sitting here, and he says it was like serene, it was calm, and in his words... He says he had control of the room.
Yeah. Despite the fact that it was in captivity, it had control of the room. Yeah. And when he looked at it in the eyes, he was like, it just read all my thoughts.
There's communication.
Read all my thoughts. Like he knew everything I was thinking. And he said it was the most advanced intelligence. And I said, way more advanced. This guy's plays piano like Mozart. I mean, he's a brain surgeon. He's an extraordinary human being when you meet him. I mean, he's an extraordinary human being. And
he's empathetic.
Super empathetic. And he said it was an advanced intelligence. I said, what do you mean? Anything way more advanced than anything on Earth. It didn't have a mean bone in its body. It was an angel. He's described it as an angel.
Yeah.
And then I remember asking him, like, because we got kicked out of the hospital. When that whole commotion happened. You're not supposed to be filming here. You guys don't have permits. What are you doing? Yeah, but this is where it all took place. Yeah, we know that, but you can't be in here and da-da-da-da. I'm sorry, you know. And it's all happening quickly. It's like, you know, the confrontation with Eric Lopes where it's all happening quickly and I'm hearing it's all in a foreign language and I'm trying to process what's going on. And I'm thinking this guy probably just lost his job. He's thinking maybe I might have lost my job. I mean, you know, we ended up leaving, going into a cafe. I mean, we were just walking through the streets. We didn't know where the hell we're going, but I wasn't going to let it go there. I needed to sit him down somewhere. We just walked into a cafe and sat down and took over that cafe.
I saw that. I saw the staff in the back being like, what's going on?
Yeah. And then I'm crying and he's crying.
Well, he says something. You can tell when you ask him, you know, you ask him about the being and he starts going, you know, there was no evil. It was an angel. And he starts getting very emotional. You can tell he's feeling for this being. And, you know, he goes, a quote that stuck with me, we have a lot to learn through the eyes of that being. And that was just so powerful, seeing how emotionally worked up he was in delivering that. And you being able to connect with him and him being able to read that you were sincere because of spending 15 years, more than 15 years going back to, he knew how much you cared about this and it was cathartic for him. You get the sense that this immense weight was in that moment for the first time, perhaps in 3 decades. he was able to communicate the profound nature of his exchange, his telepathic communication with an extraterrestrial, with someone else. The fact that you caught that on video is incredible, and the whole
David
movie.
West, I gotta say, David West, our DP, had such a tough task at hand because everything was on the fly. Nothing was set up. He had light coming in from the windows. He was like, James, I was hustling. I was trying not to miss. I only had one camera, and I was adjusting things as fast as I could, trying to make it stand on the face, trying to get you, like, it was all on the fly. And David West did a remarkable job. Thank you, David West, capturing that moment, because it was really intense for me, because, like, remember, this is an ongoing investigation for me and for Marco Leal. I mean, you look at Marco at one point, the camera pans across to him, and he wipes his forehead, and he shakes his head a little bit like, did that just happen? Is this just happening? Is this happening right now? Like, did I just hear what I thought I heard? And then, you know, as someone who's investigated the case, 15, 16 years, I'm like, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't believe this happened. Like, what is it like for you after 29 years to finally get this off your chest? And he starts to cry. And then we had that moment, and he grabs my hands. The head neurosurgeon, dude, grabs my hands and he kisses my hands. It's like, you can believe it. You can believe it. And that's when he says, there's so much to learn from the eyes of that being. It's like, whoa, you know what I mean? And like, everybody that I've talked to, I mean, who knows? Like, you never know how a film is going to be received in the public. I did my best to try to, like, tell the story in a compelling way. We have so much more compelling firsthand eyewitness testimony now. Chief of police, forensic pathologist, neurosurgeon, like another crash witness or another witness of the cylindrical shaped object, very in proximity to everything else. But also incorporate some of the allegations coming from the American side, from the congressional hearings. I don't want to like beat a dead horse or like regurgitate a whole bunch of stuff that's already happened, but I felt like, the congressional hearings are very compelling. The allegations, crash retrieval, a lot of people coming forward. I feel the frustration within the community that they're not providing enough details to verify these extraordinary claims and the criticisms coming in. But I have to remind everybody out there that in the last 4 years, we've had 4 congressional hearings, 3 of which we've talked about, potential crash retrieval. People are testifying under oath, okay? Let's take a moment and recognize that, it's not happening overnight. Things are moving pretty quickly considering how far it's been since the previous congressional hearings, over 50 years. But taking the congressional hearings, making some sense of that, talking to Eric Davis, aerospace engineer, it's phenomenal. But then kind of fusing the two. So it's like you talk about crash retrieval, you talk about biologics, live aliens. I can't think, and maybe you can, but personally, I can't think of a better case than the Virginia case involving the Americans. I don't think there's a better, more well-documented, recent case in the world that I know of. And so, but who knows how this is going to be received? I mean, there's ontological shock half the time. People can't even process. Like, I know how I looked at it all when I was doing my second documentary on UFOs. It can't be, therefore it isn't, right? So, I don't know, Chris. I really don't know. I've never... We'll see how this lands.
I don't care what people think about this documentary if they don't watch it.
Yeah.
Watch it.
Good point, yeah.
That's all I care about, is that you watch it. You want to critique some of the editing? You want to critique a music choice? Yeah, go for it. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Watch that documentary. Look into the eyes of the people that are putting everything on the line to tell you about the most important, significant interaction that's ever existed. I think with this movie and with the research that you've been doing, this is some of the most profound, important work done in disclosure, including the congressional hearings. I think this, to me, holds more value because we're not talking to lawmakers or people who've, signed away their lives with NDAs. We're talking to human beings from all walks of life who are all in their own right credible, regardless of if they've served in the military or not. These people are real, and you get to see their emotion. You get to see the tears flowing from their eyes. This is real. This happened. And I think that it's some of the most important work ever in this subject. I think you've done a great service to humanity with this. I really do.
Well, I really want to make sure that all the other people involved get the credit too. All the previous researchers, Marco Leal, Lini Cross, you guys, everyone out there that's come before us.
Vittorio Paccaccini,
Uberajada Rodriguez, Marco Petit. Like, you know, we are stronger together.
Absolutely.
And we and I think on the coattails of Age of Disclosure, you know, with Lou Elizondo and Dan Farah, you could call that a psyop, whatever you want to call it. I personally don't believe that, but they're making extraordinary claims, extraordinary allegations at the highest levels we've ever seen before in history. And I have to tip my hat to those involved for getting that done. And then now we've got the case.
Yeah, the case.
This is it. So you're looking for the evidence. This is the case, in my opinion.
And it's ongoing.
Yeah, it's ongoing.
You know, I look forward to sitting here in a year from now.
By the time your audience,
hopefully we'll be able to premiere a really interesting video.
By the time your audience is watching this, I would have been back with another team of people meeting with more doctors in the community than ever before in history.
It's exciting. I want you to be safe, man. You know, this is another thing I want to just touch on. I want to talk about Vittorio a little bit more here because prior to the movie, you started releasing interviews with him.
Yeah.
What was the reason for that?
You know, to announce the fact that he's back in. You're talking about Paccaccini?
No, I'm talking about. Oh, sorry, I'm talking about the neurosurgeon Italo.
Oh,
Italo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Sorry.
You know, when we dropped the trailer, that obviously includes clips of him in the trailer, so that people, it's not like people aren't going to know.
Yep.
We talked to Ross Coulthart at News Nation, and like, hey, you know, I'd actually spoken to him a while ago, right after I'd done the interviews. We'd gotten back, I don't know, a couple months later from Brazil, and I was like talking to Ross at Contact in the Desert, along with a handful of others. And I was telling him, oh my gosh, we just got back. He's like, that's one of my favorite cases. Like, you're not going to believe, you know, he's like, well, you call me when you're ready to make some announcements, drop the trailer, announce the film's imminent release, this sort of thing. And so I contacted him. I was like, we're ready like in a couple of days. He's like, can you do an interview tomorrow? I was like, wow. And maybe, you know, you could have a little teaser clip of Dr. Italo, of course, you know, and after we'd filmed initially way earlier this year, we'd gone back a second time, and then by the time your audience seeing this, gone back a third time, because we're really getting to know Italo. We did another hour-long plus, you know, head-on interview with him on camera, going into more details.
Yeah, and he also like defends himself.
Yeah, getting to know his wife.
Where he's like, I'm the head of 3 hospitals.
Yeah.
I'm not a slouch.
Yeah.
Listen to me.
Exactly. And with everything to lose and nothing to gain.
I love it.
It's like, but getting to know his wife, getting his wife to know us, you know, because we have I'm kind of sworn to secrecy until January, and not because I'm trying to be evasive or anything, but there are other things in the works,
of course,
that are going to be, it's going to be more than just a documentary. This is a movement, and this is involving a lot of people behind the scenes, and there will be another big announcement in early January, and I mean big announcement in early January that we've been working on for 7 or 8 months. And again, I wish I could just tell you guys everything, because I just can't for a number of reasons. You'll understand later. But
will you give me a heads up?
Of course I will.
Because I would love to.
Of course,
do anything I can to help with that.
Of course I will. But it'll involve things that are happening right here in the United States. So big stuff. Yeah. But yeah, so Ross is like, hey, can we take a little snippet? Of course, you know, let's have him in his own words. Let's addressing, you know, and when I had him, Dr. Italo, with all the other like forensic pathologists, we're going to their homes, we're meeting their partners, their wives, their friends, their local hangout spots, the restaurants they enjoy to go to, everyone getting to know each other, literally performing. He's amazing on the piano. People are singing, playing guitar.
He plays at the end of the movie.
Just getting to know each other. Yeah, he sent us that clip, and I was like,
so beautiful.
That is so beautiful. I need to have that in the movie.
And of course, the hands of like a neurosurgeon. You don't understand, like like literally performing brain surgery. Like these hands have to be steady, stable. Like I'm a magician.
Yeah,
I know, what it takes to develop certain muscles in the fingers and different parts of the hand for, sleight of hand practice. It pales in comparison to what this guy does. I'll tell you that.
He told me, he would say, like, he's so focused on surgery. I want to say, like, he has to take a break and he'll have somebody come in to replace him for a little bit while he takes a break. 10, 12, 13-hour surgeries.
Jeez.
And he goes, James, I'm so focused. I'm like, I'm looking in through the microscope and my whole existence is inside that brain.
Oh my.
For so many hours. You understand the level of intensity of what the work that I do. I was like, I never thought of it like that before. He goes, I would have said like, a couple of, some of these go on for like a whole day, half a day, or whatever, you know what I mean? And he goes, I'm in that brain because my whole existence is inside there. And then having to come out of that existence, it's incredible. I've never been friends with a brain surgeon before, like a neurosurgeon. He's incredible. He's an incredible human being.
And imagine trusting him to...
I asked him if he could put...
Imagine trusting him to fix your brain.
Yeah. No, we jokingly...
But don't trust him about what he says.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. I said to him jokingly, I was like, hey, Dr. Italo, this is just recently because we're going to be together in a week. And I said, could you do me a favor? And he's like, oh, what's that? And I said, could you put a bigger brain in my head? We both had a really good laugh. It's like, we're always joking around with each other. He goes, when I see you again, I'm going to show you a real brain like this. I was like, really? He goes, oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Yeah, he's incredible. He's amazing. I loved he added him. Has he had any backlash and repercussions due to his appearance?
Yes.
And this is before the movie comes out, so this is only because of what was put out.
He lost his job.
No way.
But he got his job back because he was so needed. But yes.
Wait, how did he lose his job? How did he find out?
I don't know if he was fired or what exactly what happened, but I was so upset.
Directly because of this?
Yes. But then within a week, they realized they couldn't survive without him. He was so critical. He was the head guy. And he could do things that nobody else can do.
That's incredible.
So they had to have him back on board. So, yeah, that happened. So I put out a video, and I said, I was a walking, talking video in the countryside. I said, look, whether you believe him or you don't believe him, this man has dedicated his life to making lives better for other people. He is a hero. He's dedicated his life to do amazing things. At the very least, have respect for him when you're criticizing. Just give this man the dignity and respect he deserves. And then I said, if there's anybody out there in the military community thinking about paying him a visit, I will dedicate my life to finding and exposing that effort. I don't care whatever it takes. We're watching you. We're watching him. He's under our protection, and any other witness that comes forward gets the same treatment. They need to be respected and protected to show and that's been totally fine ever since. And I think that he really appreciated that video that I put out because I was like, I'm keeping an eye on you. We all are, and we got your back.
The fact that he got your back. Fired for saying what he said and then rehired is so. I mean, I love the fact that he got rehired.
Yeah,
just goes to show you, he didn't get fired for a lack of mental faculty, because then they wouldn't have rehired him. He got fired for an entirely different reason, one that they had no choice but to overlook, so it couldn't have been that serious. That's...
I'll get him to make a statement about it soon, very soon.
Well, I hope, I hope everything goes well. I hope everything goes well for him, for you, for your team, for everyone involved. You're in my thoughts constantly, and I'm really throwing out whatever protections I can around you and your whole team and all the witnesses. I think just absolutely.
We're in this together and we're stronger together.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. I got some questions I want you to answer. Well, actually, our audience does, so give me a second.
You got it, brother.
All right. So we have some questions here.
Yes, sir.
From our lovely audience who always brings the heat with the questions, I got to say. And if
I can neither confirm nor deny.
If you guys want a chance and an opportunity to ask our guests some questions, you can also sign up to the membership. With that comes a lot of perks, including extra episodes, but also you get to appear on this little board behind me, and here is the first question from Dracolich.
Okay.
What film do you believe best represents the phenomenon? Now,
the phenomenon.
That's my answer. But if you had to, maybe a film that isn't even like a documentary about the phenomenon, like what is maybe like a fiction or science fiction movie, do you think would
Close
best...
Encounters.
Close Encounters? Yeah. I think that's...
I mean...
Yeah.
You know...
Has everything.
It's really funny because Virginia, if you think about it, the Virginia case, 1996, like... Think of the parallels to E.T. Okay? Right. I often think, what would have happened? Because when Katya, Liliani, and Valkyria came within 10 feet of a live creature in broad daylight, remember that Liliani and her sister were the two youngest, because Katya was 21, Liliani was 16, her sister was 14, Valkyria. She grabbed her younger sister and hightailed it out of there. I don't know how far they got, 100 feet, 200 feet, whatever. And they realized, shit, we left Katya back there. Katya's back there, and she leaves her younger sister, Valkyria, and Liliana goes back to get Katya. Well, Katya was frozen, locked eyes on this creature, and the creature was pleading with her, I need help. I'm weak, I'm frightened, I'm just scared, and was asking, now, what would happen, let's just say, if Katya had decided to lure this creature into safety, take it in the house.
I see where you're going.
I'm just saying.
Dress it up?
Or whatever.
Put some makeup on it?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, that would have been the real life E.T.
Wild how it mimicked reality before it happened.
You know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
Anyway, so.
Very cool.
Could have taken a different turn.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Which one first here? Let's do this one first. This is from Edson.
I feel like I'm at a train station in Paris.
There's only one stop and it's disclosure. If you could truth serum one person about the phenomenon, any era, who would you choose?
It's a good question.
Hal Puthoff.
Hal Puthoff with truth serum?
Yeah.
Interesting. I would do Eisenhower.
Oh! Whew, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I can't argue with that. Or Truman.
Or Forrestal.
Yeah. Or Truman.
Truman. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Truman.
Not bad. Or George Bush Sr.
George Bush Sr. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Good point. Good point.
That's
a good point. That's a good point. I stand corrected.
Even
probably
Detlef Bronk, who was like the biologist back then, who apparently he was the one who worked on these beings and the bodies and stuff. MJ-12.
You know, I've heard that.
Cheney would have been a good one.
Yeah, Cheney could have been a good one. But probably Bush Sr. Because he was head of CIA.
He was.
Apparently he was told about the Holloman landing case. I don't know if he was shown the evidence or not. That would have been good. So, I mean, if I had to choose one now that you're saying that.
Carter also. Like, I mean, there's
Carter less so.
Yeah, less so.
I would say George Bush Sr.
I'd still go Eisenhower, I think.
You
hear that.
Right.
You hear that address when he left office.
That's true.
About the military-industrial complex. I mean, that came from somewhere.
Yeah. When did Eisenhower step down? Was it 60?
No, wasn't it in the 50s?
I thought it was 61 when you gave that address.
Oh, was it? Okay.
I could be wrong. I thought it was 61. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Check up.
Well, I know he served in the 50s, so it might have been 60s. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure he took a lot to the grave.
Unfortunate too, right?
Yeah, he seemed like a decent man from like when you hear that speech. It seems like he was strong-armed into, obviously, not giving up secrets. When you hear about the lore and stuff that involves Eisenhower and the gifts that he might have been given at these meetings and whatnot.
You know, one other person that comes to mind is, you know, when I told you about this guy, Jeff Sagansky, earlier in the show.
Yeah.
And Jeff, I still do. In fact, he just called me a couple of days ago. I need to call him back. But he was head of Sony Pictures. He was very influential behind the scenes, never wanted credit, never wanted a dime. And one day I asked Jeff Sagansky, hey, why are you so good to me? Why are you helping me out? He's like, you know, James, you're a small independent filmmaker. You're one guy out there trying to like really get to the truth, find out what's going on. I admire that in you, your tenacity. And I was friends with Jackie Gleason.
Oh.
And I said, really? I said, really? And not really knowing exactly where this was going to go, but he goes, yeah, I think he worked on some film with him. I'm not sure which one it was. A while ago, obviously. And Jackie Gleason told Jeff Sagansky to his face, I don't care what anybody tells you about UFOs. I know for a fact they are absolutely real and the government knows it. No question. He didn't say, hey, the president of the United States took me out to an air base in Florida and showed me bodies and good. But he did all but say that. Is interestingly enough. So, Jackie Gleason.
Cool.
Could have been one too.
I wonder what celebrity would have been given such access, because you have to think that even the people in charge with NDAs that have signed their lives away can still be susceptible to vanity. And, you know, some of them must be like, you know, oh, that James Fox guy, I'm a really big fan of his, you know, and like they're, you know, it's not unlikely that there's a celebrity out there that got some form of access to something.
My problem is they couldn't do that to me because I wouldn't take it to my grave.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Because I feel like humanity, so sorry, I stepped away from the mic. I just feel like I wouldn't take it to the grave.
No, yeah.
I would be like, if you're going to show me this, I'm going to talk about it. So don't give me any, because I feel like, why should I be any better than anybody else? Why should I be shown something that everybody should be shown the same?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't make that. I mean, I'd go and see it, but I would reveal that I saw it.
Yeah, I would write a science fiction book.
Read
Put it all
between
in
the
there.
lines.
Yeah. Whether it's, you know, you hear about secret machines. Nick Pope also wrote science fiction. You know, so yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Last question here before we let you go. And this one, quite a deep question. So, you know, if you have no answer for it, that's fine.
Okay.
Have you learned from Zen? Have you learned anything in your investigations that has influenced your view of on the afterlife?
I'm going to take a vowel for 300, please. I'll take a Y. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, I have. Yeah, and unfortunately, right now, I am dealing with my older sister, Janine, who I cherish, and she has multiple sclerosis, and she's succumbing to multiple sclerosis at her will. And it would have happened by the time this came out. And we talked recently about, and she's very pragmatic, and, you know, she's like, look, man, I've had a great life. Don't pity poor me. I said that when it came to the point where I could no longer take care of myself, I didn't want to be a burden on anybody else. I didn't want to be a burden on my kids. I'm gonna go my way. I'm gonna button up all my affairs, get everything in order. This is what she's done. And then I said, well, would it be okay if I tried to communicate with you on the other side? She's like, of course. And I said, vice versa, if you want to try to communicate with me on the other side. I mean, it's kind of weird having these conversations when someone's still alive, right? But it is what it is, man. It's really depressing and really sad. And I've cried so much in the last couple of weeks. You know, I've been very emotional. There's so many things going on. But she said, well, what's the best evidence that you've heard that there's something on the other side? And I said, well, I work with Leslie Kean, and she wrote a book about surviving death. I think it was called Surviving Death. And then there was a Netflix original made, I think it was a 6-part series or something about it called Surviving Death, based on her book. So I called Leslie, and I've known her for years. for years. I was one of the first people to put her on camera with Tim Coleman for Out of the Blue back in the late 90s. I think it was late 90s or, yeah, probably late 90s, 2000. I don't know, whatever. And I said, Leslie, give me your best shot. How do you know there's something on the other side? And without a moment's hesitation, she's like, well, my partner, lover, died in my arms, a while ago. And, he was there 1 minute, and then the next minute, his soul, it was just a carcass. It was like a piece of styrofoam. I mean, it was cardboard, and she was like, where did the essence of his soul, what just happened? You know what I mean? Because it's very obvious that he's gone. So she started researching it. And she said that she found a medium. I don't think she'd ever met this medium, and she might have even used an alias. But I think it was a remote thing. Somebody it might have been Arizona. And she said, look, James, it was one of two things. Either somehow this medium read my mind, things that I weren't even thinking about, very intimate moments with my lover before that individual died. Like details that I've never shared with anybody on the planet, ever. Either she read that in my mind, which I wasn't thinking about, which quite honestly I hadn't thought about in a long time, or she communicated with him on the other side. It was one or the other. It's like, wow, that's pretty compelling.
Thanks for sharing that.
Of course.
And good luck with everything.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
James, you're a gentleman. You're always welcome here. And every time you come here, I am just completely flabbergasted by the amount of empathy you have and the amount of care that you take with all of these investigations, everything you do. So I wish you nothing but the best of safety and luck in your continuation of this amazing journey. Thanks.
Well, I appreciate you having me on, and you're the most amazing magician and podcaster out there. One of the top. So I really appreciate you too.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to put on another podcast in just a moment. Thanks for tuning in, guys. This place is looking real nice. Real nice. Let's see here. I think this will turn it into ice. We're going to find out. Maybe, can this work part of the game? Kinda. I don't think this is gonna work. Wait, is this gonna melt? The ice? Or we're gonna find out real quick. This is magma? Alright, so there is a problem here. This one. It's covering it. Oh, you can kind of see. Boom. Looks like we got ourselves a little game here. This works for me. The only thing I'm bothered about is it blocks this. Damn, I'm hella modifying the Spider Museum. I need... What is it? A sandstone block. I could just do it like this. Bam. That's better. That's a lot better. Oh. This needs to be ice. Maybe this should be 5. Bonus. 4. Yeah. Dude, this one's hard. Maybe it should be 5. We'll go like this. We'll do... These are easy, right? First 2 easy. Bada bing, bada boom. Now this, a little bit harder. We'll do like 3 tries. Sorry about that. Alright, so this game needs... No. These are fake people. Who's a good name here? There's always a but. And gay. Stuff like that. Bob's. That looks more like a top score type of thing. This looks bad though. Yeah, I don't like it. Ski ball that replenishes itself. Oh man. Buttons. Okay. right. We're at the 5-hour mark. I'm going to get some water. We're going to continue working on our wonderful little park here. I'm going to put on some more podcasts, and yeah, we'll be back here in just a moment. I got sucked in, man. This game is crazy. Oh yeah, jukebox. So what I was gonna do... excuse me. Oh, I need carpet. I need carpet. That's what I came here for. Purple seems good. Orange. Red. I'll do orange. Finally got a little, we got a little game, a little beach boardwalk game. Another one to add to the attractions. Like, what's this about? What do we got here? So, I think I'm gonna do it like this. Yeah. Oh, go, go. Nope, didn't make it. Dude, we should be throwing buttons, dude. Buttons freaking slide. This should be throw buttons game. Oh, dang, dude. You can push them. Maybe I'll make this the throw the buttons game. So there's more to this. 1, 2. This one's the hard one. 3's hard, yo. If you can make 3, you're a pro. That would have made it. That's why this game really only works if you do 1 shot per hole. Because it'll suck up your throw. Ah, see? Yep. And I like being able to move per throw. Gives it some strategy. Look at that. See? A little... Dude, I like this. This is a good game. It actually works. It's hard. I haven't done it once. There's an actual challenge here. I haven't gotten it straight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not once. I always miss one. But that's a good testament that it's a working game, dude. So I originally had it facing this way. But it's like this maybe I can open up both sides, you know? Like make a different version from this side, and you could go head to head with somebody. This would be 1. That would be 2 or 3, 4, 5. Dude, this way is easy. Yeah, dude, I like it. I like that. So maybe this side could be easy mode, and this side's hard mode. This is hard mode. This is easy mode. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bam. It's pretty sick. It needs to start here, though. I'll just keep it open. It don't matter. Cool. We got ourselves a little game. Hole 3 is brutal. Yeah. Dude, this is so much easier with buttons, but I wanted to make it with eggs since there's just an infinite supply here. You just run, come over here, walk around, and you get a full stack of eggs. You're like, what do I do with all these eggs? Come press your luck. This might look better. What do you call it? Whack-a-mole. There we go. Now we got ourselves a real game. Whoa! That actually works as a game. Ooh. Oh. Yo, this one's... Yeah. Pretty sick. Now what to do about this place? Huh? I'll show you. Does this look like a spider? Yeah. I don't know what it looks like, but... Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Boy, scary. All right, guys, I need to get some water. And I'll start some podcasts up right when I get back. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Woohoo! Look alive, folks. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay good. Should I just kill this stream and start up some League of Legends? I'm gonna go see what Kraft is doing. Let's smell some young cats.
Do you think other people think that you are the Messiah?
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound. A dimension of sight. A dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadows.
This stream is made possible by viewers like you. We're switching it up, guys. Putting Minecraft on ice. Literally. And figuratively speaking. Rita Poo! Get some Rita Poo.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
Hello, you jive turkeys. Welcome to the greatest stream this side of Mississippi. It's HeadshotH4rry, and we're going back, way back in the time. He's so bad. You better watch y'all. HeadshotH4rry, featuring Kraft, live on YouTube.
Who's that Pokemon? It's Bigfoot's dick!
Oh.
Oh, would you look at that? Yeah, well. Would you look at that?
Yo, Kraft is going to be joining us in about 30 minutes. So, that's all I have to say about that. For some reason, League is just taking its sweet-ass time starting up today. Jesus. Let's see. So, I'm seeing someone in chat, but it's not showing up on my open chat. So I hear someone, but I don't see them. Or maybe that's me. Let's do a test. Let's see if that's me I see. All right. So, League of Legends. Craft, like I said, Craft is going to be joining us in 30 minutes. That'll give us some time to get situated. I got to find the music and turn it on. I might switch it up hardcore. Let's see. Speaking of hardcore. All right. I'm going to play some hardcore. Alrighty. Hope you guys are doing well. Oh, hold on. I gotta EQ this. Alright, let's bring this down quite a lot.
You're just a motherfucking ignorant liar that was never with the tail. A finger on your head, get back to happy failure.
Alright, guys. Craft, take your time. This is Farouk. You can find him on Bandcamp. That is Farouk. We're gonna hop into one while we wait for Craft here. I'm almost tempted to do an arena or something instead of an actual game, but I don't listen to reason. Let's go. Wait, is there a priority queue? Let's find out. Yeah, always with the support. Yo, Craft. I'm about to hop into one. Get in here. We ready. HeadshotH4rry's ready. Are you ready? Oh man, you got me excited. I thought you were ready to throw down. Alright, well let me know when you're ready, and I'm just gonna run one. You know what I'm gonna do? Okay, I'm gonna hop out of rank. I have this weird thing. Where's the rings and stuff? Here we go.
If you need me to repeat myself, I would 1,000 times if you gave you my sight for a second. If you could feel
Mobile Fire, you've been here since the beginning. I will continue to use you. Sorcery. Revitalize.
that I need you because I know too much about something that might be true. Don't give it up. The instant never know what you'll see the
Who is it? Based on runes. Who is it? Based on runes and masteries. Isn't it? That's right. Jana.
With the smoke cloud in your vision.
Alright, so we're going to play a Jana game in Swift Play.
They just want to be. They just want to be heard of.
Whoa, they need it. What about draft? Let's try draft. Dang, this one doesn't need any. What? It's different for if it's ranked or not. Look at support priority. Dude, should I just go straight into a rank as Jana? That'd be really stupid. Let's go. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. This is an experiment. But if we do good and lose, it won't matter. Apparently. If you guys haven't been tuning in, yesterday we got a double pentakill. That is a back-to-back pentakill. You can check it out. Yesterday's stream. We did unlock this Winter Blessed Santa. I'm gonna set her up too. In fact, I'll do that right now.
And now I see you, fucking psychopath. What would happen if I mounted your head up on my wall? You motherfucker. Melee, status symbol. You stay at the top. Sorry, our culture. Cause your blood full of antibiotics. Manufacturing trash. Selling deception. I would love to answer your call. Answer your call with the arms you don't deserve. Speak to with the what you never did. Affluent speak to with the what you never did. I heard you speak to with the what you never did. Affluent, I hope you stay.
I'm gonna hop out of queue.
And fuck yourself till you die.
Joint. Hey, that was that slapper. No, I'll be like, hey, how's that new banger? That's a knocker. Two knockers. All right, here we go. So I'll be like, hey, hello, this is radio station. Hey, hey, can I get some water? Hey, give me water. Here we go. I'll be like, hey, that was that new one. That was the old one. That was the new old one. All right, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna go like, oh, what? Oh, am I on? Hey, you're listening to the radio station that puts the pop-in pop music. On the way, we've got that new banger by Little Hustler, G Free Willy. Edie Emmett Smith, the promoter, with Clubbing in the Club. Then Sergeant Slappy G with the song that inspired the new dance craze, Pay the Cable. You just heard Baby I Love You by G Sleazy. Coming up, another non-stop music block with G, the Little Hustler, Smith the G, Slapzilla the Captain, and Kelly G, the YouTube Queen. But up next, turn your radio up. It's the world premiere, ultra exclusive by the Touch Team. Baby, I'd pay to club you. It's the hottest. You know what?
We're really doing it.
I can't do this shit anymore. If I gotta play one more song for you people, it's gonna be this. I'm out. Better have my check in the morning too, Lisa.
Do you know who you are, or what you are being fucked so hard? The subject of a world of experiments, raised and reduced, betrayed to produce. You never know. It's like that in the hieroglyphics here. Whoa, you think you're in for a happy ending? Poor fools, you owe. From your inception, few exceptions, the ones getting ahead. Stay on your head, and end up too, convincing you you're cool. Making you believe these are your cities, your churches, your homes, and your schools. You never know. The infrastructure around your info is structured to infrastructure on top of you. The cornerstone is the martyr's bone. This government is a business, and this country is corporate and cute. The state is departments, the population is products. Born unknown, living on the drones.
You don't give an F about nothing. We're going Jana support just straight into ranked. I don't think we're gonna win. All because of this skin right here. Look at this. Oh! Look, I even got a freaking shiny. Even got the chroma for it. Alright, guys. Janet Kalin versus Samira, and I didn't see who the sport was, but we'll find out in just a second.
Go for it, Karl.
This is gonna be crazy, guys.
Yep. That tasted purple.
Alright, flip that card. I'm at 0. We gotta watch out for this Shaco, of course. But, oh, good thing I have the best ult for him.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Jenna has no starting items. Yo! Whoa, why does she have such a jiggle? Jesus. She's supposed to be flying. And they're treating her like she's walking. Well, at least this chroma is gorgeous. Am I Jenna now, guys? I know how to play this girl. Look at that. Little pop. It's like that in the hieroglyphics here.
The storm
A summoner has reconnected. As you wish.
A summoner has disconnected. An ally has been slain. A summoner has reconnected.
Soldiers, gunmen, a million generals, citizens, put down for the others to rise. While we glean and just leave us all to lose. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
A summoner has disconnected.
Yo, that's sick.
A summoner has appreciated. With ease.
My bad.
Swiftly.
700. Don't worry, Kay, we got this.
An ally has been slain.
Dude, how are you supposed to use that?
As expected.
Upon the wind.
Appreciated.
Alright, here's who that's gonna take down.
As expected, an ally has been slain. Thank you. Pay attention to the
I'm not standing for that shit one more day. Nah. We tied him up, put him in the trunk. That motherfucker. Spot the truck. Tonight I'm drunken. He's locked. Then watch him get dropped quick. That's all that time, so even if he want, he can't talk shit. We
upon the wind. An enemy has been slain. In harmony.
You don't know what you got. You should already know the rest. Don't even you'll never lie. You said you don't know what you got. Till it's gone. Passing on too many times. We'll never have again. Wondering where you've been. Not knowing.
As you wish.
Jana, bitch. Hell yeah.
Tremendo! Yup, that tasted purple.
Dude, Jana would be so good with Samira with the knockup, but it's so hard to land. Like, I'm hoping it gets better as the game goes on. But it's so hard to land this thing. But I got good escape. That wind thing, they chased me. It's really easy. Terrible Caitlyn. What the fuck? I didn't know that, right?
Gotcha, bitch!
I finally did a good play. That was it. That was a good play. That was a support play.
Shut down. Upon the wing. An enemy has been slain.
I do it all for you. Do it all because of you. I do it all for you. I do it all because of you.
Godlike.
She is a perfect support if you know how to play support.
Got him. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
Woo! What up, Jenna, baby? You my girl. I'm gonna call her Chicago. Let's see who we got. Yo, Kraft. I'm playing Janna for the first time in ranked right now. I've played Janna before, but it is what it is. See, I'm playing like a freaking maniac. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. With ease. Legendary. Your team has destroyed a turret. Swiftly.
That's what I'm
cream of the
talking
crop.
about. First rank, Jenna.
Oh, would you look at that?
You know I'm
Would you
the cream
look
of
at
the
that?
You know that I'm the cream of the crop.
Where is the music and why did it stop? Did I accidentally close it? Is it in a different window? I'll just be my own music. Oh, the album was over. That's right. We'll go to an older album. This is the band Farouk. Yo, Jana. Cyber Halo Jana. I only played Jana because I got the skin. And it was totally worth it. Super Dogton, more like super dog shit internet. Sorry, it took so long. Couldn't find the right. What's up, folks? Hope you enjoyed that little shit show. I think Kraft might be joining us. We'll see. He's too cool. He got popular on the internet and now he doesn't want to play. Oh, there he is! What if we just both played support? 2 supports is the new meta. You don't give an F about nothing. Yo, guys, we're like 1 win away from getting.
Oh, would you look at
another
that?
chest.
Would you look at that?
Another chest. Dude, this is crazy. How much actually do I need? Yo. We're doing good, man. Look at this shit. Getting chromas already? Shit, the year just started, mama. Damn. Alright. Let's hop back in one. Welcome, Kraft, everybody, to the Stream of Dreams. Hope you brought your platform shoes. We hit the rift in style. Watch your mouth. I'm only talking about Harry, baby. Oh yeah. It's HeadshotH4rry live on YouTube. Can you dig it?
Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that?
Alright. Ban a champion. How about you ban these nuts? Yumi ban. Yumi ban. Yo guys, so I kind of upped my bit rate. We'll see if it looks better. We'll see if the stream looks even better. All right. No one wants to switch in the craft? No?
You want style?
It don't matter. I did get a new chroma for this one. I think it's this one. Paradox? We could switch it up. I got one for this one. Nope. These are all pretty sick, man. These are great. All these are really good. I'm gonna get all of these. Every single one. Every Samira skin. Yo, I do believe our girl Sammy is getting a new skin soon. So, you can dig it with a shovel. Oh my god, no.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Who else we got? Alright, I'm gonna do a real band this time. Like either Yee or like someone stupid. Who's the worst? Honestly, Seraphine is strong as hell, dude.
I don't blame you. I'm quite
Neela,
strong.
she's the dark horse. Aircraft, switch with me. Why can't I switch with anybody? Crap.
You want style? You found her.
Sam. Yunara, I swear to God I was gonna ban her. That's so funny. Alright guys, the gig is up. Let's go. We already got a win. This is Jenna. Alright. Honestly, I think I get double LP for subbing in or whatever. I don't know what I'm talking about. Good luck, have fun. Here comes Harry with his pants undone. Oh man, they got the sick Yunara skin. Oh god.
I could go for a twirl. Yep, that tasted purple.
If you can't
I'm
keep
excited.
up, don't
We
step
got
up. I don't
a
have
little
time
fight.
for
Bot lane.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Making the summoners beat.
Minions have spawned.
Well-behaved women don't make it in Noxus. My folks keep telling me to settle down.
Not a fan of how early the game starts. Those are crucial minutes, or a crucial minute that has been squandered.
Feel my past face.
Danger runs from me.
Guns and swords go together like rice and refuge. That label is where I draw my strength. I don't woke, I slay.
Craft, I appreciate you for feeding me that kill. Like, you literally fed me that kill. I appreciate that. Deep ward. Deep ward.
Others bullets. Why not both?
So deep. Put him back to sleep. Don't mind me. Just creeping on this scuttlebug
like
guy thing.
All over again.
Gonna go back. Look at that. Look at that. I can see him. There he is. There he is. I see you. I see you.
I see you.
I'm waiting 10 more gold. Relax.
An ally has been slain.
Born in Shurima, raised by Noxus. Maybe I'll die in Demacia.
Let's assess our current situation here down at bot lane. We got 22 versus 26. Not bad. They are just slightly ahead, but only slightly. Here we go for round 2.
Thrilling.
Boom. Boom.
Celebrate your king.
The Ascendant think they own me. They are wrong.
An enemy has been slain.
Don't hold back. I won't. dare you? Hope I get some blood on these boots. The color's a bit dull.
Oh, crap.
I've got a few.
Damn it. I thought it was close enough. Here we go. Here we go. Here goes Mommy Diana. Mommy! Mommy Diana. There you go, Crab. Joe, what's up, my boy? Ow! Come on, Crab. Hit him with that 6. Hit him with the 6. Wow.
Hello, my lover.
Wow.
Hello, my lover.
Crap.
Last person I loved thought I was too reckless. Their loss.
What's going on here? Let's go.
I chose this life. And sure, someday it might be. But till then, stop.
About to say in the message.
Message!
Nothing more lethal than comfort.
Enemy rampage.
I am the beauty.
Always out of mana. Craft? I don't know what you were thinking with that one, but that was pretty awesome. You don't give a F about nothing. You don't give a F about nothing. Craft just got impatient. He's like, fuck this. I'm tired of these motherfuckers.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. Now you wanna get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
Take the shot or lose the chance.
Like and subscribe.
Only need one eye to hit my mark. I'm not built to win. I'm built to conquer.
Crap. Playing Pike like I always knew you could. Pike is your champ, bro. 100%. Pike, Thresh, Nautilus, Tom Kench, dude. These are all like brutal supports. Good job. 1,000 pulls fair. Oh, come on. Was that a good bait?
An ally has been slain.
I'm the rose that survived the desert.
Dude, I should have just turned on him. I wanted it back though. It had been a while.
Well-behaved women don't make it in Noxus.
An enemy is unstoppable.
I'm worried about that. I'm more concentrating on my 3-in-1 bleed rate. Crap. I was about to open a can.
My folks keep telling me to settle down. Not my style. Oh, how great it would feel to shoot my past in the face.
I had to restart the music.
Danger runs from me. Guns and ally has been slain like rice and saffron. Target practice. You're dead, I never go out of style. That label is where I draw my strength.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You look promising. I fight my turn. No sacrifice.
Rampage.
Hello, my lover.
You guys chase them into Dragon Pit? You guys are so silly. Look at this. Look at these silly teams. Look at this. Look at these guys. Silly shit. Silly shit I've ever seen. There you go. Thank you, Diana, for like not embarrassing all of us on stream. Thank you. Oh gosh. I'm gonna have a freaking heart attack.
You freaking bricks! You freaking bricks! What will you learn? What will you learn? Get your actions have consequences!
I don't work. I slay. Money buys a gun or two. Thrill buys a reputation.
Huge chunky crits right now. Chunky crits. My favorite ice cream.
Some choose steel, others bullets. Why not both?
Thrilling!
Ha! Maybe I'll get a tattoo to celebrate the occasion. The Ascendant think they own my people. They are wrong.
Method!
Hope I get some blood on these boots. The color's a bit dark.
Oh, Craft, I wish you could come mid. That would have been so sick. It's all good, though. We'll probably lose bot right now.
Killing spree.
I cared most about my warband or my family. Or the changes, depending on who gets on my nerves.
Damn. Should have came mid, but there's no way to know.
Enemy double kill. Enemy rampage.
Believe me, I faced worse. Last person I loved thought I was too reckless. They're lost.
Has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
The Empire values strength. I value style. We're good partners. Nothing more beautiful than comfort. The beauty and
your team has destroyed a turret.
Life's simple. Take the shot or lose the chance.
An ally has been slain.
Only need one eye to hit my mark.
Enemy double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'm not built to win.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Conquer. Years of practice. For everyone else.
You're safe?
In every girl, there is a queen. I feel most alive when I'm walking the line. I'm the rose that survives the desert.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Well-behaved women don't make it in Noxus. My folks keep telling me to settle down.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Not my style. Oh, how good it feels to shoot my castle.
Your inhibitor is restored.
Look at our freaking inhibitor. Our inhibitor is still up. I don't know how.
Guns and swords go together like rice and saffron.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
I never go out of style. Growing up, my mom taught me one lesson. Death isn't the scariest thing.
We'll work on that one, picture.
It's a mother's love. Refugee. That label is where I draw my strength.
Shut down.
I don't work. I
God damn it, dude. I didn't have my fucking I didn't have my W. Oh, dude. When did I use it? I didn't even notice. Oh, when did I use it? I'm gonna have to... Did I use it on minions? I think I did. Dude, I didn't have my W.
Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that?
Who was the toxic one on our team? I think it was HeadshotH4rry. It was HeadshotH4rry or Volibear. I think it might have been Volibear. Volley. Alright. Volibear. I'll have to watch it. Craft says he did something crazy to Nocturne. I believe you. Damn it, dude. I don't know where. I think I used my W up on the wave. I was ready to go in. I was like, I'm going to steal this. I'm going to get some kills. And then I'm pressing W and it's like, oh, it's on cooldown. And I'm like, whoa. Here, I'll be right back. I need to use the thing. Oh, plenty more fails and epic wins right after this. slow, you jive turkeys. It's HeadshotH4rry Hour. Every hour on the hour. We're here with Kraft, the unkillable demon. Watch your mouth!
Oh, would you look
I'm only
at
talking about
that?
Harry, baby.
Would you look at that?
Can you dig it? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Who knows what will happen next? Who's the worst? Uh-oh. Alright.
No! God! No! God, please, no! 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 No!
Yo, Kraft. Let's do it. I like our experimental build. Our experimental duos. It's nice.
Are you the man or are you a fucking piece of shit? No, you motherfucker.
That's right.
I don't blame you. I'm quite strong.
Oh, against an Ash? Ooh. Organa? Ash? Vex? I don't know, man. We're gonna switch up the skin. I'm gonna try out this green one. Peridot. I think it's the newest one I've gotten. Or maybe it was the yellow one. No, maybe it's Peridot. Alright, here goes nothing, I suppose. I feel like I should grab exhaust. Just everyone grab exhaust.
Go for a while. Yep.
Who do we got here?
Purple.
Well, I've got the most XP. Who the chump? No, I remember this one. I have seen this one.
Minions have spawned.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. Alright, folks, here we go again. Relaxing.
Nothing more lethal than comfort.
Ooh, what a move. Ash.
And I am not even looking. You look My boss telling me to settle down.
Nope.
Hope I get some blood. The color's a bit dark. Don't be happy, don't make it in Texas.
Killing this business, huh? Business is bullshit.
Only need one eye to hit my mark.
And fuck yourself! You'll die!
Joint. Hey.
I'm not built
that was
to
that
win.
Slapper.
I'm
No, I'll be
built to conquer.
That's that new banger. That's a knocker. Two knockers.
Life simple. Take the shot or lose the chance. If the
Enemy has been slain. You're going.
The old one. That was a new old one. Alright, here we go.
Gotcha, bitch!
Little hustler. Free Willy. Sergeant Slappy D with the song that inspired the new dance craze. Pay the cable.
I don't work. I sleep.
But up next, turn your radios up. Premiere Ultra exclusive by the Touch Team. Baby, I love you.
Die young.
You know what? I can't do this shit anymore. If I gotta play one more song for you people, it's gonna be this. I'm out. Better have my check in the morning too, Lisa.
Refugee. That labor is the strength.
Take a look at yourself. Does the mirror show you as you are? Get to see through the walls, or are you stuck inside? Watch out with the tide. Do you know who you are, or what you are?
The ascendant think they own us. They are wrong.
You never
rose that
Gotcha, bitch!
You know what I call that? I don't know what I call it, but that was a little spicy. That was spicy. I hate this soap.
some choose steel, others bullets. Why not both?
Alright, where are we? At least we're positive. Nobody else on their team has any kills, so the real action is at bot lane this match.
Money buys a gun.
Gotcha, bitch!
Really buys a reputation.
Good job. Good shit.
You freaking pricks!
Thanks, Mort. You're so nice. Helping us take the drag. My favorite too. Hex Tech Drake, dude. Whoa.
Guns and swords go together like rice and salt.
Do we get the little things in spawn? Nope.
Last person I loved thought I was too reckless. They're lost.
Alrighty then. He's a little close.
Check this out. Take a good look. It's the last you'll get.
He sees me. I think it's boarded.
Gotcha, bitch!
An enemy has been slain.
No! Get out of there! Oh! Dude, Ash stopped! Dude, Ash could have killed us both, dude! What the hell? Dude, Ash could have killed both of us! Why didn't she kill us? She had full health! I think she knew we could turn. I think she knew. She felt it. Good Ash. Honestly. I think 99% of players would have secured both of those kills. I don't know why Ash turned. That was weird. It was worth it, in my opinion. I'm gonna sell this and get this. Oh, nope, I don't have enough. Just kidding. 525. 5:25. Lots of action down at bot lane. Yeah, I like it.
Why be average when I can be savage?
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
I never go out of style.
Millions suffering pain will still stop playing on my the effects.
The Empire values strength. Danger runs from me. Never look back.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. This is gonna make me look good. Illusions. You can have one. I'm staying. That's why I need it. I need it for the mana.
Nothing more lethal than comfort. My folks keep telling me to settle down. Not this time. Oh, how great it feels with my past.
How the fuck is she alive?
Hope I get some blood on these boots. The color's a bit dull. My time is precious. Your life is not.
Ask me if I give a Yo, that shit's sick.
I see you.
destroyed.
Well-behaved women don't make it in nurses.
350. Oh, we got positive. We're doing pretty good. We're doing all right.
Nobody owns you.
Only need one eye to find it. I'm not built to win. I'm built to conquer.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Growing up, my mama taught me one lesson. Death isn't the scariest thing. It's a mother's rage.
Gotcha, bitch!
What? What just happened?
Life's simple. Take the shot or lose the chance.
Wait, what? Dude, Top hasn't pushed their turret at all. That thing was brand new. Like they just got it from turretstore.com. Come on.
I don't work. I slay.
An ally has been slain.
Refugee. That label is where I draw my strength. The Ascended think they own me. They are wrong.
Woo! Look at how he exploded into confetti, blood and guts raining down on our heads. Oh. Kinda makes you feel like Riverdance. Dude, my queue is absolutely vicious right now. I need to go in. Cook.
Every girl, there is a queen.
Your turret has been slain.
Samira's back.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Gotcha, bitch!
She don't give a fuck about nothing.
G Fuel, it's about time.
Ah, come on. What's the worst that could
Hit
happen?
me up. It's about time. It's 7 o'clock, top, baby.
I never go out of style.
You know what's crazy? As if my queue needed to be even crazier. I just completed Infinity Itch. Dude, I'm about to pentakill again. Let's go. It's pentakill time, baby.
Pete? Pete? Let me tell you something. I think we got it.
Triple kill.
faster, son. The school bus is here. Time to go to school. About nothing. Okay, maybe. Well, well, well. What do we have here? A couple of nomads? Traipsing around the countryside? Craft, you know we could have 1v4'd him. Now we can. Now we definitely can. Dude, I really can't pentakill right now. Dude, we got some pretty sick beatboxing going tonight. This shit was funny. Alright. You fools. Do you realize how powerful I am? Oh, dude. Freaking Nunu and Will you failed so hard on that one. You failed. Everyone saw it. Go take the backsies. It's showtime. It's showtime. We got the wards. We got this. Okay.
Only need one eye to get mine right.
Enemy double kill.
That's how you do that. Do you see why Samira is a mean baddie?
Your team has destroyed
You
a
thank
turret.
mother after you ate. I gotta get the music back going. I'll do it after this push.
Push my limits, I dare you.
In the meantime, in between time. I'm about to get jumped though. What up, squad?
Darius, Swain. Those names mean little to me. I answer to myself.
I should just go back. How much time do I have? Oh, wait, what? What was I looking at? Oh, Baron. My bad. I got confused. Oh, and another BF sword. Oh. Dude, I'm gonna be throwing heavy. It's time to pentakill, ladies and gentlemen.
Life's
Here, let's get the
simple.
music going.
Take the shot or lose the chance.
The band is Farouk. Find him on Bandcamp. It's time to pentakill.
Double kill. An ally has been slain. Destroyed turret. Triple kill. Ace.
Oh, but I wanted a penta. Oh, Disco Samira. Right after this. It's coming up, I feel it. This is Disco Samira on the horizon. A baddie disco moment. Craft. We can do it. Craft, stay with me. We can do it.
I'm the rose that will fight the death.
I'm sorry, I didn't know Dragon was up. I'm a fool. You gotta remind me of these things. I got ADD. No. Not childlike. Just desperate. And hard. That was a joke.
Some true stick, others risk. Why not both?
I'm out of ammo. That sucks, dude. Ammo. I'm out of ammo, guys. I ran out of ammo. Oh, I feel so bad for what's about to happen to this team. Oh, I'm not kidding. It's going down. We're hunting the hunters. Oh shit, did you see that? They don't need me. Is that messed up? Damn it! I wanted a pentakill. Disco Samir.
Oh my God! Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that?
Crap, that was a fine display of supportsmanship. It's a word. Look it up. Let's see here. Chat. Do we keep going? Hell yeah, we do. Did they make it easier to get S's? That's late. We did break a 20 bomb though. Alright, Kraft, it's up to you to keep on going. I vote hell yes. Because I'm about to open this box. And I'm about to get another one after this too. So if you want to keep going, we're going to open this up. 3, 2, 1, go. Winter Blessed Ward, I like it. Thank you, Base God. So I have to unlock this with orange, don't I? Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. You know why? Because look at it. Look at it. That's awesome, dude. Is that Oriana?
You know that I'm the cream of the crop. Oh.
In the season 2023 event. Cool. Exclusive reward. That's what I like. Music. Damn, we got skins. We got ward skins. We got chromas. It's not even the 12th of January. Yo, Kraft. Good games, man. You played awesome. You're the man. I'll probably just play one more. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna play one more because I'm at 95 LP. Let's make a break. Looks real good. Make sure to throw an address if you're trying to use it for streaming. Make sure you put your streaming address right there at the bottom or the top, somewhere. That's my only advice, but it looks good. I'm gonna pause the music so I can hear you. Okay. Well, Kraft took off. Good games to Kraft. we got some good stuff. Man, I feel like I should have pentkilled on that last game, but it is what it is. Look at this. Sigh up, Samira. I'm saving up for Crystallis Modus Ash. But it's like, that's so far away. Dude, this one's sick. If you guys don't have this one, you're messing up. Can I gift it? Damn. Dude, this one's sick, bros. I feel like they just threw it in here, though, you know? I don't know how to explain it. Looks like it went with all the other ones. It doesn't look very special, is my point. But I'm super stoked about this Winter Blessed Senna. Dude, this is a gorgeous skin. I don't play Senna, but maybe we should start. Maybe I need to play Kale so I can see what this skin looks like.
Yeah, alright. You know that I'm the cream of the
Give me a
crop.
second, folks. I'm not done with this stream. Dude, how sick is this one, dude? I need this wallpaper.
Would you look at that? Would you look at that?
Challenger. Do you see this? Bot difference. Challenger, bro. Win games as a bot carry, dude. 1,017 games. That's real bot difference. .1% of players. Power pair. I like this one, dude. This is the one I need to sport with craft. What do I have here? Got your back, Grandmaster. That's pretty much the same thing. Team takedown, Grandmaster. What else challenger do I have? Diamond. Marksman Specialist. Diamond. Master. Get 2 pentakills in a single game. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. That happened yesterday, by the way. You can go check that out. Play Stealth Works. This is definitely... This should be Master Tier, Challenger Tier. I'm gonna keep my Got Your Back because it shows that I'm a team player. Save an ally with a heal. That's how I roll. PDA player. I'm just looking at my accolades. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's get this bread. So support is priority. What if I play Janna again? Let's go. I'm gonna play Janna.
Hey, that was that slapper. No, I'll be like, hey, that's that new banger. That's a knocker.
And we're gonna unlock this chest, and we're gonna get like a Jinx skin shard. Do you want to bet? I called it right now. I'm gonna get a Jinx skin shard.
Can I get some water? Hey.
Dude, there's a lot of people on right now, and everyone is playing. It's a good time. I was gonna call the stream because it's almost about 8 hours. But this is like prime time. What the plan was going to be is I was gonna stream Minecraft during the day, and when Craft got on, I was gonna restart the stream and stream League, but they kind of just blended into each other.
Puts the pop music. On the way, we've got that new banger by Little Hustler G Free Willy. EDM hit Smith the promoter with Clubbing in the Club. Then Sergeant Slappy G with the song that inspired the new dance craze. Pay the Cable. You just heard Baby I Love You by G Sleazy. Coming up, another non-stop.
You're taller than a broken sandwich.
Smith the G, Slapzilla the Captain, and Kelly G the YouTube Queen. But up next, turn your radios up. It's the world premiere, ultra exclusive by the Touch Team. Baby, I'd pay to club you. It's the hottest. You know what? I can't do this shit anymore. If I gotta play one more song for you people, it's gonna be this. I'm out. Better have my check in the morning too, Lisa.
Take a look at yourself. Does the mirror show you as you are? Can you see through these walls?
Yo, this is good. I get to see like real support versus real support.
Do you know who you are or what you are? Being fucked so hard. The subject of a world of experiments. Betrayed to produce. You never.
I'm gonna play the base skin this time and see what it looks like. But this is literally why we're playing Janna's, because I got this skin. She's pretty straightforward. Shiraka, Master Yi, Vladimir, Nasus, and Ash for the enemy team. Ash, Shiraka, Master Yi, Vladimir, and Nasus. I think my ult will come in handy against Master Yi. That's all I can say. Catch you guys on the flippity flip.
I'd go for a while.
Thanks, Lou.
Yup, that tasted purple.
That's Lou to you. So here's our new... Look at that. She's flying. Why is it jiggling as if she's walking? That doesn't make any sense.
Minions have spawned. Upon your wing. And you thought it was just a harmless breeze.
It's cool that she... What the hell is that? Oh my gosh. She knows. She's like... They're like, right, maybe this way. She's like Miss Fortune in the air. What is... Right. Nope. You're a silly dick. Both of them. Look at how much damage I'm doing to this Ash.
For tranquility.
You know why? Because wind. Against arrows, wind wins. I wasn't trying to make a pun, I promise. Wind wins. This is how you're supposed to play. Aggressive, on the front line, not giving an F.
She don't give an F about nothing.
Look at that, dude. I know we got her. Getting Kaisov frickin' horny and fed.
First blood.
Give a fuck! Ask me if I give a fuck!
In harmony.
You ask me if I give a fuck! Ask me if I give a fuck!
The storm approaches.
Booyah. Dude, why does Jenna fly with her chest jiggling back and forth with?
An enemy has been slain.
She's flying. There should be no gravity effect. Freaking. Make it make some sense. Put boobs in a wind tunnel, right? See how aerodynamic they are. You might be surprised. We're making a video. The results may shock you. No, the results may. Oh, Jenna, look at you and your glorious, glorious teleport back home. Dude, that's the sickest shit I've ever seen. Oh my god. I want to see it again. I got time. I got 50 gold. Spawn. Yo, this is intense. Let's see it again. Let's see it again. Just kidding. I got this. Look. No. Dude, why does she have so much damage rating? I do like how fast she is. She's kind of fast. This is as if, like...
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I like how she's got her pinky out, holding her staff. Completely unnecessary.
As you wish.
It's not a cup.
An enemy has been slain. Breathlessly.
I couldn't resist. No, but really though, I couldn't let her get away. She was about to.
An ally has been slain.
I got you, dog.
every other week. We lost our humanity.
Ain't nobody.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Dude, I can't help that you go in when I'm doing
Ally has been slain.
support things. You like having vision? Well, don't try to solo. When I'm away.
enemy has been slain. He has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
It's a bingo. Think we can get this? Like the wind. Get him, bullseye!
Now you want to get nuts? Come on! Let's get nuts.
What's her dance like? Just dance? Oh, she dances. Wow, we got a KDA. Ooh-wee! I'll tell you what about them KDA girls, man. Wow!
Has destroyed a turret.
Oh yeah.
Your turret has been Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
God damn it. Am I gonna have to start playing Janna now? It's like that in the house. Yeah. Oh, I'm staying, dude. I'm freaking YOLO. Cholo. HeadshotH4rry. The YOLO Cholo. What's up, SC? I'm freaking Jana, bitch.
Don't worry on that one, dipshit.
Asu! Asu! No! Where did they come from? Never fight.
In harmony. Upon the wings.
Your turret has been destroyed.
As you wish.
It's only me! It's just me forever!
An enemy has been slain.
Could be
Kai'Sa? Fuck yeah, dude. Kai'Sa and Jana works, dude. We're about to see how much. my god, she did it. Oh, the Sonias. Dude, I don't know much about Akali, but whenever I see her, I'm like, Jesus, she's so crazy. What a crazy ass champ, dude. I'm gonna get this music and I'm just gonna keep playing the same album. Farouk, check him out on Bandcamp. Keep it heavy. Look at her. Look at her.
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting. I'm still getting headshots. It's like boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot.
I want to know, are you the man or are you a fucking piece of shit? No good motherfucker.
Upon the wind.
Hold on to your butts.
You toy with powers you do not comprehend.
Dazed. An enemy has been slain. As you wish.
Anyway. To repeat myself, I would 1,000 times if it gave you my sight for a second. If you could feel a light vulnerable
Swiftly.
you'll remember what I said. Sorry, I'm the passion and forget I ever grew. Getting to you could be something I may never do. The pain of me drives me while you're
ally has been slain.
Hold on to your butts.
An ally has been slain.
Man. We're pissing it away.
In harmony.
Look at us. We're just, no one's anywhere. What the fuck, dude? At some point, our team just stopped playing. I don't know what it is. I saw. Good job taking that shit. 1300.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
And fuck yourself till you die!
Joint. Hey, that was that slapper. No, I'll be like, hey, that's that new banger. That's a Alright, here we go. So I'll be like, hey. Radio station, hey. Hey, you're listening to the radio station that puts the bombing music. Oh, wait, we've got that new Smith the promoter with clubbing in the club. Then Sergeant Slappy G with the
Please tell me I got that. Please tell me like fucking won because of that. Please tell me. Please tell me. Come on. Come on, guys. Get together. I saw it again with the bad focus.
Has been slain.
Take a look at yourself! Doesn't
Cashapp freaking lost us the game, dude. The real Cashapp lost us the game.
Defeat.
Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that?
Give up a piece of my every show. No I couldn't relent if I tried. Is it better to fight till you die, or get up and live? World's turn inside. Ask me if I give up. I'm standing here, staring at this game you took for granted.
I can't believe Kaisa lost us the game. The phenomenal bad focus. I think that's good, man. I'm done. Got an S+ on Jana. Did I get this stupid thing? Nope, I didn't get it. I got moral people.
And at that point, I only did what I had to do. Make myself sick, try not to throw it back on you. I'm out. Done. I'm done. God damn.
The dawn has arrived.
Leaving a shell, you tried to put in a coffin. Looking to give more than you deserve, then you ask me. You ask me if I give a fuck. Ask me if I give a fuck. You ask me if I give a fuck. Ask me if I give a fuck. Nope. Your life
I could go for a twirl. Yup, that tasted purple.
Soldiers, linemen, officials, generals, citizens, put down for the others to rise. While we glean, then just leave us all to lose. Yeah, 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 yeah. Touchdown, dancing in your face. You're still cheering them on. Your heroes find their fortune. But robbing you, still begging for more. Still begging for more. Backhanded love, it's in the air. It's in the air. Unseen, I smell it from miles away. From miles away. Unseen, I smell it from miles away. I can smell it from miles away. Let's fucking go. This world burns all around us as I sit here playing on my phone. Millions suffer in pain, while I'm still the effects. I am a the effects of my native ancestors being raised. It's still hard to be the same. I'm blinded, I'm running hard. And I'm right, I won't be crying on the rest of the all our days.
You can't kill Leona, man. Don't even try.
Peaked?
Let me tell you something.
Peaked? Let me tell you something. I've begun to peak.
What a play, dude. Out of mana. It's only been 4 minutes. I feel like it's been like 14 minutes. I think I do.
Ain't worth a call. Shut down! Your allies Your ally has slain an enemy!
I will protect you.
That flash Cho'Gath, oh my gosh, that was beautiful. Oh, beautiful.
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting, I'm still getting the headshots. It's like boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot.
Got him, dude. That was a brilliant play, dude. Oh my god, that was really good. Yeah!
Don't worry on that one.
Crazy. Crazy. How did that not hit her? Dude, how did that not hit her? What the fuck? Yeah, look at this ace. Oh my god. Nell.
I'd like to see that again.
Dude, Nell killed it. That was amazing. No, don't hit the health. No.
Inhibitor destroyed. Your ally has slain an enemy.
loco. Dude, I can't believe how thick it is. It's insane.
Gotcha, bitch!
They'll pay in flesh.
Fuck with the Jedi Masters.
God damn, I'm good.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on! Let's get nuts.
Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that?
Good game, team. Shout out to enemy team for being cool.
2016, heel turn, you bitch.
Everyone was doing the job. That Nell was doing stuff. Alrighty, so I don't think we got our our chest off of that. Dude, we got nothing for that A-round game. Even though we were looking pretty good there. 30 assists compared to that of the Zyra. I think we did alright. Look at that. That Nell is 31 up, dude. That's how you get him fed, dude. Alright. I didn't get what I wanted. I thought that would have been enough to push me over to this, but apparently not. I need a sec, man. This is like a 9-hour stream. I should probably just call it. Nah. I'll keep going. It's the longest stream of all time. 2 games though. We've been bouncing from Minecraft to League. Pool Party Mundo's on a good sale. I'm just looking. I'm trying to see what I'm going to do. Yeah, I might just call it. I'm kind of hungry. Been streaming all day. Shout out to Kraft for being awesome. At least we went out on a win, I suppose. Wait, did I get out of this? No, because I lost. I forgot. Fuck. Alright. Yeah, I will stop here. I'll be on probably tomorrow, and if not, the next day. GG's, everybody. Hope you had fun. Don't forget you can find HeadshotH4rry on all the social networking platforms. Be sure to check them all out. You can find links to these places down in the old description box below. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Until next time. Stay safe, stay sane.